On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Streaming at sportscapes.com and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
It is the regular season finale for your Saskatchewan Roughriders right here at Mosaic Stadium. The BC Lions in the building, and we are here inside the Sports Cage Lounge live. You can watch the stream on YouTube as well as sportscage.com. It is a beautiful day, beautiful October day for some football here in Saskatchewan, and I am looking forward to it. Of course, my name is Teagan Witko. I am joined alongside Three Down Nation's Justin Dunk, Rider legend, Grey Cup champ Wes Cates, and we just need to dive right into this because, of course, last night, gentlemen, a win for the Calgary Stampeders over Edmonton. The Bombers and Owls playing right now. Now, Justin, the playoff picture is yet to be fully decided at this point, so let's walk through some of these scenarios.
The most simple scenario is if the BC Lions win today over the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who aren't going to play their starters the whole game, even though Trevor Harris is listed as number one on the depth chart, then BC hosts the West semifinal. I think that's the main one to focus on. If BC loses, there are some potential tiebreakers that could go on depending on the Winnipeg result. But let's just focus on this one to keep it simple. A BC win today equals them hosting the West semifinal against the Calgary Stampeders.
And, of course, that would be taking place next week as the Riders are going to be on a bye. Now, Wes, I want to know from a player's perspective, heading into a game like this where the Riders have already clinched the West, they're going to be hosting that Western final on November the 8th. As a player perspective, what is that mentality coming into this contest against the BC Lions?
Yeah, I think you want to go out there and still play some good ball, right? If you're not focused in and playing aggressively, you're more likely to get hurt. So I think the biggest thing is for the guys who do get an opportunity to go out there and business as usual. Get out there, be ready, warm up well, be ready to play, be ready to be physical, and expect to win. Expect to win your reps especially and do your job and find a way to get a win regardless of what BC has to do. It's about just playing your best game. So I think definitely, regardless of where you're at, if you're suited up out there, if you don't know if you're going to play or not, you still want to warm up and be ready to go if needed.
Now, as Justin alluded to, some starters are going to be in this game again. AJ Ouellette, Trevor Harris. We're going to dive into that a little bit more later, probably in your analysis as well. But how do you feel about Trevor Harris getting the start tonight?
I mean, Trevor getting the start, I think it's let me get some of my money, right? I think they might be trying to push it. He might be trying to push it to be like, yo, either y'all gonna pay me my bonus and I can sit, or do I need to get out here and get my money?
Then that would mean he has to play 51% of the snaps.
That's what I know. I'm thinking that, but I'm sure maybe they have something negotiated. Maybe he's really talked to coach and said, yo, I just feel like I need to go out here and get some reps live action. If anything gets a little crazy, I'm going to get down. If I see a sack coming, if the pressure gets hot and guys get some shots on me, I understand you might take me out. But let me get out there, get a little rhythm going, get to feeling myself a bit, make sure, I still feel fresh and putting it where it needs to be. And then maybe I'll hop out early. But I think money might be a little bit of a factor too, Teagan. I know it would be for me. I'm just saying.
Well, that's you, Wes. We are going to hear from Trevor Harris in just a moment here, but this is What is Trending, gentlemen. It's brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local.
You know what's trending, Teagan, other than the Roughriders? It's the Blue Jays coming off that Game 1 win in the World Series, 11-4 beatdown of the LA Dodgers. Ooh. And, I thought that there's some similarities here with the Roughriders because we alluded to it. Trevor Harris is going to start this game, but I think we could probably confidently say he's not going to finish it, which means Corey Mace is going to have to play the role of John Schneider. So that led me to ask Trevor Harris, are you the Max Scherzer of the Canadian Football League?
I think we had our Max Scherzer moment against Hamilton here, and I apologize because it was just a little emotional time for me. And, that was probably my Scherzer moment. Maybe he had his Trevor Harris moment. I did it first.
I'm not saying you're an angry dude. I just thought there was some similarity.
No, there's just a competitive nature, right? I mean, it's, time of game where, I took a big hit, and I don't want them to think it got to me in any way. So kind of pop right back up, and I just hear in the headset, Jake Mayer's in the game, Trevor's out. And I was like, I waved Jake off, and Jake was like between, he started running off, and Mace shoves him out there, and I was like, no. And then, like, Mueller's in there. Trevor Harris is out of the game. You were out of the game. I was just like, this is not happening. And so, like, I end up going off, and he tries to put his arm around me, and I did something I shouldn't have done. And I know he's doing it because it's what's best for me, but, yeah.
Guy Curtis Gammon, if you're watching live on our YouTube stream, which you should be, you can see the pictures that go along with this. John Schneider going to the mound in the ALCS and trying to take Max Scherzer out of the game, but he said, I think there were some different words there that he used. And it was very similar, as Trevor Harris alluded to, that game against Hamilton where he got pulled. And I like the unique detail that he provided there, taking us behind the scenes. So then naturally I had to go to Corey Mason and say, okay, have you felt like John Schneider at times when you've had to have the at least thought or try to take Trevor Harris out of football games or even sit him down like you did a week ago in Winnipeg?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, actually, when you say it like that. You know, I would think that that Max and Trevor are probably from the same cloth, cut from the same cloth as far as a competitor goes, but you know, you always want to make the right decision at the right time. And for Trevor, there's never a right time for that kind of conversation. But, you know, I always got to look in the totality of the team, so he gets it.
All right, it's year-end award time, and the team award nominees have been announced across the Canadian Football League. Ballots are out right now to those in the media. I have one of them to vote for the next round of awards, the East Division, the West Division nominees, and also All-Stars in both divisions. And I feel like looking at the ballot that Jameer Thurman has a great case to be made for not only coming out of the West Division as the most outstanding defensive player. He was the team award winner for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but potentially to win the Canadian Football League's most outstanding defensive player award, similar to what Roland Milligan Jr. did a year ago. Yes, the statistics might not pop off the page, but I asked head coach Corey Mace, how important is Thurman to this defense?
He's about his business. He don't say much. He ain't going to campaign for himself. He'd probably be mad if people campaign for him too, but he makes any play that's around him, and he'll go up and he'll go steal some plays too. And just, you know, I understand statistics and what things look like, but to me, you just got to look at the timing of when some of those plays are made. He always makes big plays in huge moments, so you need excellent players to do that, and he's certainly that. I mean, that's a defensive captain, team captain, ultimate communicator. Effort guy, physical force, and he's able to go get the ball too, man. So again, I'm shocked that he doesn't actually get more recognition and he's gotten to this point. I think people in this province understand what he brings to the team, and certainly his teammates do, and staff. But man, he's one of the best linebackers in the league, and has been, in my opinion. Maybe ask some of his teammates the importance of, you know, everybody that's in there and what Thurman means to them. So I think you'll get the answer you want.
Corey Mace just stated Jameer Thurman's case for CFL most outstanding defensive player. Wes, what say you?
I mean, I think it's tough, right? Because you got A.J. Allen over there, and a lot of players, sometimes when you're on a great team, it kind of shadows the fact that you're the leader. I think the fact that he is the leader of that defense and he has been playing so well and does have the stats that he has is a great case, but at the same time, maybe on a weaker team, maybe you have to make more plays, maybe he has a few more tackles. So I think that the strength of the guys around him might hurt his case a little bit, but if you're just looking at it from the top defense, he's the guy in the middle, he's made all different types of plays. I say, yeah, you got to give it to him because his squad has played the best as a defense, and he's the leader of that squad, flat out.
That was my take. I'm like, I get the stats don't pop off the page, but he's still, you know, by my count, he's got 85 defensive tackles through 17 regular season games, fourth most in the CFL. He's grabbed 3 interceptions, tied for second most among all linebackers. He's probably at least dropped 3, right? There's been some of that have hit him in the hands. And then I think what we've seen a little bit, too, is teams shy away from running the football down the middle. Part of that is Jameer Thurman. I think the other parts of that are Micah Johnson and Mike Rose. But to me, Jameer Thurman, you take him out of this lineup, I think that leaves a potential major hole. You're right. A.J. Allen has had a great year. Malik Carney could be in the conversation for this award, too, if they would have gotten the team award. But I think it's a definite case that Jameer Thurman has to make. Switching gears here because it is going to be the Cameco Riders Touchdown for Dreams game. It's called the Pink Game today. You'll see lots of pink toques in the stands, and if you want to get one, they're going to be for sale throughout the concourse. And we asked Trevor Harris how important this partnership is and if it's near and dear to his heart.
It's obviously something closer to me, and I think everybody in this world has probably been touched in a negative way by cancer. And my mom's a survivor. I have plenty of people. My wife's sister actually, breast cancer survivor, and so it's one of those things that's it means something to you. And so we get to see people going through that. A lot of times you go there to kind of try and brighten their day, or they're excited to meet you, but you always end up drawing more from these people. These people have forget about a football fight. Forget about fighting for playoff positioning or whatever. Like, they're fighting for their life, and that's a different perspective. And so when you can kind of just draw yourself back from this life of what we're in, of putting so much into this, and realize what these people are going through, a lot of times it's just like, man, they're just so inspiring to be around. And so it's a privilege that I get to be involved in that. And no matter how much I would try and give of my time and effort and conversations or whatever it may be, you're never going to outgive what they can give you in terms of perspective in their fight.
The Cameco Riders Touchdown for Dreams program is a partnership between Cameco, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the Cancer Foundation of Saskatchewan, and the Saskatchewan Cancer Agency. It launched in 2011. Wes was actually part of it. We'll get to that in a second. The program has fulfilled the dreams of nearly 100 women in Saskatchewan living with a life-threatening cancer diagnosis. And the impact, Wes, as I'm sure you can speak to, is immeasurable. What was it like to be part of it when the inaugural program launched?
Yeah, it was amazing. Kelly Forsberg at the time, she was like events coordinator, parents coordinator with the Riders, and it was kind of her brainchild. She brought it around, and then it just kind of caught on, had such a great first year that everybody was really excited about it, and it took off. And Cameco being the sponsor and everything made it even more successful. I think that it was awesome just to be able to brighten those women's day. Like, they had an opportunity to meet players, get stuff signed, go to the games, and just the smiles was like they were living their lives, you know what I mean? They were just so excited and weren't really thinking about what they were going through. We're just excited to be around the team and to have that experience. So I think in a lot of cases it really reinvigorated those women and maybe helped them through their battles.
And you know what, Kevin Clive, who from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, we were chatting with him earlier this week, and he mentioned this is something very near and dear to his heart. And every single year that they've done this, they have sold out those pink toques. As you walk through the doors this evening, you will see people with the ATM machines. They're going to be selling these toques, $20 all in, limited supply. So as you come to the stadium this afternoon or this evening, make sure that you grab one of those toques and support this incredible cause, Cameco Touchdown for Dreams. This is the Pink Game, of course, against the BC Lions as we wrap up this regular season here in the CFL. As for our broadcast, live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium, we have a stacked couple of hours here, gentlemen. Not only did Justin chat with Nathan Rourke, he gave his opinion on some of the CFL changes that are on the horizon, and you might say he's a little opinionated, so we're going to hear from him in just a bit here. We're also going to hear from the Saskatchewan Roughriders offensive coordinator Mark Mueller and what might be next for him in his career. Craig Reynolds will be stopping by, Saskatchewan Roughriders president and CEO. You can expect to hear that conversation before 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we get to hear from the Riders' brand new kicker, Michael Hughes, who is getting the start tonight. This is Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. Coming up next, Regina's own Josh Haggerty from the University of Saskatchewan Huskies to the BC Lions. That convo straight ahead. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Two big sales this week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday is a big collector auction featuring a major train collection, HO&N scale. Many new old stock parts, new old stock engines and cars. Then on Tuesday is the closeout for Dave's Automotive, formerly of Vibank. Tire changer, generators, bolt bins, parts cabinets of all descriptions. Easy to register, easy to bid, and you can come have a look at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. 2SAuctioneers.ca, online auction house.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber and fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today. It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season, so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, you have Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and BC Lions to wrap up this CFL regular season. Yes, it is the last game on the slate for the regular season, of course. Now, we do have a special guest popping in here for our next segment. This is the Homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers Online Auction House. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. Justin, who is our special guest?
We got Scott McCauley, head coach of the Regina Thunder. We're calling a little bit of an audible here, but Scott, I wanted to have you on because you were very passionate in speaking out against the proposed CFL rule changes. I'm guessing mainly the ones that they're talking about implementing in 2027. So give us your take.
All right, we're going to start off that way, right?
Let's go. Let's go.
You don't waste time around here,
delay.
Scott.
Yeah, I think more I was kind of bringing things up because there needs to be a discussion from Football Canada to Football Saskatchewan to amateur football about what we're going to do. And for example, Libel Field was built by the Regina Minor Football League, and we have the privilege to play 3 out of our 4 games there. And the one game that we do play at Mosaic Stadium is always against Saskatoon because we get a great crowd, right? But we're lucky because the RMF will move their games to Mosaic to allow us to play there. And I think what eventually will happen is that if they own that stadium and it's built a certain way and it costs a lot of money to change the infrastructure, why would they ever leave Liable Field? And that means that all their games would be played there. And then all of a sudden, you look at the high school teams, so they can play 50% at Liable, 50% at Mosaic Stadium. It's going to be a different game. Eventually maybe they move all their games to Liable Field, and then all of a sudden now, it's forcing people out. Like for us, we're going to play all our games at Mosaic Stadium, and it's going to be played with the new rules, and more importantly, the new infrastructure, like where the field goal posts are and the structure of the field. That's what I care about. But then all of a sudden we're going to Saskatoon and playing against the Saskatoon Hilltops or the Calgary Colts at Shouldice Park or the Edmonton Wildcats at their stadium. It's going to be a completely different game. And also now, coaches coach, and we're going to have to change up what we do. But it's also it's taxing, and if you're going to make changes to your stadiums, like where's the money going to come from?
That would be one of my next questions. But did it feel disrespectful that the CFL and Commissioner Stuart Johnston just laid these changes out and didn't talk to the multiple levels of football in Canada?
Well, to be honest, the CFL is the CFL, so they're going to do whatever they want to do, and I don't blame them for making the changes they want. But the issue that I have is the changing of the dimensions of the field and also the field goal posts. It's going to be interesting what the City of Regina does, what the government of Saskatchewan does. This place was built for multiple teams. Now we know the Riders are the big hot item here, but this place is supposed to be for multiple leagues and multiple organizations. And so if everyone's playing with different setups and stuff, what are they going to do to address that? And I know that there was a push at one time when the stadium was getting created to have field goal posts that could be movable so they could bring in international games, things like that, and they chose not to do that. So now what are they going to do? So it'd be interesting to see how they're going to step up to make these changes, or are we just going to be forgotten about and then have to, make the changes on our end, which I'm sure is what's going to happen.
How would you estimate the costs downstream to make some of these changes, or how much could it cost, the Regina Thunder or RMF or the Regina Rams?
Yeah, so for example, I'll give you with us. We come to Mosaic Stadium when we played against the Saskatoon Hilltops because we'll go from 1,000 people at our games or 1,500 to about 3,000. So we'll just say a $2,000 difference or 2,000 person difference, and all of a sudden at $20 a head, that's a $40,000 hit. And so how are we going to make up for that loss of revenue, right? If we were not to come here, which is pretty tough as a nonprofit organization with all volunteers. We're going to have to come here. So now one game a year, I guess, we're going to be playing, with a different field structure and things like that.
So with all of these changes aside, understanding that this is definitely going to be causing some issues for the PFC, and there's going to be some adjustments that need to be made and some money that's going to need to be recouped. How do you feel about these adjustments in the CFL for the game? From a fan perspective, do you like them? Do you disagree with them?
I think they're trying something new. Obviously, there's not a huge rush of fans at other stadiums, so they're trying something new that they think is going to increase scoring. I love the fact I'm a special teams guy and I'm also a defensive guy, so moving the field goal post back from a defense perspective, awesome. There's one less thing to be worried about, right? The 13th man in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
But from a special teams standpoint, I love the kicking game. We work hard. On our field goal team, working on the operations of the snap, the hold, to the kick, to our coverage abilities. And you're going to see it tomorrow when we play against the Saskatoon Hilltops. They got a guy number 18, Sawi, and he's unbelievable. We got to hit those field goal posts, otherwise, or hit it and make it good. Otherwise, we're going to be paying the price. And so we work hard throughout our entire practice with working on coverage and all that kind of stuff. And I love that kind of component of the game. My personal thoughts is that I'm not 100% sure the rules are also going to make more people come. And that's my thoughts, it's the whole marketing, it's the whole thing about kind of getting out into the community and getting people to, really buy in. And, Saskatchewan does a good job of that. I don't think other markets do as well. When they did a special promotion in Toronto, then all of a sudden people did show up, right? But then the other thing, too, with the game as well, what they've done is that they're going to change the rules to hopefully get more fan base and more people excited about the CFL. But then what they don't do is that are they going to increase the amount of coaches that you can have your staff? Are they going to increase the amount of money that they can provide to coaches and allow Canadian coaches to have that opportunity? Because when they put a cap on the number of coaches, they put the cap on the amount of money that they can pay out for coaching and stuff. That took away the Canadian coaches' opportunity to be part of the game. You want to create excitement. You want to get people to the games. Isn't that another area that you want to look at? Give people that are putting the time and effort in to growing their growing their craft an opportunity to go to the next level, I think there's more stuff to it as well.
Preach, my man. I don't want to go too deep into it, but scoring in the CFL every year for, let's say, 3 years in a row, including this year, has been up. Attendance has been up marginally. Television ratings has been up. I don't think moving the goalposts around, taking the 55-yard line out is your issue. To your point, get out in the community, market, right? We see these marketing campaigns, for example, jumps out to me, Chase and Sidney Brown selling Advil, right, across national television networks. Why can't CFL players do that? Why don't we have CFL players in national ads? I think that's going to add more revenue. And I asked Stuart Johnston directly, can you draw a line straight from these proposed changes, especially the ones in 2027, to increase revenue? He said he couldn't do it. So if you're putting in these costs and you don't know if there's guaranteed revenue there, it seems risky for a league that, is not exactly cash flush, especially in some of the lesser markets.
Yeah. So the other thing I think too is everyone's going after the new commissioner of the CFL for all these changes as well, and I think at the end of the day, this is why he was brought in. There's a change of the commissioner, and there's a new guy in there, and the guy that they're going to hire is a guy that the other powers, be the board of directors, I'm sure they're the ones that want to bring a guy in that's going to make those changes. So.
I do like the way. I do like the way you tied in the coaches there, because I've always thought that coaching salary cap kind of messes with the game a bit. But I was going to ask you, have you had much time to maybe talk to your players about their perspective or how they feel about the rule changes? Have you had any conversations with the young guys that are actually out there running around?
So with our players, we have not talked about it. We made maybe jest of it, in meetings and stuff like that, but we're really just concentrating on this season. I didn't want to put a focus on next year if these things happen, and 2 years if these things happen, because we're just trying to win a game on Sunday against the Saskatchewan Hilltops at 1 o'clock.
Can you give us a quick preview of that game?
Yeah, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be physical. Both teams know each other extremely well. We went 1-1 during the season. They beat us by 3. We beat them by 3. So it's pretty tight. And when you look at the last 5 years, we played each other so far this is our 5th time playing in 5 years in the PFC final, and it's a 2-2. So this is the tiebreaker of the series, and I think both teams are going to be up and ready to play.
Of course, Thunder head coach Scott McCauley joining us here live inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. We are set for an intense rivalry tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, right here at Mosaic Stadium, with the upright still in the current position. So, of course, make sure that you come check out the Thunder, the Hilltops Prairie Football Conference Championship game tomorrow right here in this building. Thank you again, Scott, for joining us here today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We are going to take a quick break, and we will be back on the other side. Coming up next, our pal Jeff Fairholm is going to be stopping by. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
Is your diesel running a little rough? Make it right again with diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. This grown in Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's a one-of-a-kind, highly effective treatment that increases engine lubrication, cleans your injectors, and improves the fuel economy of your diesel engine, meaning you'll spend less money on maintenance and fuel. Diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. Grown in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan diesels. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, you got Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates. This is Countdown to Kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Wrapping up the 2025 CFL regular season, where it all began, right here at Mosaic Stadium. Lions, Riders, 5 o'clock local time tonight. By the way, a proud product of the Saskatchewan Huskies, Haggerty, that we were going to speak with last hour, Josh Haggerty. We didn't have a chance to have him on the show. We had Scott McCauley on in our last break, but you can find that interview on our YouTube page a little bit later on, and it's an interview that you won't want to miss, so make sure that you check that out. You can also find us streaming live. You can watch the stream on YouTube as well as sportscage.com right here from Mosaic Stadium. Now, you can also join us in the Sports Cage Lounge as well. But right now, Jeff Fairholm is going to jump into the conversation, brought to you by Zipperlock Building Company and Power Lift Doors. See them in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515. Well, Jeff, first of all, thanks for joining us. Second of all, I want to get your input on the starting of Trevor Harris on this roster. What do you think? Right call? Wrong call?
Oh, yeah. Hi, Teagan. Hey, gang. How you doing? I think it's super important that Harris does play today. I don't expect him to play more than a half, but considering he didn't play last week, I think it's important that he does get some reps, and I think that's probably why you have Furlan and Hardrick in the lineup as well, to make sure that he's protected. The last time we played BC, I don't recall them getting a lot of pressure on Trevor, so I think it's safe. I think it's smart. Get him at least a half of work, because otherwise, if he's not playing today and he didn't play last week, that's 4 weeks off before he would play the next game. So I like it. I think it's important that he plays some.
Jeff, if you like Trevor Harris playing, you're going to really like the fact that the Riders are starting, count them, 4 Canadian receivers. Mitch Picton, Kean Schaefer-Baker, touchdown Tommy Neal, and Del Duncan-Busby at least listed as starters. And then the other Canadian backup is a Joe. The only American starting receiver spot in this game lists Sean Bain Jr. there, and then Mario Alford as his backup. You would think those guys would probably split time there and split time as returners. But how do you feel about those 4 Canadians getting the start as pass catchers?
Well, I think it's great. It's a situation where we've got some guys that are nicked up, some Americans that are nicked up, namely, our guys. Sorry, the names have escaped me. They haven't played in so long. But Myers and Johnson. So, but I was never one to say Canadian receiver, American receiver. I think that anybody that's playing the game at this level, whether they're Canadian or American, should be able to do the job. And these guys do the job very well. Schaefer Baker, we know all about. Picton had a great game last week. I've always loved Picton and how he plays the game. And Niels had a great year, and Duncan Busby, and he's an up and comer. So American Canadian, I've never really cared too much about that. We're going to take a little bit of a step down not having Johnson and Myers in the lineup, but it does say a lot about our general manager and how well he's drafted and picked players up and have those Canadians that can play the game. And I think it's fantastic. It's great for our game that Canadians are playing, but these guys can play, Canadian or American. So I like to make that point.
Jeff, I'm curious if you ever had some incentive bonuses in your contract. I'll give you an example. Keyshawn Johnson should earn $1,000 for being the team leader in receiving yards with 1,159. The next closest is Dante Myers with 1,056. Then you drop all the way down to Samuel Emilus with 588. So Keyshawn Johnson's going to cash in on that $1,000. Do you remember having incentives in your contract or any stories around either hitting them or not hitting them?
I did have a few incentives. Nothing. I was never one that wanted those incentives. I always played the game so that it was more of a team thing, and I never wanted to have to play the game because of an incentive. That's sort of my psyche, was just go out and play, and things happen. As you play hard, and it'll happen for a reason, because you really don't have any control, right? All you can do is play hard, run the plays that they're going to call, and of course you have no control over the defenses that they're going to play and the adjustments that you have to make. So I was one that I wasn't really crazy about it. It was more, how many games do you play? 15 games. It was never about how many yards, how many catches, and things like that. So I never wanted it to be a distraction in my mind. I'm not suggesting that it is for these players, but for me personally, it was just, I didn't want that to be a thing. So it was more of team incentives for me.
Whenever I think of incentives, I think of Shark, the linebacker from Any Given Sunday.
Yeah, that's
give me the shot, and then he's being taken off the field. I'm worth $1 million.
Yeah, you didn't have them, Jeff? You didn't have anything in your contracts over the years, like nothing.
Not that I recall, Wes. No,
Okay.
I guess I'm a lot older, and I don't think incentives were much of a thing then. I guess that I had some. And it certainly wasn't $1 million, I can tell you that. But it was, it was how many games did you play, or starts and things like that, and were you an all-star and things like that. That's really all it was.
Yeah, I had some different ones over the years, but anyway. But I was.
We'll save that for your segment. I want to dive into that. Okay.
I was.
I want to know how much.
I think one was like 20 or so. 15.
Nice. That's why you're so salty about Lapo not giving you the ball.
Yeah, well, no, that year it wasn't as much of a factor. But anyway, I always hit mine, so I was good. But I'm looking at the kicker situation. Brett Lowther's out. Michael Hughes is in.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to play any factor in Lowther's psyche or the coach's decision of who should be kicking going into the playoffs?
I think is he hurt? I mean, is Lowther really, really hurt? Does he really have a bad back, or are they resting him, or are they?
Nah, he's okay. They kicked him last week in Winnipeg because they're hoping to be back there for the Grey Cup, get used to the wind pattern and all that, and then check out the rookie today.
Well, I mean, it's a bad time of year, I think, to be starting someone new.
Mm-hmm.
If Lowther's psyche is such that they have to rest him. Or not put him in a game because he may miss some and his psyche may go down. I'm a little worried about that. But if they want to check out Hughes and see what he can do for a next year type of thing, I guess this is the time to do it. This is better than preseason because we're playing theoretically against BC's starting lineups and all of their starters. So all these guys that are getting reps, Hughes and of course some people in the backfield and some receivers and whatnot, we're playing against ones instead of a preseason game where you're playing against 2s and 3s. So, this is better. It's a little late in the season to be taking a look at people, but it's also it's an advantage to be in this situation so that, you can see what Hughes can do under live pressure and trying to win a regular season game. And also, talking about some of the defensive guys as well, Redwine and Sapp in particular, it gives them an opportunity to play against true live fire. And BC has a really good receiving core, and if their starter at quarterback, we all know Warwick, if he's playing much of the game, then they're going to be under some serious live fire. So it's good. I mean, it gives the coaches a really good opportunity to see what they're like in a regular season game rather than preseason where you don't know who the heck you're playing against.
And really quick before we let you go here, Jeff, I just want to know, have you ever played an October football game in Saskatchewan where the high, October 25th, 20 degrees today. Has that ever happened in your career?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today because it's nice here in Calgary too, and we were out for a long walk and sitting outside, and I was like, this is ridiculous. These players it's so easy now. I mean, my memory's not great, but I'll tell you, there were a lot of really cold games in October, and it was, oh my God, this is ridiculous. I mean, it's just I guess this global warming thing is for real, but these players have it easy. They don't put pads on anymore in practice and everything else, but that's just old Jeff talking. But it's great for the fans, so they don't have to dress up, and hopefully it's like this on November 8th when I'm there watching the game.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be great for the fans here at Mosaic Stadium tonight. Really appreciate the time. As always, Jeff, enjoy the game.
Yeah, I will. I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these other guys work out. And, our linebacking core has been so good. And keep, just get out of the game being healthy. And, that's what we want at this point. And, try to win the game. But what's most important is staying healthy. So I'm looking forward to watching it.
You heard the man. Jeff Fairholm. We're going deep with him every single week. Appreciate it as always. And now it's time to turn things over to Mr. Dave Thomas as well as Rob Vanstone. It's Today in Rough Rider History, brought to you by Taco Time. It's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
October the 25th, where are we going?
October 25th, 2008, a nail biter. Edmonton 9. Saskatchewan Roughriders 55. A real lopsided treat for the home fans. That Rider team in 08 wasn't especially explosive, but that day just everything seemed to be going. 3 touchdown passes, 1 by Stephen Giles, 2 by Michael Bishop. Wes Cates ran for 2 touchdowns as he did virtually every week in the 2008 season. Ray Williams returned an interception for a touchdown. Katwana Jones returned a fumble for a touchdown. And Riders had 33 points by halftime. And I think I had my story done by the start of the third quarter. And also October 25th, Sam Emilis's 28th birthday. So happy birthday, Sam.
Emilis celebrating his birthday. Our boy Wes Cates throwing it back to when he was balling out in 2008. That was Today in Rough Rider History with Dave Thomas and Rob Vanstone, of course, Today in Rough Rider History. Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we will have a guest joining us, Mr. Craig Reynolds, as well as the 13th fan for 2025. So that's on the way. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast.
Farm equipment is a huge investment, and when it's time to sell, you deserve a high return on your investment. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings have a distinct steel arch design that protects your equipment from the sun, rain, snow, and wind. Protection from the elements means protecting your investment. In other words, a Zipperlock building saves you money. Zipperlock Building Company, built on hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
The care your family receives in hospitals, schools, and community programs comes from SEIU West members who live in your community. We're united around something simple. When working people have what they need to do their jobs well, everyone benefits. Our conditions of work are your conditions of care. For more information, visit seiuwest.ca.
still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Two big sales this week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday is a big collector auction featuring a major train collection, HO&N scale. Many new old stock parts, new old stock engines, and cars. Then on Tuesday is the closeout for Dave's Automotive, formerly of Vibank. Tire changer, generators, bolt bins, parts cabinets of all descriptions. Easy to register, easy to bid, and you can come have a look at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. 2SAuctioneers.ca, online auction house.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player.
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet?
Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber and fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
It's never too early to get into the Christmas spirit, and it's always the right time to give back to families in our community. Ashdowns believes in giving back to our community, and this Christmas, they're collecting toys, books, and games for Moose Jaw's Family Services to help spread joy where it's needed most. Bring in a new unwrapped gift to Santa's Workshop, that's Ashdowns, and share the magic of giving this season. And when you give, you get. Get 30% off your purchase, excluding appliances, until November 30th, plus a chance to win your purchase back with Christmas cashback. Only at Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors, downtown Moose Jaw.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And you got Teagan Witko and Wes Cates with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. You can stream us on our YouTube as well as sportscage.com. You can watch the stream there, of course, as well as 620 CKRM. Saskatchewan looking to make it 7 wins at home this season. Play spoiler for BC and home field advantage in the playoffs. It's the Riders, it's the Lions. It's 5 o'clock kickoff from this beautiful stadium here. Now it is time for the Rough Rider Community segment brought to you by Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Joining us right now, we have Craig Reynolds, of course, Saskatchewan Rough Rider President and CEO, as well as Bill, the 13th fan for the 2025 season. So this is an initiative, the 13th Fan Award, that has been happening for a number of years now. Maybe, Craig, you can give us a little bit of insight as to what this award entails and how a winner is selected.
Yeah, thanks, Teagan. Yeah, so we have such great fans, and so we started thinking about, how do we recognize that, and how do we single out fans that just go above and beyond with their fandom. And so we started this program. We modeled it after, we saw a similar program with the Green Bay Packers, actually, and so we modeled it a little bit after that. And so we asked fans to nominate someone who they believe their fandom sort of sets them above and beyond, which obviously Bill's fandom does. And so they get nominated, and then we have a selection committee and who go through all the nominations and what they put forward and make a selection. And we're very happy Bill's this year's winner.
Now, Craig Reynolds is going to be officially presenting a plaque in-game here tonight, Bill. I just want to know, how long have you been a Saskatchewan Roughrider fan?
Classic 1966. Watching, wasn't a fan, actually. My friend dragged me to Sears to watch it on color TV at the store. And by the time George broke that touchdown in the fourth quarter, I was hooked. And ever since, I've been, like I said, I think I've seen a game. I'm pretty sure I've been to every year from 1968. I've managed to make at least one game. And then when I moved back here in '99, I became a season ticket holder.
So, Bill, how long? Well, obviously you've been a Rider fan since '66, but how long have you been like a avid fan, like buying the gear? What's the biggest Rider purchase or you know what I mean, fan activity you would say that you participated in?
I got, I think, 13 jerseys.
Okay.
I'm one of those stupid dyed-in-the-wool everyman Rider fan who just lives for the game. Don't dress up, really. Just this year I'm wearing my sales jersey all year. Really from about 68. It was the first time I went to it. My friends took me to a game. And I've been just a dyed-in-the-wool, bleeding green, like every other fan. Got involved with a lot of things outside. Like one of my big things was producing the opening ceremony for, I think it's a 2003 Grey Cup that was here. I did the family day thing at Real, and that was pretty amazing. And also being involved with Rider Girl, a really great play about that Colleen Sutton wrote about the 2009 missed opportunity. And we've toured Saskatchewan and Alberta.
Wes doesn't like talking about that one.
Yeah, we want to.
Nor do I, Bill.
Forgot about that.
And you were open over the middle when he threw that out to bag. I don't know. You were standing wide open in the middle of the field, and if he dumped it off to you, you'd still be running.
Yeah, I usually am. No, I'm just kidding.
Bill, I'm curious how it feels to get this recognition, though. Like, how, as a fan, that's got to be a pretty cool moment when you get that phone call saying, buddy, you are the 13th fan in 2025.
It's pretty overwhelming and humbling. I got the email right before I came to watch the Wednesday practice. And I'm sitting there, there's only like maybe 10 of us in the stands, but I'm looking around going, like, all the people that could be in the stands, I got picked. And yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's like, it's one of the highlights of my life, yeah.
So did you have 13th fan in your sights? Like, were you gunning for it?
Yeah, actually, I gotta admit, I ran into Gov, last year's winner at Toronto, and Gov gave me a bunch of hints. Because I found out from someone last year, I finished up pretty high last year. Because, it's an essay, so I sat down and tried to write everything I could think of.
It is a prestigious recognition. So, Craig, maybe you can tell us exactly what Bill receives as part of all of this.
Well, he receives a plaque, and then he receives a special, I don't know if I'm supposed to spoil this. Does Bill know? Maybe this is all a surprise to him. But anyways.
You're hearing it here first,
You're hearing it here
folks.
first. This is breaking news. So our friends at WestJet provide a wonderful gift as well. So there's just a few sort of special gifts that he's going to get, but also being recognized in front of Rider Nation, which is pretty cool on its own.
Yeah, it's great you've paid for all my trips next summer to the games.
So incredibly well-deserved. Now, I also do want to ask you, while we have you here, Craig, tell us about Cameco Touchdown for Dreams. This is a pretty special game for folks. What exactly does this evening's game entail? Yeah,
it's really, really special. It's such a special program. Wouldn't be possible with our friends at Cameco, and I just want to give them a special recognition because this is the 14th year of the program. So next year's pretty special, the 15th anniversary, and their CEO Tim Gitzel is just such an advocate for this program and has been since day one. And so it's just, everybody's been touched by cancer, absolutely everybody, and so this program allows women who have been touched by cancer or who are currently battling in a battle to have some dreams granted, and so they're selected. And actually this year Corey Mace participated and gives them the call which tells them they're going to receive their dreams. And so an opportunity last night with Trevor Harris and Jeremy and Corey, and we had a reception for the ladies who have been the dream recipients this year, and they've been wonderful. So they're going to be recognized formally at at the game here. We sell the pink toques, so we raise money for next year's dream recipients. So just a great program that supports women who are in a really tough battle.
Of course, grab those toques on your way into Mosaic Stadium this evening with a 5 o'clock kickoff. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the BC Lions, and all of that money going to an incredible cause. Not to mention, those toques are pretty awesome looking.
Yeah, they're great this year.
I was hoping you were going to be rocking one when we came up
It's
here,
a little
but-
hot. I was gonna wear one, but
In
this is hot.
October?
Yeah, this is hot.
Hey, you know what? We can stick it out. We know the weather cools off in Saskatchewan here as the night goes on. But I want to just extend one more congratulations to Bill, the 13th fan this season. Way to go. And thank you so much, Craig Reynolds, of course, for joining us here on set inside the Sports Cage Lounge. Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we still have so much more. You can stream us live on YouTube as well as sportscage.com. You can join us inside the Sports Cage Lounge here as well. But we do have a lot more thoughts with JD is what we're going to dive into next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
You know, that's not a half bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate Tires, Towing, Mechanical, Farm Service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special, available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Rough Rider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yeah, you heard the big boys guy. You can see our wonderful faces at sportscage.com as well as our YouTube channel, or just come see us live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we tie a bow on this regular season. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders taking on the BC Lions at Mosaic Stadium. Kickoff is just after 5 o'clock. This is Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric, 27 years of trusted, reliable service. For home, farm, and commercial service, all electrical needs, croftelectric.com, and all socials. Now, at this point, of course, I mentioned BC Lions in the building. Saskatchewan Roughriders looking to finish off this season strong with a W tonight. At least that's what they're hoping for. But why don't we look at the other side of the field? This is Thoughts with JD for Taco Time. It's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations. Here is Justin Dunk with Nathan Rourke.
Star Canadian quarterback Nathan Rourke joins us, and Nathan, we'll start with this but move along quickly, okay? Because you were passionate coming out against Stuart Johnston and the rule changes. You had a conversation with him. Have you had any subsequent conversations, and how did it go?
Yeah, we only had one conversation. He was kind enough to reach out. He was very generous with his time, generous with the attention he was given to me, and fielded some of my questions. But I don't think at this point there's plans for anything further.
There's a petition out there. I don't know if you've heard about it, with thousands of signatures against the major rule changes, especially in 2027. When you hear that, does it warm your heart?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that hopefully if my voice or other players around the league voicing their concerns, or other coaches or whatever it might be, hopefully it's the fans. At the end of the day, they're what drives this league. We're a fan-centered league, and we have some of the most passionate fans. And I really feel like we're moving in a direction that clearly the fans don't necessarily want. And so I think that it's important to keep them into consideration. Look, I think we all want an exciting game. I just don't happen to. I think the game is the good way it is, and a lot of people I think echo that. But ultimately, we're driven by the fans' opinion. So I'm glad that there's some people who are getting some things going, and hopefully that's enough to convince the powers that be.
The fans ultimately pay the bills, and I'll just say this because I think you're too modest to say it. To me, the issue's not the game, it's not the players. The amount that Canadian Football League players, especially Canadians, and you're a prime example of this, have gotten better in this league has been unbelievable over the years, especially since my time covering the CFL. I can't believe it's been since 2010, bro. I feel old. But point being, did you get a sense from the CFLPA of how this came across their desk?
I think they were told, just before it was announced publicly. I think that people might want to jump to blame the CFLPA, but really their job is to make sure that no one's jobs are on the line or are altered in any type of way, right? There's less jobs available for Canadians or Americans. So their place isn't really with the rule changes. Per the CBA, the Board of Governors can do anything that they really want with the rules, as long as it doesn't concern player safety. But I think the way that you go about it, especially when there are major changes and steps away from the Canadian game that we know and we love, I think that just sends a pretty clear message of how they want to go about things. And I think that was the biggest issue that myself and other people took issue with.
Okay, let's talk football, because you've been on a tear. The goalposts haven't gotten in the way of me enjoying your play of late when you're throwing touchdown passes into the end zone. What's been behind this from your perspective?
Yeah, I think we're just playing more consistently as a team. I think I think there's been times throughout this year that we've shown what we're capable of, and I think we're just putting it together a little bit more as a team in the last couple of weeks. I think our defense has played tremendous. They're forcing a lot of turnovers. Last week they were scoring some points for us, getting a pick six, getting a safety. When at times where I haven't taken good enough care of the ball, they've made up for it with their play and their improvement throughout this season. So it's been really great to see as an offense, our defense continue to get better every single week, and they'll be key for us. We'll be relying on them throughout the duration of this playoff run.
You're playing at an MOP level, and I would say at this point the favorite to win that award. Do you think about that from an individual perspective, considering the road that you have taken to get to the Canadian Football League?
I just think all that talk is what it is, kind of. I appreciate and I'm honored to be in that conversation, just because I know of the other players that are in that conversation whom I have a lot of respect for, and I certainly am first and foremost a fan of the league. I'm a fan of the players in the league, and I loved watching them play. At this point, I've never, even beginning of the year, sat down and written out that I want to have any individual awards. It was certainly an honor for me in 22 to be at the MOC, but the individual awards to me are pale in comparison to the bigger goals of winning a Grey Cup, and that's what the focus is, and everything else is, to me, just icing on the top.
You mentioned 2022, and I can remember you limping around on the stage getting your award and then going on to have your shot in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And I ask you this because some fans feel like that statement you put out, they really pinpointed some words in there. Mm-hmm. Unforeseen detour was different than the passion that you showed for the Canadian game. What would you want to say to those fans?
Yeah, I think a lot has changed in the last couple of years. To be frank, my goal was, as a kid, always was to play in the NFL. I did grow up going to CFL games, went to Hamilton Ticag games, the old Ivor Wynn, and went to Argo games in the Rogers Centre, and was a BC Lion fan because I was from up there and had a lot of fans out there, or family out there, sorry. And so I always followed the CFL, but I always wanted to play in the NFL. Followed the dream of going down to Division I, playing down there, playing in the States. And then I went down there and I was able to experience it myself. And I think it was really one of those situations where the grass was greener seemed a little bit greener on the other side, just in terms of what's outside of the football. I think that the CFL really represents football in its purest sense. It's a community-driven, fan-driven. It's a league where the players are approachable. We're not. I really felt that the players down in the NFL were, elevated to a status that was more godlike and untouchable almost. And I think there was a lot of people that just play football for the lifestyle or what it brings them rather than the love of the game. And I find every player in the CFL, I instantly have respect for them because I know that they're playing football because I love it. And there's so many more things that I relate with it. Obviously, I think the game is awesome. I think it fits my skill sets so much better. But I went down there, experienced it for myself, bounced around, kind of felt the politics, kind of felt the business, and realized that I think at the end of the day, I love football. I want to continue to improve as a quarterback and progress every single day, every single year. And the CFL was going to give me the best chance to do that. And for that, I owe the CFL a tremendous amount. And while it was a detour at the end, I think the NFL ended up being the biggest detour at that point. And I didn't mean it at the time as anything negative. I can understand how people could take it that way. But I think that I'm more than capable of being wrong. And it's been a really awesome experience in the CFL. And I think I said to you last time we talked, last year in 2024, I don't have any plans about going down that route again. I know that what I have here is a tremendous opportunity to continue to live in the dream of playing professional football, and I'm doing it in my home country, which is a tremendous honor and privilege.
The way that I was saying it, and not trying to speak for you, but the pro athlete's mindset is to play, at the highest level. And the NFL, undoubtedly, from a financial perspective, can, affect your family for generations. So when you're so focused on a goal as a professional athlete, you're not thinking about anything else. You don't want to think about fallback plans, right? You hear about professional athletes talk about it. Nathan Lucas was asked about it. Did you have a plan B if you're washed out of the minors and not ending up playing with the Toronto Blue Jays? He said no. So to me, that's what you were focused on, was playing at the highest level possible. It wasn't necessarily a disrespect for the CFL.
Yeah, I would echo that. I wasn't. It wasn't meant as any slight. Obviously, the CFL was what allowed me to get me a chance to go and give the NFL a try. But ultimately, again, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to be back. I know that there's opportunities, or that I have an opportunity that many people would love to have, to be able to play for a team and to continue to get reps and continue to get better and have opportunities and room to grow within a franchise. Like I saw franchise quarterbacks in the NFL have a long leash, and that's what I have here, and it's a tremendous honor and a privilege, and I'm just very, very grateful for the organization and the league for welcoming me back after I gave that a shot.
The run that you ripped off last week, how does that happen? You're just pulling away from guys, and your 40 time might not say that you're that fast, but I think your game speed goes to another level, and you're ripping off. What was it, a 70-yarder?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't test well. Because it was a weird year. 2020 was my draft year. We didn't have a pro day, or I wasn't invited to the combine. So I ran my mock combine outside in windy Nashville in February. So it was, or maybe it was March, and so not the most reliable thing. But I've also feel like I've worked really hard at it, because I knew that the speed, everyone's faster at this level, and if I wanted to compete, that's always something that I'm working on, and this off season was no exception. So I'm super excited. I have to give props to Tanner Kerr. He's our new performance coach at the Lions, and we were working together in the off season, and I think he might have been more psyched than me, so that's cool.
What do you think your best 40 time is?
I have no idea. I'm so glad I don't have to do that kind of stuff anymore.
We're just talking game speed.
I don't know. I'm hoping we wear these GPS things in our pads.
Oh yeah.
I've yet to see that data, so I would love to see it.
We'll have to talk to Matt Baker about that. Get some of that data.
Sounds good.
In terms of BC as a team being so hot, the offense has driven it undoubtedly. So how have you become so comfortable with Buck Pierce and in his offense?
I think he gives you the space to be able to have success. I think his philosophy is always to put players in the best positions possible. And I think that there's certainly been, throughout this year, there's been some growing pains, as I think that's to be expected. We're trying to figure out each other. He's trying to figure out our personnel. He's trying to figure out my strengths, my weaknesses. And I think that also him as a head coach, from a coordinator who's never been a head coach before, there's a lot to learn in terms of where you have to be on a game day and how you're going to call the game and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's been some filling out, but I think that we're figuring things out, which is great. And he's been extremely cool about making it a collaborative process, wanting input from not just myself, the other quarterbacks, receivers, running backs, people, and around the building. And I think that he's cultivated an environment where we come to work every single day, with a lot of intent and a lot of effort, but also we're having fun, and the energy is really high, and we talk about gratitude a lot, and I think that all those things just allow us to go out there and play, free, and the X's and O's I think are one thing, but I think it's really that kind of stuff that's been the difference maker.
And of course, that was our very own Justin Dunk with Nathan Rourke of the BC Lions. Now we are going to take a quick break, and coming up on the other side, we are going to chat with Lisa Robertson, U of R Director of Sports at the University of Regina. So you're going to want to hang around for this one. That's coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Two big sales this week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday is a big collector auction featuring a major train collection, HO and N scale. Many new old stock parts, new old stock engines and cars. Then on Tuesday is the closeout for Dave's Automotive, formerly of Vibank. Tire changer, generators, bolt bins, parts cabinets of all descriptions. Easy to register, easy to bid, and you can come have a look at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person,
Unit Assistant,
Finance Officer,
Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker, Medical Laboratory Technologist,
Power Engineer,
Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist, Medical Office Assistant, File Clerk, Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician. The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber and fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Howdy, y'all. Wood Country Woody here. I was looking at the Farmer's Almanac the other day, and it says we're in for glacial cold this winter. So you know I went straight to Wood Country for John's Manville Insulation. Just none finer at keeping things toasty and saving all kinds of cash on the heating bills. Keep the heat in the house and the cash in your wallet with John's Manville Insulation from Wood Country in McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Wood-country.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You got Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for the Riders and Lions at 5 o'clock local time. You can watch the stream at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel as well. Right now it is time for the Extra Point with Justin Dunk for Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament, Moose Jaw Lake Center, Lanigan. Our live guest is joining us here inside the lounge. This is Lisa Robertson, University of Regina Director of Sports. So there are a couple of items that we want to discuss with you here, Lisa. Yeah. The first of which being the CFL rule changes. What type of financial hurdles are you going to be jumping over here? Because obviously they're going to be changing the length of the field and the goalposts. So what kind of discussions have you had internally?
Yeah, we've had preliminary discussions for sure. We haven't spoken to all the players specifically in the city right now that these changes will affect. The big change for us is the field size. Obviously, Mosaic is our home field, CFL stadium. So that is sort of the biggest impact and unknown at this point. The U Sports, the 27 U Sport football schools have gotten together, athletic directors, a couple coaches. We've had some preliminary discussions. This is really a problem for 4 schools. It's a problem for Calgary, it's a problem for Manitoba, and a problem for us, and then McGill. Now, the McGill situation is a little different. The Alouettes play in McGill Stadium, so obviously McGill owns that field, so I'm not sure what'll transpire out there. But I guess there's two things happening at the same time. Field, which is a really big expense to even contemplate, and it doesn't, there's 23 other schools out there that don't have CFL field, so it's non-issue for them. And then the rules. The rules is the other thing that the coaches will have some significant discussion about coming up actually at Vanier Cup. Our annual football coaches meeting, CUFCA, is taking place here during the Vanier Cup. So
there has been some chatter about the Regina Rams potentially having a stadium or a field on campus. Is that a reality?
Is it a reality? It's a vision, I would say at this point. We've had lots of discussion about it. We're looking at possibilities of trying to have the team back on campus, not because we don't love being in this stadium. It is, frankly, the best stadium in the country, CFL stadium in the country. It's a huge stadium for when you have crowds of between 1,500 and 5,000. It's a really big stadium. It also allows our campus community to partake easily, people that live in res, to partake easily in sport. So it is a vision for our campus, absolutely, to have a stadium on campus.
Do you think that because there's 23 other schools out there in U Sports playing football that aren't playing in CFL buildings, that U Sports could just keep doing their thing with the 55-yard line and have the posts at the back of the end zone, and then the other 4 schools figure it out?
Yeah, that's the realistic reality, frankly. To change over a turf, it's in the millions of dollars. To change the end zones, to change the uprights, and then they have soccer playing on those same fields. They have rugby playing on those same fields. So we have just football here, but on their home turfs, just like our home turf, we have our soccer team playing. So the expense is in the hundreds of millions to ask 23 schools to switch over their field. They're all in different life cycles. We did an analysis. U Sports asked us to say where's your field in its life cycle for switching over. It's varied.
Of course, Lisa Robertson, Director of Sport, University of Regina, the Vanier Cup coming up, 60th anniversary, first time here in this building at Mosaic Stadium. I know, Lisa, you mentioned earlier that you're selling tickets like hotcakes out there and Party in the Park. So if you want to grab yours, you absolutely should. It's going to be coming up in late November. Really appreciate the time, Lisa. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And go Rams over the Bison.
Yes, go Rams.
Coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we are going to have a conversation with Glenn Suter ahead of this matchup between your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the BC Lions to wrap up this regular season. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes.
Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience, here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Hi folks, Tim here. Now is the time to purchase a quality used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Did you know that on qualified used combines, we offer an interest waiver and a protection plan? Wow, talk about the total package. But most of all, the peace of mind knowing that you purchased your used Case IH combine from Young's Equipment Incorporated. Priceless. Guarantee a smooth harvest. Check out Young's Equipment today.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yeah, absolutely. You got Teagan Witko, you got Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, and our next guest ready to join us. You can watch the stream live on YouTube, sportscage.com. You can come hang out with us live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium as we get you set for the final game of the 2025 regular season, your Saskatchewan Roughriders and the BC Lions. Right now, Glenn Suter joins us for his segment. It's brought to you by North Home Windows. Designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Now, Glenn, I don't know where you necessarily want to start here, but I feel like maybe we can jump in by talking a little bit about the fact that Brett Lawther is out.
Yeah.
You got Trevor Harris starting this one in a game that some fans may say doesn't mean anything, but it does at this point because we still don't necessarily know what that playoff picture looks like.
Yeah, well, it means a lot to the BC Lions, obviously. They can win and wrap up home field in the semifinals. So if they can get that job done today, they get to host the semifinal game. That's important. Play indoors for Nathan Rourke, the way he's throwing the ball. I think it's, both teams throw the ball well in VA or whomever. So, but that's what's on the line for the BC Lions. For Saskatchewan, though, first of all, I disagree with the idea to play Trevor Harris. I do. I've been saying it since they locked up first in the division. I just don't think you put him in harm's way, especially if you've made any changes around him that may cause him to hold the ball an extra second. You know, if there's a receiver who isn't quite sure from a new position where he's running his route or when he should make his break, and Trevor holds the ball a little longer, you know, he takes that one extra hit. And, you know, you can get hurt, as we talked about on the cage, you can get hurt coming out of the shower. You know, like, so, you know, I don't mean, you know, not play him to avoid, you know, put him in bubble wrap or anything like that. I just mean it's an unnecessary risk for a 40-year-old veteran who I don't think needs more reps to be great on West Final Saturday. You know, I think Trevor will be great. He will be ready. He will be mentally prepared. He'll be physically as good as you can feel at this time of the year. And that's why I disagree with playing him. If you're going to play him, though, keep the O-line intact as much as you can. Looks like they've done that. You know, there's been so much changeover in receivers, so there shouldn't be too much, you know, too many mental mistakes there. You know, I think they'll be okay. I don't know. But here's what's important for the Riders in this game tonight, I think. Their compete level. You know, if you think for a second that you can turn the switch off for one game and then 2 weeks later just turn it back on, you can't. And I'm talking about backups or whomever's playing in this game, wearing the green and white. Can't move in the standings. You got the West Final. But what you can do is show an unbelievable compete level and push with your backups, push the starters in BC, so you plant a seed in their mind saying, we may see you in the West Final, and our backups just beat you. I think that's a heck of a message.
I like that, and that's why I thought Jake Mayer should have stayed in the game last week, because you could beat Winnipeg and say, okay, we beat you with largely our backups. So same thing applies here. But Glenn, I totally agree with you on Trevor Harris. I'm not calling it bubble wrap, but you shouldn't be playing him. AJ Ouellette, you can sit down too. Jamarcus Hardrick, you don't need to play. Malik Carney, same. Jameer Thurman, like we can go down the list. So how much of a risk is that? And then how do you approach it as a player? Like, let's say the idea is to get Trevor Harris a few series here.
Yeah.
Is he being told, okay, if anybody gets remotely close to you, you just chuck it in the first row or you hit the deck?
See, again, if you're coaching that way and that's the message to
I don't think they are, but hypothetically.
I hear you, yeah. It's a good question because, you know, in your mind, you're fighting as a player now. I can't play this game trying to protect myself. I can't do that or else I will hurt myself. That's when you hesitate. That's when you're not just flowing with the game and taking those hits in a fluid way so that you're not rigid, and that's when you hurt your neck or whatever it might be. So, you know, that's another reason. And if you ask any player, they'll tell you, I'm playing. I want to play every snap. I want to play on every special team. Trevor will tell you that. Let me cover punts. He'll say that. And the coach's job is say, no, you're not covering punts.
Oh, no, I hope he doesn't say that.
You know, I think, you know, if Trevor, and he's been around long enough in the case of just the quarterback position, he will be, you know, sharp and will be one of the best out there that has mentally won the battle between trying to protect yourself and going out and playing hard. He'll have won that battle, I think, mentally. Some guys won't, though, especially young guys. And then they'll be, you know, making business decisions when they see a whole bunch of people coming at them or a pulling guard on defense, and you have to create a pile right there with your shoulder and dip it and get in there. Like, some guys will make a business decision and go, yeah, I don't think so. Not today. Maybe in the West Final I'm doing that, but not today. So, you know, and it's subconscious. No one's doing it on purpose. It just sort of kicks. It's the same reason that we see the difference between the level of intensity in regular season hockey as opposed to playoff hockey. How different is that? Like night and day different. And you just can't talk about it. It just happens organically.
You made me think, too, if you're making a business decision, that's legitimate, because if you play in that West Final, you're getting some more money.
Yeah.
So if you get hurt today, there's money on the line for all these guys.
True business.
Well, you know, I hate to be the guy who says, you know, the what if, you know, again, you can get hurt coming out of the shower. But if Vernon Adams, or if, like, let's say Winnipeg decided to go the other way today. They didn't play Zach. They decided they were going to go with Strebler, who got hurt. But They would play Zach. What if Zach was in that position and it was Zach? Their season's over. And no disrespect to Streveler, but they're not beating the BC Lions or Saskatchewan Roughriders or even going through the East without Zach. I mean, that's I know I didn't break any news there. So, the risk is so high for what? The difference in division, maybe. You're a third place team. I don't know.
I definitely agree. Is there anybody though that isn't playing, or maybe that's out there that you do think needs the reps?
Yeah, like now that you see the roster, guys like a Joe, I think you got to get them to the primary spots, because the receivers have moved around so much that the guys that are going to be ready for the West Final and that you're going to play in the West Final, like in a Joe, get him out of this funk that he's in since he's returned. And I don't know why, if it's just not opportunities, or Trevor's gone in different directions, or he's just not as sharp as he was yet. I think guys like that's where this is an important game. Go out and compete, play in a different position so you're ready to know all of them, and be sharp for Trevor's certainly, but be sharp all game and get ready for that Western Final to be a 100-yard receiver in the playoffs.
Well, Glenn, thank you so much for your time. Always appreciate it.
I kind of rambled there, didn't I?
No, you're good.
Was
you're
that
good, buddy?
No.
It's like you get paid to do that or something.
Did that classify as a rant? Was I on a rant there about Trevor?
You just hit all our questions before we get asked.
Have a good show, guys.
Oh, buddy, I appreciate you.
Yeah,
and have a great call up there, hey?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Glenn Suter joining us live inside the Sports Cage Lounge here at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, streaming on YouTube as well as our sportscage.com website. It is Countdown to Kickoff, and it's brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Now, coming up next on Countdown to Kickoff, we hop into Cates' corner, so we'll get his analysis in just a couple of minutes. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter is coming fast. Is your vehicle ready? At Karst Holdings Integra Tire in Assiniboia, they've got the winter tires you need to stay safe and in control, no matter what Mother Nature throws your way. From top brands to expert installation, they've got you covered. Plus, winter rebates on now up to $100 off. Karst Holdings Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Your road, our passion. Visit them today or book online at karstholdings.ca.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes.
Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. croftelectric.com. It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-way service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
No way! You're Bruiser McTackle, my favorite football player!
That's right, kid. I'm going door to door talking about SaskTel's fastest internet and smoking deals on the latest phones at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer.
Hey, did somebody say fast internet? Beetlejuice? You need fast internet and a new phone?
I need fiber and fiber optic.
This is the best fall ever!
Visit Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin today.
Is your diesel running a little rough? Make it right again with Diesel Fuel Conditioner from Milligan Bio. This grown in Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's a one-of-a-kind, highly effective treatment that increases engine lubrication, cleans your injectors, and improves the fuel economy of your diesel engine, meaning you'll spend less money on maintenance and fuel. Diesel Fuel Conditioner from Milligan Bio. Grown in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan diesels. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates with you ahead of the Cameco Touchdown for Dreams pink game as we tie a bow on this regular season. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders face the BC Lions here at Mosaic Stadium. You can come see us live inside the Sports Cage Lounge, and you can always watch the stream as well, sportscage.com or our YouTube channel as well. But right now, we've been waiting for this all afternoon, boys. Time to jump into Kate's Corner. Kate's Corner? Kate's Corner. Doesn't really matter. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for batteries. Check out Prairie Battery at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you. We just made up the name this season anyway, so we can call it whatever we want. Yeah.
Apostrophe on there. Kate's Corner.
Kate's Corner. What you thinking, buddy?
Sure. You know what? I was just thinking about all the talk about who should be playing, who shouldn't be playing. So then I was trying to revisit, like, what my last games of the season were like as a rider, and I was thinking about back to 2008. We're talking about A.J. Ouellette and the great season that he's been having. I mean, he's listed as the starter. How many reps he's going to get, I don't know. But I remember in 2008, we had a few different quarterbacks start that year. Actually, 4 different quarterbacks all got at least 3 starts. And I ended up being MOP nominee for that Riders team. Had missed a few games at the end of the season because of a high ankle sprain. But when I came back for the last game of the season, we were in Toronto, and I had a chance. I think I was still 50 yards ahead of Joffrey Reynolds at the time. And I played in that game, and I don't think it really would have changed our playoff positioning. Maybe I think it was just kind of one of those things. But we played most of our starters for most of the game. But in that game, after coming back from a high ankle sprain, I actually was on a goal line play, got kind of tangled up under the pile. Some guys landed on my ankle funny, and I actually ended up spraining the other ankle. Oh. So I ended up trying to play through it, but then it started getting more and more sore. and ended up taking myself out of that game. Thankfully, it wasn't the type of injury that I wasn't ready for the playoff game the next week. But we're talking about all these woulda, couldas, or if it might and who might get hurt. That's a situation where, you know, going into it, I really was thinking, okay, I got my chance to go ahead and seal up this rushing title. And then trying to get that title, I ended up just with a sore ankle, and then Reynolds ended up overtaking me anyway. So I ended up in second, never really got my chance to lead the league in rushing. I was yards from scrimmage leader, though, because y'all know I can catch, Doug. So I was out there getting out of the backfield, catching my, you know.
I would have loved to throw to you, bro.
Yeah.
That would have been sick. But come on, incentives. How many incentives did you have on the line late season? What was your biggest one? Give us the deets.
Yeah. So early on, I think my contract was pretty much just salary, just base salary. But then my last couple of contracts were more incentive based. Like I got bonus for hitting 16 games, and I got a bonus for playing 18 games. And I know in 2009 and in 2010, I played every game 2009, I missed the first couple of games because I was coming back off of shoulder surgery, but I made all those games for rest 09 and 10, so I was getting that bonus. Then I was getting a bonus for hitting 1,000 yards. That was a nice little clip. I think that was like a 10 spot or something. Ooh. You know what I mean? Maybe a little more than that. It might have been 20. I can't remember. I try to keep that to myself. I ain't gonna give you the real number. Just no. And then there was a couple other. I think maybe I had a touchdown bonus in there or something like that. But yeah. So you can kind of work it around. And I always like the incentives because then it was kind of like a little hedging of the bets for the player and the organization, right? The player, okay, if I'm balling, y'all ain't getting all this good work out of me for free because once I hit my incentives, I'm going to get a little more money. And then for the organization, it's like, yeah, if some injuries come up or, some things change, then maybe we save a little bit of money because he didn't actually hit all those marks. So I think it's kind of a good thing to have those incentives in there, and it kind of works out for the player and the organization in the sense that, if a guy's hitting his incentives, then you should be happy with paying him. And if he comes up a little short, the player should understand why he's not making as much money, right?
Were you around some guys, though, that got sat close to a bonus who might have felt some type of way?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
And name
specifically.
names.
No,
he will. We'll make them.
I do remember one time Darian Durant, though, because in 08, the reason why we had so many quarterbacks is because Darian Durant had broken his ribs on a hit. And I don't know if you guys remember from earlier in the season, the guy that hit Durant was a guy I should have been blocking. Now, it was a crazy blocking scheme, and I blame La Police because he had me leaving the backfield on a route unless my guy showed blitz, which the guy didn't show blitz. He blitzed from depth, so I was a little late getting there, and Durant's ribs paid the price. I'm going to blame Dominguez, too, because he was running lazy out and up. Made Durant have to hold it longer. But Durant did joke with me one time, like, yo, man, you making me miss my 50+1 bonus. And I think he was getting, you know what I mean, like a G or something.
Oh, per game.
Yeah, per game.
That's like so Trevor Harris. He's got that, 3,000 per game.
Yeah.
51%
so
of the
Durant
snaps.
I don't think he was getting 3 stacks, but he was getting a nice little. And so one time he did, was like, you owe me, Cates, because I was like, hey, bro, I got nothing, I don't know what you're talking about. But, yeah, so it does come into play. And I do think that, I mean, in a case like this, you got a guy like Trevor Harris, and you seal up, in a case where you're sealing up first place early, I think that an organization or coaching staff, whatever, you should find a way to go ahead and give a guy his bonuses, especially if it's like just playing the game, right? If a guy is healthy and wants to play, but you sit him down and then you take his money out, I think that's a little suspect. I'm just saying. I don't want to start no drama.
The Riders don't really have that. I looked around on their contracts of all the key guys. Like even A.J. Ouellette, he doesn't have incentive, let's say, for leading the Canadian Football League in rushing yards. I don't think he would catch Dedrick Mills at this point anyway, but there's not really any incentives like that outside of the per-game incentive for playing 51 or more % of the snaps on offense, which Trevor Harris does have in his contract.
That 50+1, that's what we always do. Yeah, if you play him 50% of the snaps, it's that one extra that gets you paid, however many snaps that is, right? So if you play 60 snaps and you play 30, then sorry, buddy, you don't get your
need that one more to get it.
Your bonus check. So it does. I mean, and I've been around guys that are kind of like counting their plays and being like, are they keeping me out of the formation just to save a couple thousand right now? Like, you know what I mean? So it does kind of come up and maybe make guys feel a little funny about it from time to time. But at the end of the day, you kind of realize that it is a team game and it's more about getting the dub. So, you might have to have a backroom conversation about it, but you're definitely not going to make a stink about it, in the middle of a game. So,
from that standpoint, Glenn Suter said, matter-of-factly, he doesn't think Trevor Harris should play in this game.
Right.
What do you think about Trevor Harris and some of the other veterans, A.J. Ouellette, who are suiting up? Should they be playing, or how would you approach it as a player?
I mean, I really don't want to play him. I don't want to play him in this game because I feel like maybe guys for BC, everybody isn't out there necessarily playing the game, worrying about hurting or not hurting other guys. So you put guys in harm's way. A guy sees opportunity, maybe he takes a shot. that another guy wouldn't take. So I think about things like that, fluke plays, maybe a guy just gets tied up. We're like Trevor Harris's knee injury a couple years ago. Like, how often does that happen? Or are you talking about Kadeem Carey and the way he got hit earlier in the season? Like, things like that just could happen, so you're risking that. So I think, like, this team is a veteran team. I think, some of the younger guys, like Glenn mentioned, Joe, yeah, maybe you keep him in there. He's a young guy. He's spry, quick. He's not as likely to get hurt, big, strong athlete, and young, still pretty pliable, right? You know what I mean? The joints aren't getting old and tight. So I think that's a big part of it. And so these guys are too good, and you can get the speed in practice. You can get those reps. You can time up. As a matter of fact, you can do it more efficiently in practice because it's like, we haven't been connecting on this dig route. So you can go run 10 in a row. You know what I mean? You don't have to be out there going against BC secondary to get the right look. You know what I mean? You just go get the look at practice, whether you want to do that against, the scout team or the starters on the opposite side of the ball or whatever the case may be. So I think that it's the risk isn't worth the reward in this case. So just sit the guys and get that good tempo in practice. And then if you're in practice and they're not getting good tempo, then let's stop practice. Y'all need to pick it up. Like, let's get, like, y'all at like 80%. Like, can we get this to like 90, 95? Let's go. It's simple.
As Justin said, A.J. Ouellette going to be starting in this game. How much do you think the Tommy Stevens injury plays a role in that? Because A.J. will do anything that is asked of him at this point. We've seen it on the field throughout the course of this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I like the way A.J. was running the short yardage game. I mean, obviously, he didn't have any type of fumbles of the snap or anything like that. So, and that's the biggest part of it, right, is just getting the ball from the center, protecting it, and then finding, that little seam that you need to get the 1 or 2 yards. So I think it's a bigger part, especially the CFL game, with that yard off the ball and most teams going for it when it's 3rd and 1, 3rd 1.5. So I think that it's a big miss to have a guy like Stevens not there because he's 2 yards tall, you know what I mean? He knows how to do it. He's run some, he's taken some to the house from like 40, 50 yards out. So he's a great athlete, understand, and you can maybe throw a wrinkle in there and have him throw the ball. I don't know if you can do that with a guy like AJ. So it does hurt, but I think they found ways around it. I wouldn't necessarily worry about it this game. Maybe have whoever's available do it for this game, but it's something that they might need to work on or get figured out in their bye week next week.
Jeff Fairholm talked about the weather and how lucky these guys are to play in warm weather. Can you remember a game that you played in that was anywhere close to this in late October?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, there's been some hot ones in the middle of the summer. Late October, I can't, it doesn't come to mind. I do remember as a rookie on August 30th, I was playing in snow. I thought that was crazy.
What year was that?
That was 2006. It was when we were in Calgary playing Winnipeg, and yeah, man, it was probably like 4 or 5 degrees, flurries. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, I guess this is CFL football right here because I can't believe it. This is summer. It's snowing.
Well, of course, that was your Wes Cates analysis as we get you set for your Saskatchewan Roughriders to take on the BC Lions right here at Mosaic Stadium. And for those who are keeping track, by the way, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers up 19-10 over the Montreal Alouettes in the final minute.
You can call it
of
a
that
final.
Game. It's
Winnipeg's
pretty
going to win.
Yeah, it's pretty much over. So that means that the playoff picture gets a little more clear, but we still need to see the result of this game. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders and, of course, the BC Lions. Now, still so much more to come. So much more to come. We still have another hour and a little bit here before kickoff. So not only are we going to set the scene with Dave and Luke, they're going to join us here in a little bit. We're going to talk about that weather. It's a beautiful October afternoon. We're also going to hear from head coach Corey Mace. We are going to take a look at the injury report. We're going to take a look at the starting lineups, talk about the quarterback comparison. Again, Trevor Harris going to be starting this game. Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game, and then we'll see what the odds makers are saying about this one as well. So there is still plenty to digest, still plenty to talk about. And again, you can watch it at sportscage.com or our YouTube channel. Join us in the lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's fall, and Prairie Battery has what you need to get going for all your equipment and vehicle needs. Prairie Battery has some of the highest CCA options available, and high-end batteries like Odyssey AGMs if you're looking for something to really handle the Saskatchewan elements. Having problems with your car battery? They'll test it for free. They have maintainers and boosters as well to get you ready for winter. So, when you want to get going, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. 2 big sales this week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Monday is a big collector auction featuring a major train collection, HO&N scale. Many new old stock parts, new old stock engines and cars. Then on Tuesday is the closeout for Dave's Automotive, formerly of Vibank. Tire changer, generators, bolt bins, parts cabinets of all descriptions. Easy to register, easy to bid, and you can come have a look at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. 2SAuctioneers.ca, online auction house.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Let's be honest, 5 inches might be fine for the city boys, but out here on the farm, you need something a little more impressive. Prairie 6-inch eaves troughs are built bigger to handle heavy rains, wide roofs, and serious flow. No overflowing, no messing around, just 6 solid inches of high-performance gutter. Because when the skies open up, you'll be glad you went bigger. See Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist, prairieeavestrough.ca.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till November 5th, save big on the quality and power you know and love from Maytag and Whirlpool. Get a Maytag 5.5 cubic foot Pet Pro top load washer with 7 cubic foot top load dryer for just $16.99. Or get the Whirlpool 5.5 cubic foot IEC top load washer with removable agitator and 7 cubic foot dryer for just $14.99. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
It is the regular season finale for your Saskatchewan Roughriders here at Mosaic Stadium with the BC Lions in the building, as are we, live from the Sports Cage Lounge. You can watch the stream on YouTube, sportscage.com as well. It's a beautiful day for October football here in Regina, and the final game on the docket of the week. So, yeah, plenty to discuss. Lots to get to here. Let's just dive right in, gentlemen. It is the Scene Setter. It is brought to you by McDougall Auctioneers, the official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
How about we go ahead and address the elephant in the room right off the hop? And no, I'm not talking about my diet. I'm talking about, Luke, the fact that some might consider this to be a meaningless football game. Is it a meaningless football game, especially when you consider that today, the BC Lions are going to be playing for home field advantage in the West semifinal, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders know that they're tuning up for the West Division final.
Listen, if you think this is a meaningless game and you're in that locker room, you don't need to be in that locker room. This is the time the champions are steeled, if you will. Right now, the massive opportunity for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is to send a message. You're going to see the BC Lions, if they're successful next week against the Calgary Stampeders. They need to know that if they come back here, right, they have a beating awaiting them. That is the opportunity. And more importantly, for the reps that are out there today, you have another opportunity to continue to get better, to continue to work towards playing your highest level of football, because that's what it's going to take. I hope that, I would hope that, the messaging is as such. You cannot walk into the playoffs, especially when you have that Western final bye week. Right, you've got another bye week, so you've got to be playing at a high level. So there's so much to play for. Is it standings based? No, but it's Grey Cup based, and that's what we all came here to get. We came here to get a Grey Cup. That's always the ultimate goal for any season. Nice hat, go Jays.
Squirrel.
Yeah, no kidding.
Anybody
Justin,
wearing Toronto gear today, I'm saying that today.
Okay, fair
Good.
enough.
I
Fair
like
enough.
it.
Justin, I want to talk to you. You were talking about it in the countdown to kickoff about contract incentives and how they factor in, right? Obviously, this is a team game, but does it become a little individualistic at this time of year when, hey, I got $3 grand waiting on the line if I can get to this number?
I think it depends a little bit on the player. I'm sure Luke has some of those insights in the locker room, but from being around the league and covering it, it seems like most guys are team players, and with the Riders having clinched the West final at this point, they don't necessarily care. And there's not many of those in the Riders' contracts to begin with. I mean, Trevor Harris is the only one that sticks out. If he doesn't play the 50+1, I like how Wes Cates put it. Today, he won't get his $3,000, but I don't think he cares about that. He cares about legacy, as Luke alluded to, getting that Grey Cup ring. So however the Riders can best prepare to do that in their minds, that's what they should do.
And Teagan, you've been talking with a lot of people today and this week. What's the feeling that you get in the importance of this game, and what do you think we're going to see from the Riders?
We know the Riders are competitors. We know that they come in hungry to win, and we've heard it from head coach Corey Mace. We go 1-0, and it might sound like a cliche, but this is a team that is not only playing to prove themselves, but also to say, hey, if we have a couple of guys that are in our backup and our second string, and they can still come out and show up against the BC Lions when they could very well be seeing them in the playoffs, that's got to be a feather in your cap and a lot of confidence heading into the postseason.
I'm so glad you said that. I said that yesterday on the Sports Cage. There's still decisions to be made. If I'm a wide receiver out here today, I'm playing my best game.
Yeah.
Because the decisions made in the Western Conference Final are going to be depth decisions. And there's guys that are getting an opportunity that have potentially may not be on the Western Finals roster when it comes time to cut those 42 guys.
And that means money, right?
Yeah, totally.
That playoff bonus money.
Absolutely.
We're talking about real business decisions.
Absolutely, man. So that's why you always got to come in here. And again, the other thing is, too, I know there's a lot of people that always look at these games and they say, well, you don't want to get hurt. Well, here's the deal. It's like shooting. Aim small, miss small. Think hurt, get hurt, period.
Yeah.
So if I go back to my illustrious high school football career, I can tell you the rust never came off. But is there a potential, Luke, that you run out of rhythm and start to develop rust if you're not in your routine in what could be a span of 3-4 weeks that the Riders have played a meaningful game?
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I'd like to see here today. I want to see Trevor Harris. I don't care how long he's out there for. I want to see this team getting in and out of the huddle. I want to see a crisp attack. I want to see execution. And that goes more towards the thought about the Grey Cup and what it takes to be a Grey Cup team, not about what situation that you're playing in today.
put me inside a player's mind then. Trevor Harris was out 3 hours before kickoff, as he always is every game, and he goes through the same routine where he's reading the wristband, he sees a play developing in front of him, makes his reads without a football or anyone else anywhere near. You've disrupted that pattern and that rhythm by having the opportunity to clinch a bye into the West Final. How do you make sure you stay on that?
I think Trevor's just such a pro that he'll go back to his routine. He'll go to what he does, and I think, sort of to Luke's point, if the offense comes out and goes down the field, looks crisp on the first drive, I'd be in the headset, Mark Mueller, Corey Mace, okay, you're done for the day. Leave on a high note, like George Costanza would say.
Mic drop.
It's interesting, too. I look at Trevor Harris. When you look, and I hope you have time for this, but when you look at the last couple Grey Cup winning quarterbacks, Darian Durant, you look at Ken Austin, right? You go back, Trevor Harris is one of the first quarterbacks that I remember in Ryder Green that is a family-centered guy, right? Darian Durant was one of the best leaders that I'll ever be around in a locker room. Jeremy O'Day, fantastic leader. Ken Austin, amazing leader. But Trevor Harris is a great leader in his own right. But for me, Trevor Harris embodies Rider Nation a lot more than some of these other quarterbacks because of that family dynamic, because he's had young kids. He's brought them on the journey. They've been involved in game day, right? He talks about so many other things that are family-oriented outside of football. So I think that, when you talk about legacy, right, Trevor Harris has also got the opportunity, if he brings a Grey Cup here, to be very unique as a winning quarterback here in Rider Nation.
And if you want to see that camaraderie inside the locker room, man, you should just watch those game ball videos that they post on the Riders socials. Holy, you can just feel the camaraderie that they have as a team. And we also saw it on the field throughout most of this season. So we get to watch that again tonight here at Mosaic Stadium. Why don't we talk about the weather here, gentlemen, because it is, as I mentioned, a beautiful late October afternoon. It is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
All right, Rough Riders fans, we got a quiet day today with well above normal temperatures. This is nice for late October. Throughout the day, partly sunny. Kickoff temperatures should be right around 17 or 18 degrees. Those winds will be light out of the west-northwest. Game time temperatures will fall to about 13 degrees, so it stays very comfortable, and 13 is still above normal for a high for this time of year. So it's comfortable and relatively mild and dry. So it looks like quiet weather for the game. If you're headed to the game, have a great time and go Rough Riders.
Well, thank you very much. Precision Weather, that was your weather forecast for this evening, thanks to Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, QualityTire.ca. Coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show, we are going to be diving into the injury report, the starting lineups, the quarterback comparison, Luke's 3 keys to the game, the betting odds, that and so much more still to come. You can watch the stream on sportscage.com or YouTube as well. We are live from the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Come hang out with us. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their card lock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Is your diesel running a little rough? Make it right again with diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. This grown in Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's a one-of-a-kind, highly effective treatment that increases engine lubrication, cleans your injectors, and improves the fuel economy of your diesel engine, meaning you'll spend less money on maintenance and fuel. Diesel fuel conditioner from Milligan Bio. Grown in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan diesels. Get it online at milliganbio.com.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, alongside Luc Mullinder and Dave Thomas here live inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. You can watch the stream at sportscage.com and YouTube as well. You know, it's hard to believe it, but we're already here at the end of the regular season, and we're wrapping up the 2025 CFL season where it all began, right here at Mosaic Stadium. It's Lions, it's Riders, it's 5 o'clock local time for that kickoff, and we're here to set the stage for you, get you everything you need to know in terms of the roster. So let's dive in by starting with the injury report. It's brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association, providing cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand, anywhere in the province.
Okay, I'm going to throw a curveball at the end of this, but quickly, here's what you need to know as far as the injuries go this week. 3 of the 4 leading receivers in yardage for the Saskatchewan Roughriders are in the injury report. Keyshawn Johnson been wearing a knee brace. He has not practiced in 2 weeks. Joe Robustelli, who injured his knee on the first play last week in Winnipeg, as well as Dante Myers, all on the one-game injured list. Dante getting close with that ankle injury. Who is the other receiver that fits into the top 4 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders this season? Mull it over for a minute. Ronald Milligan Jr. hasn't been seen since that game in Ottawa with that leg, foot, ankle injury. Shane Ray with a shoulder. Marcus Sales with his knee. I saw him walking in. Brett Lothar, again, he is a question mark because the back has flared up big time for him. And so he is not going to play today. So the American kicker, as I heard you guys mentioning in that countdown to kickoff, will be in. Mario Anderson Jr. also suffered a knee injury in Winnipeg last week, while Tommy Stevens is nursing the knee injury that he had a couple of weeks ago. All of them on the one-game injured list, all of them hoping to return. And to quote Corey Mace, the idea moving forward is that they all will be ready when it comes to the West Final in a couple of weeks from now. That is the way that they are trending, quoting Corey Mace.
Samuel Emelis.
Cut that out.
I didn't mention Samuel Emelis. I left him off because I think he's much
the third
closer.
leading receiver.
No, it's not him. It's Tommy Neal.
I don't think Mace meant to say all of them are going to be ready.
No, he says they're all trending towards being ready for the West Final. That's what
Neal's
they want.
5th in receiving yards. We're going by receiving yards?
Yes. Sam Emelis, right?
Yeah.
And then Tommy Neal. Tommy Neal has crept his way into that number.
He's 5th.
Yeah. Is he 5th? Yeah. Okay. I'll trust you on that.
I got it right here.
Okay, I believe you. But some of our greatest conversations, by the way, happen when we're not on the air. Generally, they involve food. But just one quick food for thought item is the fact that if we go around, right, so if BC wins this game, they host Calgary next week. BC loses, they're going out east. Do you think the Riders want them to go out east?
I don't care. If I'm the Saskatchewan Roughriders, I want to win this game because someone's coming into our house next week at some point, and they're going to get their tail beat. That's the mentality that this team needs to have, right? So, again, I think that the BC Lions, I think that they need to do everything they can to win today's game. I'm telling you right now, there's absolutely no candy out east this year. Zero candy for anybody. The Hamilton Tiger Cats and the Montreal Alouettes, those are two of the top 4 teams in this league right now. Nobody wants to go out east. So if I'm BC, I'm desperate to get this game. Not just to get this game because I want to avoid the East and get my playoff game. I want to send a message to the Riders too. Hey, we'll see you in 2 weeks, and we're going to beat your tail then too. So again, you've got to be ready. We are thinking so far beyond positioning and the day of today. We are thinking about what it takes to make a Grey Cup championship, and that's the mentality they need to approach.
Teagan, I'm sorry for that. He just sounds hangry. That's all there is to it.
Oh, dude, I am going to get a piece of pizza.
I was going to say, go get some Western pizza over there.
Okay.
Line's short right now.
Oh, I know. It's going to be awesome.
That was your injury report for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. So now let's dive into the starting lineup. It's brought to you by Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. At Athol Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character. Discover excellence in academics, athletics, leadership. Join the tradition. Apply today, NotreDame.ca.
All right, start on the offensive side. There are some changes in the offensive line due to some rest being given to the likes of Philippe Gagnon at left guard. That means Darius Washington, who started at right tackle last week, will move to the left guard spot. So from left to right, you're looking at your Rookie of the Year nominee, Peyton Collins, Darius Washington, Logan Furland, Jacob Bramer, and Jamarcus Hardrick, who thinks that the offensive lineman nomination should have gone to Logan Furland, but he's more than happy to take it for himself at right tackle. The receivers, Sean Bain Jr., Mitch Picton, Kean Schaefer, Baker, Del Duncan Busby, and Tommy Neild. Trevor Harris gets the call at quarterback, while A.J. Ouellette will be in the backfield once again for the Roughriders today. On the defense for Saskatchewan up front, Malik Carney, Caleb Sanders going to get the start in place of Mike Rose, Micah Johnson, and Hava Baldonado along the defensive line. The linebacking core, what a group. A.J. Allen nominated as top Canadian of the year. Jameer Thurman named top defensive player for the Saskatchewan Roughriders this season. Then Antoine Brooks, who's just done everything asked of him and doing it at a very, very high level. He is going to play in his 6th consecutive game for the Green and White tonight. Nelson Lacombo comes back into the lineup after missing 7 games at safety. The halves are Sheldrick Redwine and DeMarcus Fields. DeMarcus has had a very understated season, in my humble opinion, while Tavon Campbell makes his 2nd consecutive start after missing 4 games at the one side, and then Benny Sapp, the third, will get the start on the other corner tonight.
I agree with you, man. DeMarcus Fields has had a great season.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
And that, of course, was your starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. So the one thing that we did omit was the quarterback. So let's talk about the quarterbacks on both sidelines here. It's the comparison brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all of your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
Well, to quote a member of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who I will allow to remain nameless, the guy that's going to win all the awards this year is Nathan Rourke, starting at quarterback for the BC Lions tonight. Of course, against Saskatchewan, he started the 2nd game, which was a loss in BC, but he threw up nearly 400 yards in that game with 3 touchdowns. On the season, this will be his 16th start. He's 10-5 career start, number 36 for Nathan Rourke. And we should also mention, when it comes to the MOP and top Canadian candidate from the BC Lions, boy, he is leading the league in big plays from scrimmage with 59 coming in. So Nathan Rourke is going to be great. And you talked to him in the pregame. The one thing that I think everybody's kind of glossed over a little bit was that oblique injury that he had early in the year. He overcame that and more, and that's not an easy injury to do. So,
especially as a quarterback and an agile quarterback.
Ooh. Man.
Trevor Harris will go for the Riders. Of course, he's 11-4 this season as the starting quarterback for the Roughriders. A couple of career stats we'll keep an eye on. He needs 129 yards coming into tonight and just 25 more to get to the 9,000 career passing yardage mark. But 69 yards, and he'll actually surpass Henry Burris on the Saskatchewan Roughriders all-time passing list.
69.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go. He could move up into that next spot on that
69
list.
yards.
Yeah.
It's a good number.
Into 8th all-time. I know, nothing wrong with that. That's almost 7 D, but not.
Luc was very impressed by that number. Okay, that was your quarterback comparison for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. So now why don't we dive into Luc's 3 keys to the game. Get the Rough Rider game. Oh, it's brought to you by KFC, sorry. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special. $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations.
I'm glad you brought up the big play piece. So my first key to winning this game is the team that wins the vertical battle, I think, is going to come out on top. And here's what I mean. BC, a lot of their big plays come from seam routes, right? Especially when Nathan Rourke is looking for Keon Hatcher, especially when for some reason DBs peel off of McInnes. It always seems like they're beating a team with a deep vertical route. The Saskatchewan Roughriders here come in today with that same opportunity, though, the way the BC Lions and Mike Benavides bring their blitz. I think there's going to be a lot of vertical seam routes open today. So I think the team that wins that sets themselves up to win the overall game. The second piece of this, so the second key to the game is taking away Nathan Rourke's first read, especially on the RPOs, and that is Keon Hatcher. Keon Hatcher and Nathan Rourke have a great relationship. They are always, seeing eye to eye when it comes to that field. And again, when it comes to their vertical seam game, especially towards that sideline, Keon Hatcher always seems to come up big for the BC Lions. So take away Rourke's first read, which is number 4, Keon Hatcher. And number 3, the third key to winning this game, especially for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, all bets are off. You have to put a hat on Matthew Betts. I didn't think he was playing very well at the beginning of the year. I thought he was overpaid. He must have heard that, because after I said that, he was one of the best defensive linemen in the league. The one thing I love about Matthew Betts is there is not a special quality. There isn't a special set of moves in his toolbox. It is all effort. What he's going to do today, he's going to try to attack high, and then he's going to try to come back under. You have to keep Matthew Betts off your quarterback today. If you manage to lock down that player on that defensive front, the rest of the guys, there's a little bit of a drop-off when it comes to the pass rush opportunity. So, key number 1, win a vertical battle. Number 2, take away Nathan Rourke's first read, which is Keon Hatcher. And number 3, all bets are off. You got to get a hat. You got to get Matthew Betts blocked up. Don't care how you do it. You can slide pro to him. You can slide pro away. You can chip. You can add the back and put him in there. Do something to keep Matthew Betts off the scorecard.
There you have it. Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game, brought to you by KFC. Now we should probably take a look and see what the odds makers are saying about tonight's game. It is brought to you by Dahleen Power Sports, proudly community-driven, powering every ride, every season.
It was a big line last week. There were points to be had on the Riders side, Luke, and you nailed it.
We nailed it, didn't we?
We almost had an outright money line winner. That was so close, if Jake Mayer was saying the game, but we're talking about week 21. So, Riders at home. Plus 7.5. The Riders are getting on home turf. The BC Lions come in here in, I guess, a pseudo must-win game for them if they want to have home playoff games. So, yeah, we'll call it a must-win. As 7.5-point favorites on the road at Mosaic Stadium. 51.5 is the total. What are you doing with all those points, Luke?
Wow, plus 7.5. That's a lot in this day and age, especially with the way the Riders played last week. I see them sticking to a rotation plan at some point today. 7.5 points is a lot, though. I think that BC is a good team, but I think that they're a team that if they want to beat the Riders, it's not a blowout type of win. I feel like it's a grinded-out fourth-quarter victory. So I'm going to take the Riders at plus 7.5. That is a lot of points coming into today's game, I feel like. And as far as the 51, I'll go ahead and probably take the over on that.
Over 51.5. I think that's smart money, man. The Riders are playing some of their starters. You get them at plus 7.5 at home.
Yeah, and BC's got to score, right? Like they're gonna. And again, it's just that time of year. Teams need to be polished. They're gonna be in both locker rooms today. And one of the things that the coach, I promise you, was going to mention. One of these coaches are going to talk about the way they execute, right? And getting in and out of the huddle, staying on schedule. That's both teams today.
How much money are you going to put down there, Luke? Are you going to have enough left in your pocket to buy some Western pizza or what?
Oh, yeah. No. I think this one, you know what? I think that the money I won from the Jays game last night, I'm putting on. I'm gonna double it and put it on the Riders plus 7.5.
Okay, I like it. That is betting the odds with Dahleen Power Sports. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power on board, built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation Pregame Show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
To the BC Lions at Mosaic Stadium, playoff implications on the line. If BC wins, they host the West semifinal. If Saskatchewan wins, that would knock BC all the way over into the crossover spot in the East semifinal. So lots to play for in this one. Even though there wasn't too much to play for last week, Regina native Mitchell Picton led the way for the Riders in a tight loss to the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He had 5 catches for 71 yards, and that earned him a one-on-one interview with the Rider Network.
Mitchell Picton joins us, and can you take me through how you stay ready and you come in the game in Winnipeg, toe drag swag, jump ball catches? How do you do it?
I think it's just about being a professional every day, treating every week the same, preparing as if you're the starter, because your number's going to get called at some point, and when that time comes, you got to be ready to perform.
That's the professional answer. But come on, man, those catches were unbelievable. Do you practice those, or how do they happen?
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that, practicing that happens organically. I think, every day in practice, you get different looks, different balls, and different routes. So, just staying locked in practice and working on different things and different aspects of your craft puts you in good positions to be able to make those plays when they come.
What's it like for you to not necessarily know if you're going to be in the lineup or out of the lineup each week?
Yeah, it's tough, but that's pro football. We got a really deep receiver room. We're really confident in all the guys in that room. So, whoever's number gets called that week, guys are going to be ready to go.
Does that give you an edge, though, like when you get into the game in Winnipeg, that you say to yourself, hey, if I make some plays, I'm making a case on film to get on that playoff roster for the West Final and potential Grey Cup?
Yeah, of course. That's always in the back of your mind. The better you play, you hope to stay in the lineup, right? So, on the contrary, if you go out there and perform poorly or don't know what you're doing, then you're making the coach's job pretty easy to not have you out there. So, just treating every week the same. Trying to be a professional, and we'll see how the cards play out in the playoffs.
You're part of this dynamic Canadian receiver group. We'll leave the Americans to the side for a second now. What's the camaraderie like between all the Canadians?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Shafe, Sam, Dell, Tommy, Mims, we got such a great room. Our room's really tight. We spend a ton of time together, and it makes it coming to work every day a lot of fun. So really lucky and fortunate to be a part of this group.
Got a couple Regina Rams in there, you and Deshaun Mims, as you mentioned. The Rams have had a great year, going to host a playoff game. Do you keep close tabs on them?
Yeah, I do actually. My brother's actually the president of the Rams, so I hear about them a lot. And then I still stay in touch with Coach McConkey and a bunch of the guys over there. So it's been good to see them have a good season, and hopefully they can make a run at this thing and host the Vanier here.
I'll put you in the analyst role now. Nick Sirleaf, I feel like, is underrated for the Rams and perhaps across the country. What do you like about his game?
Yeah, I think he's really dynamic. He catches a bunch of crossing routes, and he can separate when the ball's in his hands, but then he's also a threat down the field. So I think he does a lot of things really well, and I think they've been creative in getting him the ball in different ways, and just getting the ball in your playmaker's hands and letting them take it from there.
He's stood out since he's come to the Rams in his first year, and then now taking it to another level. How has that been possible, or what advice would you have for him?
Yeah, just to keep working. I think they have some fantastic coaches and a great system over there at the U of R. I can speak firsthand to the development that program can bring. So, just keep listening to your coaches, keep working on your craft, and good things are going to happen.
Do you get a chance to go out to any of their home games?
Yeah, whenever we're not on the road or we're not playing that day, usually I'll come out to a game if they're playing here, and I have the day off.
How special is it for you, and you mentioned your brother, who's the president of the team, that they get to host the Vanier Cup?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's not something that happens, too frequently, and to line that up with a team that looks like they can make a run at this thing should be a pretty special fall here in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be that rivalry, Saskatchewan or Regina, to win the Canada West and potentially try to take that step towards the Vanier Cup. What's it like playing in those games?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There's some distaste there between those two programs, which makes it, hypes it up a little bit more. But at the end of the game, the boys just go out and play well. They'll do just fine. But it's pretty cool that it's the two programs that are in Saskatchewan that are the two kind of front runners right now, and speaks to the development in grassroots football in Saskatchewan of the players we're producing.
Mitchell Picton has another chance to shine today for the Riders. He starts at the boundary receiver position. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Yep, I'm farming in a life jacket. Always have. You never know when you're going to need it, so I stay prepared for the worst.
Stop wearing your farm insurance like a life jacket. With Global Ag Risk Solutions, your coverage protects inputs and margin, so you can farm forward using insurance as a tool, not a flotation device. Learn more about maximizing your growing season at agrisksolutions.ca/ditch the life jacket.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their card lock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
This fall, when it's cool outside, you'll feel cool wearing clothes from Colin O'Brien. Heading into your next meeting or a night out, you'll be filled with confidence. Donning a tailored blazer, classic dark denim, and a cozy polo, a style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. Mark Mueller, the offensive coordinator for the Riders, has been so good this season for the green and white that there's buzz about him potentially being among the head coaching candidates this offseason. So I asked him what his future might hold to that end.
Mark Mueller joins us. And Mark, I don't know if a lot of people actually know this, but you turned down the interview with the BC Lions last year for the head coach position. Why did you do that?
Going back to it, I'm more about everything here. I love it here, and I love working with Corey. Regina is my home, and it's my family's home and everything. And it just was. I was very flattered and really excited about being asked. It was very nice of those guys to do that and to think of me. It means a lot to me. But at that point, it was just about all the positives of the Riders and all the guys here and the people we work with. It's a lot of fun, and I hope I'm here for a very long time.
There'd be a lot of young coaches who would jump at that opportunity to just even have an interview. So can you take us sort of further into your thought process?
Yeah, I was a part of an interview process, 3 or 4 years ago in Ottawa. And, so I've kind of got that chance. And I interviewed for a couple coordinator positions as well before coming here. So I've been kind of a part of it. And, it's a great experience every time. You get to know more people, too. The CFL is a small league. And just to be thought of, number one, is awesome. And to be a part of it and just to get another relationship with somebody. The CFL, most of the people in it are good people. It's a people industry, and the CFL is small, and it's not like you're doing it for a whole bunch of money either. So usually the people in it are really, really good to get to know them on a more personal level, because you spend kind of like a whole day with them. But from that standpoint of it's just more about, if I'm happy here and this is where I want to be, then you don't want to waste a whole bunch of people's time either.
There's a lot of buzz about you potentially being a head coach, after this season is over. Do you look for an ideal fit? Do you want to stay in Regina for a while longer to potentially win multiple Grey Cups? How do you view it?
Yeah, I haven't really looked past this year, to tell you the truth. I've always felt, and I was always told as a kid, that if you start looking past where you are, your current position is going to suffer. And I got that from, was it my grandpa or my uncle or guys that I looked up to in the league, like say Danny McManus or somebody like that. So it's always about being the best in your current position, because if you're not where your feet are, then you're going to suffer, and then all these guys that count on me to be good will suffer. So I haven't put much thought into it. Just worried about beating BC, and then whoever comes here for the West Final, giving us our best chance to win.
There's some callers that have called into the postgame show that have been critical of you, and I've had to defend your creativity. Can you give us just a little example of the game planning and the creativity that goes into your offense?
Well, I haven't heard, but thank you. I appreciate the support. So it's you and my mom that sticks up for me.
Playing back
That's right. Yeah, she comes back today. She was visiting my grandmother, Bev, in Grimsby there. So, So my two biggest fans were our biggest supporters were on the same flight. That's nice. I appreciate that. I mean, all for creativity and stuff, it's all about just how can we get guys open or how can we help the quarterback. I mean, people made fun of me because my friends did, at least. Well, when we got hired here, I said, you build the rocket ship around the quarterback, and that's what we try to do every single game plan day. How can we make it not the easiest, but for the best chance of to thrive in that game for the quarterback and the offensive line, and then everything else after that. And I feel like we can do lots with our receiving core. We're deep. A lot of guys have played meaningful reps. So we move them around. I mean, I feel like we're creative. I know it may not look like that to other people watching it or listening to it. So no, I feel like we're doing the best thing we can to try to get first downs.
You're creative enough to call a flea flicker on the first play with your backup quarterback Jake Mayer in the game on the road in Winnipeg. I think that says just about enough. But how did the AJ Ouellette goal line or short yardage package come to be?
Part of it was just trying to get. And AJ's good at it. Sometimes. You have, if your best guy holding the ball is on the field, you might as well have him do it. So we did a bit of it last year as well, so we could stay tempo and not to put Tommy Stevens in there and stuff like that. We also did some stuff like that when I was in Calgary. We handed it to the short yardage wedge. He wasn't running our quarterback, but you'd hand him a short yardage dive and things like that, whether it was Messam or Don Jackson or guys like that. So part of it is just if he's in there and you want to stay on the field and not let the other team substitute. There's a lot of substitute packages in the CFL now, like with these bigger rosters. As the rosters have got bigger, most of the backups are on defense now or cover teams. So there's more sub packages, whether they play 9 DBs on second down or more DNs and things like that. So you try to, if you're going to have AJ stay out there, you try to have it so they don't have to substitute. Maybe they're in smaller people because it's second down.
Corey Mace likes to dress 8 and 9 defensive linemen. Would you like to have 8 or 9 offensive linemen or skill position guys dressed?
Yeah. No, I don't think so. I think we're fine with the guys we have. I think offensive linemen can't, other than usually I'm a fan of 6. I mean, that sounds ridiculous as an offensive guys because teams like Toronto, they always dress 7, right? And RD's an offensive guy, right? So I think 6 is the way to go. I mean, the offensive lineman can't play very special too. So I understand the full 45.
You mentioned Ryan Dinwiddie there, and he defended you too because we asked him about the post-game callers, and he said, how Saskatchewan is, right? Especially after a loss or even after a win. They're very nitpicky, but he was complimentary of your creativity on offense. So to that end, are we going to see AJ Ouellette throw a pass?
Well, I mean, if you get there early enough in warm-ups, I play catch with him right down here. So you might see him throw a pass then. We threw one with him last year in a game, and it was the longest play of my life. So I'm not sure if we will this year or soon, but AJ can throw, so it's always a possibility.
Can Trevor Harris catch?
Oh, yeah. Trevor, I think quarterback's got to have the best hands on the team, so we make those guys catch all the time.
Intriguing future ahead for Mark Mueller. So naturally, I had to ask his head coach, Corey Mace, how he feels about the potential that Mueller has in the future, and then also them potentially matching wits as competing head coaches in the CFL.
Mark is an incredible coach, a young coach. Obviously, lineage. What this I think this league means to him. He's been around it his entire life, and he's been in head coaching interviews even before last year too. So he's got a really, really bright future. Him wanting to commit to stay here. Certainly I think we kind of just saw the potential of what that would look like, and this year's been really excellent for us. And on a personal side, we're good friends and our kids hang out, and so that's awesome. But man, his future is as bright as ever. So anything that's coming his way, he's earned that. Just the way this league is, man, you never know. And I mean, situations now, you're looking across the field and it's a big country, but a small league. Any game you look across the field, more times than not, you got somebody over there that you spent a lot of hours with. So at some point, I'm sure it will, but, hopefully if never, and Mark never wants to leave here and, we keep winning games and they never kick us out of here. Yeah, let's do that.
There's already one head coach opening in Ottawa after Bob Dice was relieved of his duties in the wee morning hours Eastern time by the Red Blacks franchise. On the other side, the newest kicker in Riderville going to get some kicks in today at Mosaic Stadium. We go one-on-one with Michael Hughes. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Be
Yeehaw! It's the Ram Rodeo at Crestview Chrysler. That's right, folks. We got Ram trucks coming out the wazoo. So we're wrangling prices down with discounts of up to $18,200 buckaroos. Can you believe it? Ram Bighorns going for only $65 and change plus tax, or get 0% financing over 72 months on most models. We also have an impressive selection of cars and SUVs. But the Ram Rodeo's on right now at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Regina.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Hi, I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. In 2017, the Sask Party government centralized healthcare under the SHA in Regina. Since then, we've heard from so many people who think our health system feels bloated, top-heavy, and disconnected from local communities. We need big, bold change to get our health system out of last place, and we want to hear your ideas. Whether you're a healthcare worker, patient, or local leader, you can contact my office at 306-352-8754.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch spaced blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their card B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Lions and Riders going down at the top of the clock at Mosaic Stadium, and one of the new players out there for the Riders is going to be Michael Hughes. He signed with the team on October 7th, but there was a secret workout that he had to get through first to earn that contract.
I was in San Diego training on the West Coast, and I'm from the East Coast. So, I'm in San Diego training. I go back home for a day or two, worked out, kicked a little bit. Then I went down and watched my former college team play. And on Sunday, midday, I got a call from my agent saying, hey, the Riders want to bring you up and work you out. They're looking to bring a guy in for the rest of the year. So I told him that I was interested. About an hour later, I got a call, and we booked a flight on that next Monday morning. I drove 4 hours north back home, got about 3.5 hours sleep, got on a plane, and 3 flights later, I was here. Next morning, woke up, had the workout 7 a.m., and around 8:30, 9 o'clock, I was in team meeting. So very, very quick turnaround. But that's the business side of this sport. And, that's what you expect. And I had to come and do my job that morning. So I came and did my job, and now I'm here. So, now it's do my job again.
What were the specifics of that workout?
We just hit, I think it was 12 or 13 field goals. And then we did, 5 or 6 kickoffs and some onside kicks, some specialty kicks, stuff like that. But, you train for these moments.
Were you out here by yourself, or were you
all of the coaching staff, and then some front office people were here, and then J.O. and Kyle. And then there was another kicker here. So,
did you feel any pressure?
Kickers, Michael Hughes, one to watch. On the other side, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time for Catching Up with the Coach. Corey Mace, brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. So, Coach Mace, how are you going to slow down the MOP frontrunner, Nathan Rourke?
We've seen this before from him. Everybody's trying to compare it to his 22 season, which I think was kind of everybody, that was the first time he was kind of putting the league on notice, but we all expected that. Just obviously being in a new system with Buck, getting more comfortable in the system. He's able to go out there and process, and he can make all the throws. He makes a lot of really good decisions. I'd say this year maybe he's kind of opened it up a little bit with his legs, which watching college stuff, I mean, he was able to do that all the time. So you got arguably, or you're not arguably, you got an MOP candidate that's playing at a high level at your quarterback position. You're going to be involved in every single game. So they're a confident group, and they should be. They've been playing really good football, man. So they've earned the right to be where they are, and they've earned the right to be part of the chase in the playoff hunt.
It's time for kickoff. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko coming up on the other side. Lions and Riders. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Your Cooperators Advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Pride.
Touchdown! Riders!
Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through! Walk it off, Brett! Walk it off! Riders steal one in Steeltown!
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
There's no place like home, NTM, and we've got the opening kickoff, and we're underway at Mosaic Stadium as Seven McGee will take the opening kickoff for the BC Lions up across the 30 to the 32. The opening kickoff for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, John Hoffman. We've got the great Pat Janix joining us in the booth, and of course Carter Berglund is here. We've got Colson Schultz downstairs in Regina here taking care of the broadcast for all of Saskatchewan. 74-yard kickoff, 26 on the return. The BC Lions won the opening Quality Tire coin toss. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. So the Lions, who need a win for home field advantage in the West semifinal, are facing the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who are playing at home for the last time in the regular season before hosting the West final on November the 8th. Nathan Rourke and the BC Lions offense have jogged out onto the field after a face-masking penalty. They're going to start at their own 47-yard line for the first drive of the game. And on first down, a fake handoff, now a throw up near side. Wide open receiver running the other way as Aiden Eberhardt stiff arms a man, stays in bounds, takes it to the house.
Wow.
What a start for BC. 63-yard touchdown pass on the opening play of the game. Rourke to Eberhardt, and the BC Lions strike first.
What did we say in the first in the 3 keys of the game? The very first key was win the vertical battle. Immediately, Eberhardt, vertical seam right up the sidelines, beats Saskatchewan deep, and we are stuck 6 in the first play of the game. There are going to be vertical opportunities for Rourke. There are going to be a number of opportunities for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Rourke cashes in first for the Lions.
Sean White, who turned 40 back on Wednesday, on to kick the convert for the BC Lions. End-over-end kick. Didn't have a lot of mustard on it and sails wide to the left. Going to be brought out of the end zone. That's Mario Alford. He'll get up across the 15, be pushed out of bounds there. And the BC Lions will have to settle for a 6-0 lead 57 seconds into the ball game. I don't know that you could have scripted it much worse for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, who've got a condensed start to this game due to the Blue Jays game coming up. So TSN bumped up the broadcast by 8 minutes, but all said and done, and we're going to get set to go with Rough Rider football in just a moment as this stands are just in stunned silence.
Yeah.
Can't believe the opening play goes 63 yards for a major.
Right off the get-go. RPO, seam right down the right sideline on the hash. Nathan Eberhardt. And if you're the Riders, you're already behind. And again, you know, we talked about it in the pregame show. These are not the type of games where you're looking at this situation. You're looking at the situations overall. How are you going to win a Grey Cup? And one of the ways to win that Grey Cup is heading into the playoffs, playing your best football. Last week was not a very good showing from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and this week has to be much better.
Kickoff now from the BC Lions, and Carl Meyer going to be taken on the far side by Mario Alford. He'll get up to the 30, 35 on that far sideline, wrapped up at the 39-yard line, and here comes Trevor Harris, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders already down 6 points in this ball game, and we're just a minute 2 in here at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. 65 yards on the kickoff, 23 on the return for Mario Alford. 1st and 10 for the Riders at their 38. Who have most of the starters in that are healthy.
Yeah, Saskatchewan's got to come out here and they've got to show that they can execute. Got to move in and out of the huddle. You got to stay on schedule play-wise, especially, and you got to run the football with A.J. Ouellette, because that's the way success falls into the Riders' lap.
So the crowd quiets as the pass comes to the near side. That is complete to Tommy Neal across the 40, 45 up to the 46, stumbling ahead for 8 yards, and a 2nd and short coming up for the Rider offense.
Play action look to start off with A.J. Ouellette. What that does is it occupies the linebacker's eyes, and they sneak out Tommy Neal into the flat after motioning him back into the box. and he acted like he was blocker, moves back out to the flats. Trevor Harris hits him, 9 yards, 2nd and 1.
Riders bring in the big team as Jake Cohn comes in at quarterback. Ali Saad going to be one of the extra big bodies in along the offensive line for this play from the 47 of Saskatchewan on the left-hand hash. Cohn had a great conversation with him this week. Talked about how he's getting more comfortable in this short yardage gain as there's motion in behind him. He takes a moment, then gets across the 50 up near the 51-yard line. Big gain for Jack Cohn, and the first cooperator, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down, your first choice for insurance.
More importantly, this is a fantastic job by the short yardage team. Ali Saad and Albert Awachi get in on it by collapsing the right-hand side of the defensive front for the BC Lions. Jack Cohn not only had the ability to fall forward, he got a few more yards because of the collapse on the line of scrimmage that the Riders caused.
1st and 10 Riders at their 51-yard line. Harris, a little stutter motion, swings it out on a pitch to A.J. Ouellette, who runs into a big body of Micah Alway right near the offensive line of scrimmage. May get a gain of a yard on the play, but not much more. 2nd and long for the Riders.
Yeah, Micah Alway and Josh Woods here just doing a good job of fighting off a block here. Tommy Neal's at the point of attack on the edge of the line of scrimmage when A.J. Ouellette gets this quick pitch. Just unable to move Josh Woods off of the line of scrimmage. AJ runs right into the back end of him, and we only get 1 yard out of the deal.
Dave and Luke standing by in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at Mosaic Stadium, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. 2nd and long. Harris to pass far side. That's complete over the middle, and it'll be good for a first down, as hauling it in is Kian Schaefer-Baker for the 2nd first down of the drive for the Riders.
Yeah, Josh Woods is dropping back as a linebacker here, and he gets a little bit lost, goes too far. If Josh Woods just drops back exactly into the zone where he's supposed to, he might get hit in the hands and have a chance to intercept this football. Instead, he travels, and Harris just waits for KSB to get inside of Woods for the first down.
Tempo offense for the Riders. Hand off to A.J. Ouellette. Search for a hole. Finds one on the right-hand side. Going to get down to the BC 40-yard line, which would be a gain of 6. It'll be 2nd and 4, Saskatchewan.
I believe it was Morgan Runge, but we do a good job just getting Matthew Betts. We talked about him in the 3 keys, getting him off the line of scrimmage. And because he's off the line of scrimmage, it gives the edge to A.J. Ouellette to a little bit of running room. They get 6 out of it.
Not the greatest spot for A.J. Ouellette. It's 2nd and 5, Saskatchewan at the BC 40. Harris back to pass, has time, goes through his progressions, now slings it underneath, complete. Del Duncan Busby's got it, and he's got a first down on the far side of the 30-yard line of BC.
Yeah, and this is a great job. We talked, again, we got to keep Matthew Betts off the stat sheet. And here's how the Riders do it this way. You got Peyton Collins, the left tackle, but they keep A.J. Ouellette in, and they chip block on Matthew Betts. That enables Harris to go through his progressions and find our first down.
1st and 10 for the Riders. Harris swings it out far side. A little screen pass to Tommy Neal. He's got it to the 25 and the 20-yard line of BC and into the Ashdown Furniture and Interior red zone for Saskatchewan.
It's a good job so far in this first drive by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. They look clean. They look crisp. They're executing at a high level.
Going to give a gain of 8 yards on the play for Neal, so it's 2nd and 2, and here comes Jack Cohn and the short yardage team once again for the Roughriders, scrimmaging at the 21, so just outside that aforementioned red zone for the Riders at the 21-yard line of BC. This, again, the first drive of the game for the Riders, trying to answer a big play score that the BC Lions posted on their opening play of the game. There's 10:05 to go in the opening quarter, 6-0 BC in front. Cohn is in under center on this 2nd and short play. Goes to the left again. I don't think he got it, but he tried to surge again. The Lions were poking away at the ball, couldn't come up with it, and it'll be 3rd and short now for the Riders.
Yeah, definitely didn't get it. I don't even think he got a little bit of it, to be honest with you. This is a much better job by the BC Lions. Cohn doesn't try to get to the edges here, though. He tries to get upfield through the middle. And there was no knockoff when it came to the line of scrimmage. You got Tomasi Laville, you got Dwayne Hendricks holding it down. Those are big guys, and they do a good job in the core of that defensive front, not getting knocked off the line of scrimmage.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble. The Riders are number 3 on 3rd and short, while the BC Lions have stopped 9% of 3rd downs that they've faced. Cohn this time going to go to the right, and he's got lots of room as he'll dive across the 20 down around the 19-yard line. Good enough for a first down, and here comes Trevor Harris again.
And this is credit to Ali Saad. I said that they did a great job in their first short yardage situation, just collapsing the edge. And Ali Saad, big number 96, is on the right side as a wing, and he does exactly that, collapses the outside edge of the defense, and that's where Cohn goes. Easy first down. Great job by the defensive lineman and their first-round draft pick.
1st and 10 for the Riders at the 18 inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. The ball's on the right-hand hash for Harris, who's in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Handoff. A.J. Ouellette takes the ball down inside the 15. Still on his feet. Down to the 9. Great second effort by A.J. Ouellette to get extremely close to another Riders first down. Great first down production on this drive for the green and white.
Yeah, and again, they do a great job on Matthew Betts. Matthew Betts is the right edge defensive lineman here. They knock him down into the fray, and again, it shortens the edge for A.J. Ouellette. He gets it and takes it.
Handoff again to A.J. Ouellette on second down. This time he'll crash down to about the 6-yard line. Gain of 3, but more importantly, another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
And when we talk about what it's going to take to win a Grey Cup, these are the moments. You got a red zone opportunity. You got to start cashing in on these consistently. The Riders have been good in the red zone here this year. And just another opportunity to put in the work and put it in practice.
So going to be 1st and goal now for the Riders on the 6-yard line of BC. 7:44 to go in the opening quarter. The Riders trail 6-0 after a 63-yard touchdown pass on the opening offensive play of the game from Nathan Rourke to Aiden Eberhardt. Ball is set up on the left-hand hash for the Riders. Lots of movement pre-snap in the backfield. Now they'll finally settle down. Going to hand the ball off. A.J. Ouellette tucks his shoulders down, gets to the 1 and no more. Gain of 5 for Ouellette down to the 1-yard line of BC.
There's a massive gap between the guard and center on the left side because of the way the BC Lions lined up in the front. And filling that gap was Josh Woods, the strong or weak side linebacker. And if he doesn't get there, AJ scores.
2nd and short. Here goes a handoff again to Ouellette. Flags fly. He gets down to the goal line, but doesn't get in. He's a hair lash away from getting into the end zone. And now we got to wait and see what the penalty flag is down on the play as Trevor Harris is pointing that it's against BC.
Yeah, BC didn't line up, and when they tried to rush themselves into the lineup, one of them was offside.
Today's referee is Ben Major. He's conversing with other officials down at the 1-yard line of BC right in front of us. Here comes the call.
Offside, BC, number 96. Will go up half the distance. It's going to be first down for Saskatchewan at the 1-yard line.
The rookie Bradley Anay out of Utah, the guilty party, and here comes the big team for the Riders on 1st and goal from the 1 with 7:01 to go here in this opening quarter. Riders trying to make good in the red zone. They are 4th in the CFL, converting on 62.2% of the time with a touchdown when they hold possession in the red zone. The BC defense is number 6, only stopping their opponent 36% of the time. As Jack Cohn wanders to the line. Now Thomas Bertrand-Houdan goes for a run to the near side in motion pre-snap. Cohn to his left, gets to the line and gets in for the touchdown. Flags are down, but the Riders are into the end zone. We'll wait for this.
We have offside against BC. The penalty decline. Result of the play, the touchdown.
There you go. Penalty decline. Jack Cohn with his first touchdown run of the season, and the Riders are back in this.
Again, the Riders find money on the edge of the defense. This time they go left edge. Right edge of the defensive line is collapsed for the BC Lions, and that's where Cohn finds the alleyway to the end zone. And now we got new kicker Michael Hughes from Appalachian State. Shout out my former teammate and Grey Cup champion Wayne Smith. He's from App State as well.
So Hughes will await this kick, not using a tee. Good hold, good kick, and the Riders take the lead 7-6 with 6:26 to go in the opening quarter. Back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Hey y'all, AJ here with my quarterback Trevor. You know every drive counts, right?
Yes sir. That's why off the field we trust the Capital Automotive Group to get us there.
At Capital Ford and Capital GMC, man, those trucks are built like a solid O-line. tough and reliable.
Need to go off-road? Crestview's Jeeps cut through anything, just like a strong run game.
Looking for luxury? Mercedes-Benz Regina is straight MVP material.
And when you want to move the chains, Titan's pre-owned lineup delivers every single time.
Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Very good. Opening drive for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Well, heck, I don't think it could get much better. The Nelson GM touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. 15-play drive, 7 first downs, 7:23 off the clock, covers 72 yards, and wraps up with Jack Cohn and his first CFL rushing touchdown. Your Nelson GM touchdown drive. As let's head down to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers. Teagan Witko standing by, born in the West, trusted worldwide, any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
American kicker Michael Hughes making his first professional start in this game against the BC Lions tonight, and of course his first successful field goal attempt there that we saw. The Appalachian State standout just a couple of weeks ago was picked up by the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and you know what? He has an 83.3% field goal accuracy, and for converts, 120 for 120 in his career. And you know what? He does credit Brett Lawther for his mentorship in getting ready for this game.
Well, Hughes just kicked it off, Teagan, and Seven McGee go to take it at his 15 on the far side for the Lions. Fake a little reverse, and now he comes to the near side where he's got some blocking and support across the 40 to the 45. Going to be wrapped up when he gets to the 50-yard line and no more, and you were bang on. Luke, I got a linguistic lesson this week from Michael Hughes, the kicker. It's Appalachian State.
Oh, Appalachian State.
So
yeah.
there you go.
Oh, excuse me. Well, listen, it's easy to go 120 for 120 when you're kicking it from the 3-yard line in the NCAA. So let's not give them too much credit. These are a little bit longer converts here at the professional level.
6:17 to go. The Riders lead 7-6. We'll take a break, come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Elevate your bailing experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed bailing, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. For more information, visit nickservice.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, and crew here at Mosaic Stadium. The Riders lead 7-6 with 6:17 to go in the opening quarter. The BC Lions lead the league in big plays with 59 from scrimmage. You can make it 60 after their first offensive play for 63 yards and a touchdown. And Nathan Rourke going to get the ball for the second time, starting at his 50-yard line after a 35-yard kick return by Seven McGee. The ball will be spotted on the right-hand hash for the Lions on a beautiful night for football. 19 degrees at kickoff here at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. Extra body in along the offensive line. Rourke back to pass, going to load it up, throwing near side. That's up, and it's a big catch. Keon Hatcher survives contact as coming from the safety spot was Nelson Lacombo. He didn't get there in time, and Hatcher adds to his 96 reception total now on the season with a big one.
Yeah, Keon Hatcher, he's always going to be the first read in Nathan Rourke's system. He's the inside of 3 wide receivers to the right of Rourke, and he just runs a simple little corner route, and they connect in amongst about 3 Rider jerseys. His defense so far, 2 plays, a touchdown and a big play. Not looking good.
25-yard reception for a first down for the Lions. Their 1st and 10 at the Riders' 35. Handoff to James Butler, who crashes through the line. Going to get up near the 31-yard line for a gain of about 4. Hard running there for James Butler, who's ran for 1,100 yards coming into the ball game.
Yeah, he's had a good year, and BC Lions, they've been feeding off of him. They rely on him to not just get those hard yards, but put them in manageable 2nd and 6 situations like they are here, where they've got their entire playbook and they've got some big play receivers. I mean, we just talked about Keon Hatcher, but Justin McInnes, Aiden Eberhard, who's already got 1 touchdown today. You can't peel off these guys early.
2nd down and 6. Riders show blitz. They'll rush 6. Back to pass. Rourke has time. Pocket collapsing. Gets away. But then he gets dragged down. He was tripped up for a Quill Plain Chevrolet sack, as getting home was Malik Carney, his 8th sack of the season.
Yeah, Rourke just sort of stands in the pocket as it's collapsing. And you see this a lot from mobile quarterbacks. They wait in there till the last minute, and then they pop back out. When he pops back out, Carney kind of punches him in the chest, and then he loses his footing. Carney is going to get credit for the sack, and the Lions and Sean White, who's already missed 1 convert today, are going to get a 49-yard attempt to go up 2.
Well, Sean White, as I mentioned, turned 40 on Wednesday. A 94.9% accuracy rate in this CFL season in field goal kicking. Overall in his career, 91.3%, one of the best all time. This field goal attempt coming from 49 yards out. A kick. It's a low one, but it will split the uprights, and BC will retake the lead 9-7 with 3:47 to go in the opening quarter. Back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Harvest is wrapping up and you're already thinking about seeding. Seize the power of the Borgo 9000 I-Series air card at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seeding certainty with 9000 I-Series air carts. They're configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking. Explore Borgo's seeding lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seeding and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Malik Carney going to get credited for his 8th quarterback sack of the season. The quarterback sack attack is brought to you by Quill Plain Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Wadena. Tackling high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. Always love hearing from you, Rider Nation, no matter where you may be tuning in, even if you're getting set for Game 2 of the World Series with the Jays and the LA Dodgers. That first pitch is in about 36 minutes or so from now. But again, if you want to text us, we want to hear from you at 306-936-6262. The B&A Petroleum text line in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations. Serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. So the Riders will get their 2nd possession of the season, the evening, as it'll be 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line. As they take the possession after the Sean White field goal, Trevor Harris still in the game, going to hand it off to A.J. Ouellette. Cuts to the right, then has to get back to the left, only going to get to the line of scrimmage. Josh Woods gets up to make the tackle on him. It'll be 2nd and long Saskatchewan, something they didn't do at all in their opening drive.
Well, and a good job by Levi Bell here. He's the right defensive end. He just manages to keep the edge on the defense. He strings out A.J. Ouellette, and doing that does this. It allows his defensive linemen and linebacker teammates to get in on the tackle. That's exactly what they do. 2nd and 10 for the Riders.
So the ball's on the left-hand hash for this 2nd down play. It's a 5-receiver look for Saskatchewan with 3 coming to the near side. Motion brings Mitch Picton to this near side as well. Now a pass over the middle. That ball is complete up to the 52-yard line. Nice job to go down low by Kean Schaefer-Baker. Make the catch, and he's excited for another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Yeah, the Lions are in man defense here. The player covering Schaefer Baker is about 6 or 7 yards off at the start, and he never covers that ground. And when Schaefer Baker turns it up into the middle, unfortunately, Ronald Kent Jr. is not able to recover. First down.
Riders bring in an extra body, and Morgan runs along the offensive line. Trevor Harris is in the gun. Ball left-hand hash. Hand off again to A.J. Ouellette. He'll go to the right side this time. Gets around the corner to midfield. Runs into a man, but still gets into BC territory down to the 50-yard line. Nice gain of 8 for A.J. Ouellette.
Yeah, and this is a really good run by A.J. So, again, the first run of this possession, I mentioned how the Lions did a great job of stringing A.J. Ouellette out. Here they try to do the same thing, but A.J. just cuts it up and then puts his head down and just gets whatever he can as he turns his legs, and it turns out to be a really good game. Not sure he would have gotten anything out of it the way it started, but it finished with 9 yards.
So 2nd and 1, Saskatchewan. They're going to leave the offense in and not bring in the short yardage team for this play from the 50 of BC. Harris back to pass, looking far side. That's going to be complete for a first down. Tight coverage, tight window, but brought in by Kean Schaefer-Baker for another first down.
Yeah, and Kean Schaefer-Baker, it's good to see him having such a good game so far because, again, Dave, we talked about the depth at the Canadian wide receiver position for this team. More importantly, the decisions and the way the ratio may have to play out in the Western Final. So if you're on this roster today and the ball comes your way, make a play on it because there's a lot of big decisions that need to be made here as the Riders move forward into the playoffs.
3rd reception of the night for Kean Schaefer-Baker. He had only 9 during the regular season, primarily due to injury. It's 1st and 10 Riders at the BC 43. Fake the handoff. Harris back to pass his time. Now to his safety valve far side. That's A.J. Ouellette. He'll get the ball and be wrestled out of bounds at the BC 34-yard line. Nice job as Ouellette's going to challenge the spot as he comes off the play, but it's a gain of 9.
Josh Wood's having a tough start today. He made a tackle early on, but so far, every time he's been in man coverage, he's struggled. Here, A.J. Ouellette leaks out. Josh Woods has him, or is supposed to have him. A.J. gets some leverage on Woods, and then just takes forever for him to get tracked down. So the Riders find themselves in another 2nd and 1 situation.
The 35th reception of the season for A.J. Ouellette is good for 9 yards as the Riders set up 2nd and 1 with 45 seconds to go in the opening quarter. Here, this is Jack Cohn and the short yardage team that's in now. As Cohn's under center, pre-snap motion comes to the near side. That's what Cohn will follow, and we'll have the first down and more. Still on his feet to the 25. Jukes a man down to the 20-yard line as Jack Cohn gets his first rushing touchdown in the CFL tonight, and he's got a big first down there for the Riders.
Well, he's starting to like the edge of the defense. He goes left again, and what I like here is a lot of quarterbacks on contact in these situations. Their feet die and they just go down. Here, he just manages to keep the feet moving while he gets some initial contact, and that's just kind of what carries him to the edge, and all of a sudden he finds himself in a free space. Great job holding on to the football. There's a couple guys trying to get it out from behind at the end there, and obviously ball security is job security if you're the short yardage quarterback.
14 yards for 14 of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. First down at the BC 20 for Saskatchewan. Final play of the opening quarter. Handoff in the backfield. That's the big man, and he's going to get across the 20 up near the 21, but no more for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, and that will bring the opening quarter to a close. 9-7 BC leading Saskatchewan on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The second quarter coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. Hold on. Yes, this is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
9-7 after the opening quarter. We're going to come back with second quarter play-by-play in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both, with SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit McBids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Dave Thomas. He's Luc Mullinder. We're here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Riders facing a 2nd and 9 to start the second and quarter from the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw Red Zone. All your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs and a full line of appliances. And the Riders just break huddle as we get set to go as Trevor Harris is still in the game in the shotgun formation with A.J. Ouellette standing to his left. 4 receivers, now 3 go far side. Here come the Lions. They put the pressure on. Harris reads it, throws it up. It's batted down, though, at the line of scrimmage as he was looking into the end zone and might have had Sean Bain Jr. open. Instead, it falls incomplete. And here comes the new kicker in Michael Hughes to attempt his first CFL field goal after connecting on a convert earlier.
It wasn't batted down. It looked like Trevor Harris tried to stop himself from throwing this football. And at the top of his, I think he sees something switch in front of him. There were a couple Lions around the area that he thought it might have been one of his receivers didn't run into the space he anticipated them doing. And that's why he tried to hold it up. But nonetheless, we get a field goal attempt here from the 28.
Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. 28-yard, as you mentioned, Luke, attempt. As the kick is up and sails through, and in his young CFL career, Michael Hughes is 1 for 1. This one from 28 yards for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Bundle and save with Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a new water heater and softener and save $400. Call on Reliance today. We're 40 seconds into the second quarter. We'll take a break as the Riders are back out in front 10-9. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football. As we're going to stay with you. Hold on. Little trickery there from the flagman on the sideline. Dave's got to get the eyes going here as it's prime time. We've all got to hit our peak in the postseason, don't we, Luke? Something like that?
Yeah, you would hope so, especially as a lineman. You've had 9 opportunities to practice this, and then when you get it wrong, it affects everybody.
I was talking about me. Nathan Rourke in the gun on first down. The BC Lions will scrimmage at their 40 following the successful field goal. He's back to pass over the top. Has got a receiver open up to the 45 of Saskatchewan. A big lick laid by Nelson Lacombo, but Justin McInnes able to hang on at a big catch for the Lions as, again, they continue to get the chunk plays.
Yeah, they're taking advantage. Again, we talked about that first key, winning the vertical battle, right? The BC Lions, they love running down these seams, figuring out openings between the safeties. That's what they do there.
First down, handoff goes to Butler in the backfield, and he's going to be dropped right at the line of scrimmage as the BC Lions went hurry up in that offensive unit, and it'll be 2nd and long.
Yeah, so they go with the hurry up offense. They give him a run-pass option play, and if Rourke keeps this, the Riders are in trouble. He's got one guy in the flat, and he's got nobody in front of him. But instead he hands it off to Butler, and the Riders are all over that piece. They committed to the run on that. So Rourke's probably going to bank that one, Dave, and say, hey, the last time we gave them this look, they collapsed on it. Let me see if I may have an opportunity to pull it.
What little wind there is in the face of the BC Lions, and we're talking 6 kilometers an hour as Rourke in 2nd and 9 is back to pass. Feels the pressure, steps up, runs into the pressure, now gets dropped, back on BC's side of center. What a quarterback sack for Quill Plains. Haba Baldonado gets home in a hurry, and the Rider wraps up his 4th quarterback sack of the season.
Great job by Haba Baldonado coming off, and this is just a straight bull rush. And Rourke is waiting for one of his receivers to pop open downfield. And the effort from Haba Baldonado over the top of DeJuan Allen is just too much. Rourke tries to get out of trouble by escaping the pocket, and by that time, we've also got some backup arriving for Haba. That's a good job.
Second Quill Plains sack of the night for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Forces BC out of field goal territory, and now on to kick is Carl Meyer. A pair of returners back for the Riders, but Mario Alford's going to watch it sail over his head and land 12 yards deep in the end zone. He'll go to the back of the end zone and give up the Rouge, and we'll be tied at 10 with 11:54 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Second sack of the night for the Saskatchewan Roughriders is their 43rd of the season for Quill Plains Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, and Wadena tackling high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot with Quill Plains Chevrolet. There's 11:54 to go here in the second quarter. Knotted at 10, and the Riders will get the football back, scrimmaging at their own 40-yard line following the Rouge after the punt by Carl Meyer that trickled into the Riders' end zone. And I shouldn't say that. It was a good 10 yards deep when it left his foot, and Mario Alford was more than willing just to sit and let it roll by. So in told, a 71-yard punt single for Carl Meyer. And the Riders' offense, which has looked pretty sharp here thus far tonight, is going to hop back onto the field.
Yeah, the Riders' offenses look great, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see crisp offensive play. We want to see them execute at a high level and stay on schedule, meaning control the tempo of the game. So far they have.
1st and 10. Back to passes. Harris looking far side. It's up. It's caught. Nice catch. Kean Schaefer-Baker hauls it in. Goes into the Lions bench, but it's a Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Oh, man. TJ Lee and the rest of this BC Lions defense are getting sick of KSB. Actually, that's Deontay Williams this time that KSB's beating in a one-on-one situation. And someone's down on the field for the Riders right now, and this looks like it's either number 90 or number 40. If it's number 90, there's going to be panic along the sidelines because that would be Matthew Betts. But
and they just showed a replay as it looks like Kean Schaefer-Baker went into the Lions bench after the reception and grabbed a cup of Gatorade. The Gatorade was pulled up on the top of the bench, and he grabs a cup for KSB. And again, as you mentioned, there is a player down on the turf. WorkSafe, we were looking for that with WorkSafe Saskatchewan, making sure that workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. And going off the field, it was 40, not 90. So Thibaut Debaye will head off as he gets into the ball game tonight. rotating in along the defensive line with Tamasai Lalulele. Sorry, pardon me on that one. So it will be, after all is said and done, a first down Saskatchewan inside BC territory at the Lions 54. 11:36 and counting in the second quarter. Knotted at 10s here in this football game that the BC Lions have to win in order to host the West semifinal. If they do not tie or win, they're going to the East in the crossover next week. Handoff to A.J. Ouellette on first down. Spins away from a couple of would-be tacklers. Gets down to the 51. Tough run in 3 yards for 45 in green and white.
Great. Looks to be in playoff ready here. He's running the ball extremely well. He's seen the field so well all year. But yards on contact, that's him in a nutshell.
His former teammate Adam Auclair makes the tackle for the Lions. 2nd down and 8 after a gain of 2 for the Riders. 4 receivers in this set. Harris reads it underneath, throws it, caught. What a catch. Going up, another contested one for Kean Schaefer-Baker. Have yourself a night. Up to the Riders, or the Lions 35 for a Riders first down.
This is just a fantastic effort. And such a strong catch from Kean Schaefer-Baker. He is draped by a defender here, and the defender plays it really well. I mean, he gets right up into the arms of Kean Schaefer-Baker. That's number 21 for Ronald Kent Jr., but he makes a play.
17 yards on the reception. A first down and a handoff on first down for the Riders as A.J. Ouellette's going to go ahead and not get a lot, maybe 2 yards, possibly 3, and it'll be 2nd and medium for the Riders.
Yeah, it doesn't get a ton out of that, but again, right now they're just taking chunks and just gradually getting down the field, and it's exactly what we want.
Harris to the line on 2nd and 6. Back to pass, looks near side, flushed out of the pocket. Now running, going to try to get away from a tackler. It does. T-Mobile takes the first down up to the 16-yard line.
Yeah.
Trevor Harris digging it.
Trevor Harris, I mean, he doesn't see anybody open. He breaks outside the pocket and, again, does a good job of keeping his eyes down the field. Levi Bell tries to dive at his ankles and doesn't get it, and Harris just turns it upfield and says, hey, I'm going to go get this first down by myself. It's a great job, great effort, and good job getting down before contact.
Riders in the green zone as they'll throw it near side. Tommy Neal to the 15-10, on his feet, diving ahead to the 11-yard line. It'll be a first down in the Ashdown Furniture and Interior and Moose Jaw red zone.
You've got 3 Saskatchewan Roughrider receivers over here to block 3 guys, but essentially the third guy for the Lions he's up high. So what we do is we take 2 guys, we double the first Lions defender, we take the other guy off, seal him off, and it's Neal versus the safety.
First and goal for the Riders from the Lions 7. Handoff to Ouellette. Patiently gets across the 5 down to the 4. Pyle going to move ahead to about the 3, so it's a gain of 4. It's 2nd and goal Saskatchewan as we've got some pleasantries being exchanged by Jamarcus Hardrick and Matthew Betts.
Yeah, and every single play, every single down, we are getting an extra guy in on Betts. Number 90 hasn't been assigned a one-man blocking scheme too much all game.
Short yardage team in as A.J. Ouellette goes under center, going to try to push the Pile to the goal line. Doesn't get in, just shy as A.J. Ouellette went Wildcat as Trevor Harris sprinted out far side, and the Riders are going to take another crack from the 1-yard line.
Well, when the playoffs get here, there's a number of opportunities I think that Mark Mueller is going to take to build off of some of these formations, specifically their short yardage formation. There where A.J. Ouellette went into the Wildcat and Trevor Harris split out wide, but more importantly in the short yardage formations too. These fullbacks and these wings, tight ends, I believe if they get into the flats and short yardage, they might end up unblocked. So keep an eye on that down the road as an opportunity for Mueller to build off some of the things they've done well here in the last 3-4 weeks.
Moose Creek Red Angus, 3rd down gamble for Jack Cohn, who's into the game under center on 3rd and 1. Goes to his left, dives ahead, touchdown, Riders! Jack Cohn, his 2nd touchdown of the game, and the Riders are back in front of BC.
Again, they're doing a great job collapsing the edges of the defense, and they do it there again, and Jack Cohn sort of falls into the end zone. And again, the offensive execution is probably terribly frustrating for the BC Lions. And here's why. This is a team that needs to win this game to stay west. And right now, it's looking like it's a whoever has the ball last type of deal. The problem is the Lions got snuffed their last possession. So if they're going to go shot for shot, they've got to find a way to catch up here in the next couple possessions.
So on is Michael Hughes to attempt his 2nd convert. Sails through the uprights. Riders in front 17-10 with 7:23 to go in the second quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more as flags are out on the field. We'll sort it out in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. In 2017, the Sask Party government centralized healthcare under the SHA in Regina. Since then, we've heard from so many people who think our health system feels bloated, top-heavy, and disconnected from local communities. We need big, bold change to get our health system out of last place, and we want to hear your ideas. Whether you're a healthcare worker, patient, or local leader, you can contact my office at 306-352-8754.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportscates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's crunch some numbers, shall we? 197,852 of them. Those are the numbers in the 50-50 jackpot. And the Riders, all new 50-50 for the Saskatchewan Roughrider Football Foundation, supporting amateur football across Saskatchewan. Get a ticket now, whether you're in the stadium or anywhere in the province, at riders5050.ca. On the Nelson GM touchdown drive, Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea, they'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle, proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. As I'm stealing the homework of John Hoffman, who's writing frantically as we speak, the Riders took over after the BC Lions Rouge, and they were able to march it 9 plays down the field, resulting in 4 first downs, and Jack Cohn's tumbling in for a yard from the end zone. Kean Schaefer-Baker had 2 catches for 31 yards. A.J. Ouellette, 3 carries for 19 on the drive that traveled 70 yards to pay dirt for the Riders, as Michael Hughes about to kick it off for the green and white as they move left to right, and he will towards Seven McGee, who's just going to watch that one sail and trickle towards the back of the end zone. It settles in right along the last line, and it'll go out the back for the single point. 18-10. The Riders extend their lead with 7:23 to go. Another break, and back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion, available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan now an 8-point lead, 18-10 with 7:23 to go in the second quarter. We go to the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan Witko.
It has been an absolute breakout year for A.J. Allen. The 4th-year linebacker came from Burlington, Ontario, who's become a real impact player for the Riders. Coming into the regular season finale, he has posted 88 tackles, 4 sacks, and 3 interceptions, earning him the title of the team's most outstanding Canadian pretty unanimously, according to head coach Corey Mace and his teammates like Jameer Thurman, who even took to social media to share his support and demand more league-wide respect for Allen. Now, you've heard him say many, many times in the past that he is just, quote, a kid from Burlington, Ontario, but for his coaches, teammates, and fans, A.J. Allen is a real difference maker.
Hey, and right now, Teagan, he's staring his former childhood football teammate Nathan Rourke in the eye as the pass comes near side, complete to Eberhardt. He's going to haul it in front of Sheldrick Redwine, who makes the tackle after a gain of about 7, Luke.
Well, and speak of the devil, you talk about A.J. Allen, and right away what they do is they blitz him off the weak side, and he absolutely crushes James Butler as Butler tries to block him. And what he does is he knocks Butler back into Nathan Rourke's feet, and it makes Nathan Rourke a really difficult completion there. But they still get 7 out of it, 2nd and 3.
2nd and 3 for the Lions, as you mentioned, Luke, from the BC 47. Rourke is in the gun, 2 receivers far side. He'll hand it off to the back that gets through. Going to get up near the 49, close to the 50, which would be first down territory for Xander Horvath, the rookie that's into the game.
Yeah, Xander Horvath hasn't gotten a ton of touches this year, but he's a tough runner as well. Again, I think the identity they want in BC for their running backs is much like the identity that A.J. Allen has, right? Like, tough, gritty, yards on contact. Right now it's 3rd and 1.
So another Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble. This time around it's the BC Lions. Well, to set things up just shy of their 50, go to the right. Jeremiah Masoli in, and he'll get well across the 50 near the 51, but flags are out. Looks like it's against Saskatchewan, however.
Well, I think the Riders were offside here. Can't tell who it was, but all the way on that left side of the defensive front, you saw a hand a little bit farther than everybody else's hand. And that's why the BC Lions essentially get a free play.
So the Lions are going to get the first down automatically as the ball will be spotted just on the Saskatchewan side of the 55-yard line.
You know, if I'm the Riders too, I mean, listen, I know people aren't going to want to hear this, and I still think that, you know, you keep winning the game at the expectation, but I would start considering taking Harris out. I think he's looked really good, and this might be a chance to get some other guys some reps at the QB spot.
First down and 10 for the Lions. Rourke needs no reps. Throws it up, and it's intercepted. Riders have it, bringing it back the other way across the 40 to the 41, down near the 44-yard line. Coming up with the football for the Riders. Oh, boy. Nelson Lacombo, his first interception of the season as he's back in the lineup for the first time after missing the last 7 games.
Yeah, and what a time to come back. Rourke just staring down his target. He's done this a couple times where he's thrown it into traffic, and this time he doesn't get lucky. Nelson Lacombo sitting there, and I know the Riders staff is relieved to have Nelson Lacombo back. They just didn't get what they wanted out of the roster. They had to field CJ Revis. He went back there at safety, and they like him as an athlete, but he just wasn't a safety. Nelson Lacombo, breath of fresh air here for this Riders secondary. First down Riders on the 44, sorry.
So 1st and 10, as you mentioned, for the Riders after the Olympic RTM's turnover. New quarterback into the game for the Riders is Jake Mayer. He's back to pass, loads it up, looking deep. Got a Joe. It's up and batted away as it was a contested catch, and a Joe just couldn't haul it in as Mayer went deep on his first throw of the ball game.
Oh, hey. I just mentioned that, and then I was surprised when you said it. I was like, oh, I didn't mean that right away, but this is a good throw, but even better play by Robert Carter Jr. here to get up into the mix, and especially in the middle of the hands of a Joe for this 50-50 ball. Robert Carter Jr. probably has the interception and catch of the year from BC as a defensive back this year, and he plays this well. 2nd and 10 for the Riders. I love the shot, though, that Mayer took.
Ball on the Riders' 44-yard line, 4:47 and counting in the second quarter. Riders lead by 8. Mayer's back to pass. Pressure comes from the near side. He'll throw it up, and it's intercepted. The Lions have it, bring it back across midfield as Mayer's throw was just a touch high, and it sailed into the arms of Jackson Finley, who hauls in his 4th pick of the season.
Yeah, Mayer now, it's his turn to throw, and this is just too high. He's got a Joe coming into the middle of the field from his left side, and he just throws it far too high. And this is about as easy of an interception as you're going to get as a defensive back. And it's pretty much pitch and catch. Mayer starts off with a brilliant throw and then comes up short for the Riders, and they give the ball back, and BC takes it on the 50.
So it's almost as we were after the teams trade picks. It's now going to be Nathan Rourke and his team with the football at the Saskatchewan 50 following the interception. Rourke working with Xander Horvath, trying to get the call right. James Butler, the lone back in the backfield, as Horvath settles in on the left side of the offensive line. Fake the handoff, now thrown underneath. That's complete to Hatcher, who's got room to run down to the 35, up to the 31 before he goes down. Nice gain of 19 for Kean Hatcher Sr.
We talked about Nathan Rourke's first read and taking him away here. Nathan Rourke is running that RPO, but the whole time he's looking at where Hatcher goes on this essentially an option route. He's allowed to take it across field, or he's able to sit in a zone. He chooses to sit down in amongst 3 Rider defenders, and that's where Rourke finds him. That's kind of the offense I expected to see out of the BC Lions.
1st and 10 for the Lions following the Hatcher reception to the Riders 31. Rourke on the run, throws it complete far side. James Butler's got it, going to be tracked down from behind by A.J. Allen, but not before Butler gets down to the 10-yard line.
Yeah, Butler avoids the tackle right off the bat here in the flat of Tavon Campbell. And as soon as Campbell misses the tackle, he's got about 3 or 4 yards of free space. He accelerates and ends up in the red zone on the Riders 19. That's a good 21-yard gain.
So the BC Lions on a drive that was interrupted by an interception now find themselves 1st and goal from the Riders 9. Rourke in the gun, has a pair of backs in the backfield. Motion Stanley Berryhill to the far side of the formation. 2 receivers settle either side. Riders bring bodies and aren't going to get there, as a couple of yards on the handoff to James Butler will gain about 3.
Habakkuk Baldonado here. Great play from the defensive standpoint. He sees the mesh point of this handoff as the left defensive end, and his tackle goes down. And normally what the tackle going down is doing, they're trying to rush the defensive end into a decision, and they can pull it from him, and he doesn't fall for it.
The Lions, will get a second crack to try to score when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The 3-minute warning has been issued here at Mosaic Stadium, brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. It's crunch time on the field and in the field. Brett Young's canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. And we got lots of folks weighing in from the fields in Saskatchewan. Beautiful night for it. 19 degrees at kickoff. Again, we thank you for texting in on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. A bunch of questions coming in for Luc. We'll get to those momentarily. First, it's 2nd and goal, BC at the Riders' 7-yard line on the right-hand hash. Berryhill moves in motion pre-snap. Rourke back to pass. Looking, feels the pressure, throws, and it's incomplete. Intended for Eberhardt at the goal line, but it sailed over his head, and it's a 3rd down kicking situation as Sean White trots on for the Lions with 2:35 to go in the half.
Rourke just can't stand in the pocket. It's collapsing too quickly, and here again he forces a throw, and it's not a very good one. It's high. He's lucky there was no defensive back behind the wide receiver that he was targeting to his left, but the O-line for the BC Lions letting Nathan Rourke down at the moment, and they probably want to have a talk. talk about that on the sideline because, again, their situation is a bleak one if they lose this game.
14-yard attempt for White. He's 1 of 1 tonight from 49 yards out. This will be from the right-hand hash. No wind really to speak of, and the kick goes up and sails through the uprights as you would expect from Sean White. And the Lions will cut into the lead for the Riders. Now 18-13, Saskatchewan in front with 2:32 to go here before halftime. And let's go to the B&A Petroleum text line where Christian is listening, having some fun out in the field by the sounds of it in southeastern Saskatchewan. And a question for you, Luke. Do you agree in starting Trevor Harris in this football game? And that comes from Max tonight,
Yeah,
I believe
totally
out around Moose Jaw.
Totally agree with it. And I think we saw what we needed to see out of Trevor Harris before they took him out. He came in, he got guys in and out of the huddle. He was crisp. He was on target. And now you get Jake Mayer here. Finishing the game off. But again, we saw a lot out of Trevor Harris. And
well, Mayer hands the ball off. First down to the Thomas the Train. Will get across the 45, near the 46 for a gain of 6 yards following the first down play.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, too, if A.J. Ouellette is about to have his night cut short as well. You got TBH in there running the football, and we haven't seen a lot of running out of Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. A.J. Ouellette seems content on the sideline, just hanging out there with a towel, talking with staffers. But you got a 2nd and 4 situation now, and Mayer with 1 interception so far.
Gain of 6 for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon on first down at 2nd and 4. Saskatchewan ball left-hand hash. 6 receivers in the pattern for Mayer, who's complete to a Joe into BC territory down to the 49-yard line for another first down.
Yeah, Joe is running inside. He's coming across from about 5 yards all the way across. And again, Micah Alway, Josh Woods, and Deontay Williams, they're having a real problem. And this time it's Micah Alway. He just drops too far back, and when he creates as much space as he does in front of him, that's why a Joe is wide open and gets even more after that.
1:55 and counting to go before halftime. 1st and 10 Saskatchewan at the BC 49. Handoff to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, who goes through the left side. He's wrapped up, and look at him keep those legs churning down around the 45-yard line. Gain of about 4.
Yeah, the Riders staying in between the tackles here. There's not much space for Bertrand-Houdon to operate. He does get what he can, but again, it's only about 4 yards. But again, this is a really manageable and desirable 2nd down situation for any quarterback, 2nd and 6, right? Because you throw it 4 and hopefully that your guy gets 2. But again, we talked about the vertical battle here. Is there money up the seams for Mayer?
Lots of yards after contact for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon for Pump Jacks Cathedral. Open before, during, or after every game. It's 2nd down. Mayer throws it far side, tight window. Big first down catch. Nice job by Mayer to thread the needle right into the arms of Tommy Neal for another Rider first down.
Tommy Neal does a good job. He's the interior of 3 receivers to Mayer's left, and he runs up about 5 yards and gradually starts settling in just outside the weak side linebacker and in front of the safeties. This is a good job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders getting back on track after that first interception they threw.
So 1st and 10 for Saskatchewan. There's a minute to go here in the 2nd quarter as Del Duncan Busby and Sean Bain Jr. flip spots near side as Mayer back to pass. Guns it underneath. That's complete to the 25. Spinning away from the initial contact. And near the first down stick is Del Duncan Busby.
Yeah, Del Duncan Busby's just running a quick slant. And right underneath 2 receivers that are running up the vertical. Mayer with a clean throw to him. 2nd and 1.
As Mayer's going to go in right under center on this 2nd down play. Ball looked like it's come loose.
Oh, no.
BC says they have it.
They do.
Well, look, and the Lions running away from the pile with it, and indeed they do. It's a 2nd Olympic RTM's turnover by the Riders, this time in scoring territory on a 2nd and short.
Yeah, Mayer's looked good here all season. Today he does not look so good, and here we're in a rush to snap the football and catch the BC Lions offside, and because he rushes this snap, he doesn't have a clean handoff from the center. It drops it, and the Lions recover. Matthew Betts, our 3rd key. Got to keep him off the stat sheet. That's a big turnover for the BC Lions.
And you can just see the ball slipped out of the fingertips of Mayer, and Again, Jake doesn't need me defending him, but he doesn't get a lot of reps on second and short plays.
Yeah, no, he barely plays on. He's not their short yardage quarterback. But I like the thought of the Riders just trying to go in tempo and keep the Lions on their heels.
So now Nathan Rourke looks to flip the script as he gets the ball back at his 24-yard line. Hands it off to James Butler, who's going to get a yard and no more as the Riders do a nice job of getting in on the tackle. Micah Johnson in amongst the tacklers to make the play.
You got Micah Johnson and a good job by Aubrey Miller, who's come in for Jameer Thurman at that middle linebacker spot. He just scrapes over the top and finds himself a gap to insert. And as he does, it's right on top of James Butler.
Second down and 8 after the gain of 2. There's 33 seconds and counting to go before halftime. BC back at their 26-yard line. Rourke in the gun. 5 receivers set. 3 come to the near side. Riders show blitz and will bring 5. Rourke to pass near side. That ball is complete to Katoy. He'll get up near the 35, which is enough for a BC first down with 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, and if you're BC, you got to get some urgency behind this. This clock is going to run right as the whistle blows. And you got to get downfield. You still got an opportunity for a field goal or more with a big play.
BC lines up. Rourke courses for the ball. 4-man rush from the Riders. Rourke dumps it underneath, coming to the near side to the 40, 45, up to the 46 before being slung down. Who else? Kean Hatcher Sr. as he's getting close to the 100 reception mark on the season.
Yeah, now it looks a little bit hopeless here. They're going to have to throw it long and just hope. I don't even think they're going to have time for a field goal.
Final play likely of the opening half. Rourke has time, dumps it underneath, looking for Butler. He's got it. He'll get to the midfield stripe, but no more. A gain of 8, and that's the way the opening half will conclude. The Roughriders leading BC 18-13 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Stay tuned. Coming up next, Teagan Witko and Justin Duncan, the YAC Auctions halftime report here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback. You call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side, it's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Experience a harvest so fundamentally different with performance and efficiency other combines just can't match. Experience a Gleaner S98 from Nick Service. There's no inefficient gearboxes or hydraulics robbing your combine of power, keeping your Gleaner a lean, mean harvesting machine. They save more and cost you less. To learn more about putting a Gleaner S98 on your farm, visit Nick Service, your AGCO dealer in Emerald Park. nickservice.com.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders right now ahead 18-13. Of course, over the BC Lions in this regular season finale. Let's talk about how we got there with the halftime rewind. Brought to you by Quality Tire. Brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Like home, and we're underway at Mosaic Stadium. Now Thomas Bertrand-Houdan goes for a run to the near side in motion pre-snap. Cone to his left, gets to the line, and gets in for the touchdown. The Riders are into the end zone. Second down and 6. Riders show blitz. They'll rush 6. Back to pass. Rourke has time. Pocket collapsing, gets away, but then he gets dragged down. He was tripped up for a sack as getting home was Malik Carney, his 8th sack of the season. As Cone's under center, pre-snap motion comes to the near side. That's what Cone will follow, and we'll have the first down and more. Still on his feet to the 25. Jukes a man down to the 20-yard line. 28-yard, as you mentioned, Luke, attempt. as the kick is up and sails through, and in his young CFL career, Michael Hughes is 1 for 1. Rourke in 2nd and 9 is back to pass. Feels the pressure, steps up, runs into the pressure, now gets dropped, back on BC's side of center. What a quarterback sack. Papa Baldonado gets home in a hurry. 3rd down gamble for Jack Cohn, who's into the game under center on 3rd and 1. Goes to his left, dives ahead, touchdown, Riders! Jack Cohn, his 2nd touchdown of the game, and the Riders are back in front of BC. 1st down and 10 for the Lions. Rourke needs no reps, throws it up, and it's intercepted. Riders have it, bringing it back the other way across the 40 to the 41, down near the 44-yard line. Coming up with the football for the Riders. Oh boy, Nelson Lacombo, his first interception of the season.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders in front by 5. The score right now at half, 18-13. Again, in favor of your Saskatchewan Roughriders. We are streaming live at sportscage.com on our YouTube channel as well, live from Mosaic Stadium in the Sports Cage Lounge. We're going to take a quick break, come back, and talk more about that first half of football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season, so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
This is Trevor Harris from your Saskatchewan Roughriders, and I'm here with my buddy AJ and Jason from Capital Ford. Jason, when I need something as tough as our O-line, I head to Capital Ford.
At Capital Ford, we've got the vehicles that handle Saskatchewan like a pro. F-150s, Broncos, and everything in between.
I've taken those trucks through snow, slush, gravel roads, never missed a step.
Exactly. Tough, reliable, built to perform. On the field or on the road, we've got your back. Capital Ford Lincoln, we drive Rider Nation.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
The latest on the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We've got it anytime you want it at sportscage.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk with you inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. This is the halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders up by 5. The score right now, 18-13. Now, Justin, we got to dive in by talking about just how much fun Kian Schaefer-Baker is having on that sideline right now. I don't think there's anybody on the field right now that's having as good a time as he is.
Lots of energy, and rightfully so. He looks like he is in prime shape here, looking really spry on some of those completions from Trevor Harris. And then, as you said, just bringing that juice on the sidelines, getting the fans at Mosaic Stadium into it.
Well, and he runs over to the sideline and grabs a Gatorade cup right from the Lions bench. I thought that was quite the move. That was a move for sure. So Kian Schaefer-Baker, of course, we also need to talk about Jack Cohn, 2 rushing TDs in this game already in the first half.
He's looked good in that short yardage package, and if for whatever reason Tommy Stevens isn't healthy for the West Final, it's very clear that Jack Cohn is going to take over that role, and he looks pretty solid doing it. He does not have the size that Tommy Stevens has, that's for sure, but he's been very efficient with it and able to finish off a couple drives.
Absolutely. Now we got to talk about Hughes, right? Michael Hughes making his first career CFL start with the Saskatchewan Roughriders kicking, and the kid can kick.
A 90-yard single? I mean, yeah, he passed a test that Campbell Fair couldn't and made his first extra point. He's hit on the field goal, and then also he's able to crush that ball through the uprights, Teagan, on a kickoff. Guy's got some legitimate leg power.
120 for 120 in converts too. Like that was coming into this game, and he's looking pretty good for that one tonight as well. I think it's 2 for 2 on the night so far. Let's talk a little bit more now about the defense. Nelson Lacombo back after 7 games, and it looks like he didn't really miss a beat.
No, I really like that interception that he made because Luc Mullinder talked about it in his keys, that the BC Lions like to take vertical shots down the seam. That's exactly what Nathan Rourke was trying to do there. He was trying to fit a ball in to Aiden Eberhardt, but he stared it down a little too much. Nelson Lacombo read Rourke's eyes, ranged over, and made what looked like an easy interception. But that's not as easy as it seems. It's an easy interception for a veteran safety. It's just the way that Lacombo made it look.
Now, what about A.J. Allen, most outstanding Canadian nominee from the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and he's showing why.
Definitely. The guy's out there making plays. He came into the game 5th in the league in tackles, just behind his teammate Jameer Thurman, by the way, and 5th in the league in defensive plays made. Actually leads the Saskatchewan Roughriders in that category. He's so athletic, but what he does very well is translate film study into action on the field. He processes so fast. That's been a real key for him.
Now, before we leave here real quick, is there anything else that you want to talk about? I know Jake Mayer came into the game, late in that first half. Do you think that was the right move?
Yeah, I liked it because Trevor Harris had 3 straight scoring drives. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown. Looked great getting the football out of his hands. 10 of 11 for 112 yards in that opening half, and really just 3 series of work. So exactly like we talked about in the pregame show. Leave on a high note. He's got to be feeling good with that and go into the West Final with all kinds of confidence.
Second half, Saskatchewan Roughrider football just around the corner. Play-by-play action is straight ahead. This was the YAC Auctions Rider Nation halftime report for YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd, just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Justin and I will be back with Wes Cates following the conclusion of this football game. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Harvest is wrapping up and you're already thinking about seeding. Seize the power of the Borgo 9000 I-Series air card at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seeding certainty with 9000 I-Series air carts. They're configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking. Explore Borgo's seeding lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seeding and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land in the equipment department. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Riders leading 18-13 at the half. If you're following the baseball, well, the Los Angeles Dodgers able to string together a pair of hits with 2 outs and take an early lead in Toronto in Game 2 of the World Series. They lead 1-0 after the top of the first. The Jays just coming to bat, sending George Springer to the dish. Meantime, the Saskatchewan Roughriders getting themselves set for the second half, as of course the BC Lions chose to take the football to open the football game. So the Riders are going to get it to start the second half as they'll move from left to right as we see it here at Mosaic Stadium. The Quality Tire kickoff for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. I think almost everyone on the Rider roster has had an opportunity to take at least a rep in the opening half, except for Jesse Mirko. The Riders didn't punt the ball in the opening half.
Well, and it's because they were incredibly clean when it came to rolling out their offense. And it slowed down a little bit, obviously, when Trevor Harris and A.J. Ouellette exited the ball game. I'm not sure how many more reps A.J. Ouellette has in him today, but let's hope the Riders can just, make some. I don't think there was too many adjustments needed to be made. I think the BC Lions come into this second half a desperate team and needing to make adjustments. I wouldn't be surprised to see Nathan Rourke get a little bit more mobile, Dave, try to take advantage of the fact that some of our ends are collapsing once in a while on those RPOs.
And away we go. Carl Meyer going to kick it off to the far side of the field. That's where Mario Alford has it for the Riders, up to the 25, 30, 40, still on his feet. Finally pushed out of bounds to the BC bench right around the 46-yard line. And here comes the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the offense heading out onto the field for this first time. And I'm waiting to see which quarterback it is. Indeed, it's Jake Mayer that runs out onto the field with the first team offense.
Yeah, and if any indicator last week in terms of like what the Riders are thinking. Maybe they go Mayer for the third quarter and give the fourth to their young quarterback, Jack Cohn. But that doesn't matter right now. The Riders here start their possession on the 46.
Mayer 3 of 5 for 37 yards in relief of Trevor Harris. Did throw an interception, however, on his first play. Throws it out near side, complete to Tommy Neild. He'll stiff arm a man, get across the 50, up near the 52 for a gain of 6 on first down for the green and white.
It's a good job by Tommy Neild. He runs so much bigger than he looks. And the Riders, again, get 2 for 2 in terms of wide receivers on defenders looking to tackle Neild, and it leaves the safety, who is Josh Haggerty, to deal with Neild one-on-one. So they're blocking those up well.
This, of course, the second time Jake Mayer has faced the BC Lions defense this season. He played and started June 28th when the Riders defeated the Lions 37-18 here at Mosaic Stadium. It's second and short. Mayer throws it far side. That ball going to be caught and complete near the first down stripe. This will be pending the spot, as it's not going to be a great one for Mitch Picton, who hauled it in just at the midfield. It looked like he was well into BC territory, but it looks like the Riders are a yard and a half short.
Yeah, totally. These Saskatchewan Roughriders, I mean, they catch this ball over the first down marker, and then unfortunately it dies there, however.
And it looks like it's going to be in a Moose Creek Red Angus third down gamble, as the BC Lions allowed to make a late substitution to bring on their big bodies. For third and a long one right at midfield for Jack Cohn, who comes onto the game. Cohn with a pair of touchdown runs tonight as he plunged in from a yard out each time. This time he's going to go to his right. Meets a Lion player right away. I don't know. This spot is going to be interesting, as Sean Bain Jr. believes that the Riders have a first down. The BC Lions defense would beg to differ.
Well, the referee spotting the ball gave him a good spot. I feel like they gave him a spot to where the BC Lions, they're going to be terribly upset at, I think, where the spot ended up. Nope,
they've got it. It is going to be a turnover on downs.
Wow. I'll tell you what, man, where the spot guy ran in, Dave, he was beyond the first down. Maybe he got talked out of it by one of his colleagues.
Well, that is the third Olympic RTM's turnover of the night for the Riders. An interception, a fumble, and one on downs. So the BC Lions will get the football back. The Lions, of course, need to win this ball game to stay in the West and actually host the West semifinal next week against Calgary. In the meantime, it'll be Nathan Rourke in the gun as the backfield empties on first down. Riders bring pressure. They'll get there. Big hit, but he throws it up near side. It's complete. Berryhill's got it down to the 15-14 of the Riders. Another huge chunk play for the BC offense.
And Rourke, whose pocket was collapsing in front of him all first half, takes another massive hit from Habakkuk Baldonado, but manages to get the ball out right on time. And this is a fantastic first down. I didn't see how many yards it was, but at the end of the day, you've got the ball on the 12.
43-yard reception, Luke, and BC
43,
back in the red zone. They trail by 5.
And again, it's just that vertical seam, right up the field.
Two receivers go far side for Nathan Rourke, who's in the gun. Riders load up the line once again. A fake handoff down to the goal line, but it's over top of the target. It's having to extend big time was the receiver right on the goal line, and the Riders are talking this one out as there was a wide open receiver. Rourke just couldn't hit him.
No, there's going to be an open wide receiver if you're blitzing this way right off the bat. And the reason why is we bring a linebacker, it automatically creates the space in behind where the linebacker left. And that's where the Lions tried to get the ball, but Rourke put it high.
Fans come to life. It's second down and 10 for BC on the Saskatchewan 12. Stanley Berryhill in motion pre-snap, goes far side. That's where Rourke looks. Going to throw it up. That's complete to the 5. Goal line, end zone, ball's out. Riders scoop it up. They're bringing it back the other way to the 25, 35, 40. Now the midfield stripe. Hey, take a jog in Wascana, why don't you? Down to the 20, 15, 10. Touchdown! Riders! Tavon Campbell
with the scoop and score at the goal line. 110 yards to pay dirt. And Saskatchewan, what a turn of events. BC's in disbelief.
Yeah, the BC Lions think they got the ball over the goal line before this ball got knocked out. And by the way, if there's one person on the field that you're not going to catch with a head start, it's Teagan Campbell, number 26. He shows off his world-class sprinter speed all the way up the sideline once he picks this ball up off the turf. But the Lions are saying that they got the ball across the goal line prior, so that is going to be what the instant replay group is going to be looking at.
Well, you know, Ben Major is going to go to the CFL Replay Center. Here comes the announcement from Major as to what the call on the field is and what the CFL Replay Center will bring, but they are walking back towards the Saskatchewan end of the field, which would mean you'd have to think that they're going to give a score to BC, but again, the jury is out, and right now the officials are conferring.
They haven't walked it all the way back, though.
They're trying.
The previous play is under review by the Replay Center.
The Replay Center
doesn't look like what?
Is brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. Colson Schultz in the Sports Cage Replay Center says it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like BC got it.
Looks like they got it. They got the ball out of his hands, like right as he was on top of the goal line, reaching up. And we can see the replay system in Teagan Campbell again. No one's catching him if he gets a jump on you. So it does look like it was stopped just short when it looks at the replay. And again, you have to remember that it's got to be inconclusive, irrefutable evidence to overturn the call.
Little pause here. Here we go.
Upon the automatic review by the Replay Center, we have a fumble that was recovered by Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line. However, since the play was whistled, we can't give Saskatchewan the ball beyond the 3-yard line. It's going to be first down Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line.
That makes no sense.
Well,
that makes absolutely no sense.
I didn't hear a fumble, and that one is going to upset Rider Nation, but again, yeah, it absolutely was a fumble as we now see it for the first time. And
he picked up the fumble and ran with it. How is this a dead ball?
Well, they say the whistle sounded, and that's the second Olympic RTM's turnover of the night for BC. A fumble recovery is going to be wiped out for Teagan Campbell. Wow. What a turn of events, and that's going to be a...
You know, Corey Mace is upset, and he has every right to be. This ball should have been allowed, this play should have been allowed to continue.
Well, is Mace going to... I don't think he can challenge this, because unfortunately...
If I'm Mace, I'm throwing the flag anyways and just have him think about it.
Well, and right now he's looking for an explanation down at his own 8-yard line as this conversation continues. Ben Major doesn't want to come over and talk to him, which I think the coach wants.
Ben's ghosting him.
Well, and again, the argument is that the play always has to end when the whistle sounds. The official should have allowed that to play out before blowing it. Did not do so. It's 1st and 10 for the Riders with Jake Mayer standing deep in his end zone. Hands the ball off. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan breaks the first set of tackles. Gets across the 10. Still going forward up near the 14, 15-yard line. Things get physical. And Thomas Bertrand-Houdan gets the ball out of the shadows of his goalposts and then takes a punch in the face.
Mike Benavides comes out and loads up the line of scrimmage and they blitz. And when they do blitz, Thomas Bertrand-Houdan is still able to find an initial gap. It's hard to imagine the way they were blitzing on a zero blitz that there was a gap at the line of scrimmage, because essentially you're putting a player in every single gap to run. So for some reason, Bertrand-Houdan is given an opportunity. He makes good on it. 10 yards right off the bat.
Yeah. First Bazandowski agencies of the second half for the Riders. There's 10:38 to go. What a turn of events. Saskatchewan leading by 5. Looked like they had more. Now, Mayer near side for Tommy Neald in the flat. Another receiver screen. He breaks a tackle, steps out of bounds across the 22-yard line for a gain of 8.
Yeah, this has been the best play for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Outside of a couple other ones, but these screens, they're blocking them really well. They're catching the Lions where their players are low. They're blocking those guys up, and the furthest defender that's able to get in on the ball carrier, which has been Neald every single time, is up top. And it's given them yards to run in, and they've converted them extremely well. 2nd and 2.
Ball on the Riders' 22-yard line, near side hash. One back in the backfield is Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. Jake Mayer takes the snap, loads it up, fires it. That's incomplete. He was intending it for Sean Bain Jr., and Bain Jr. took a big hit as that ball arrived, and it falls incomplete. And here comes Jesse Mirko for the first time tonight.
Well, Sean Bain Jr., again, depending on health, one of those receivers that may or may not be on that playoff roster when the Western Final rolls around in 2 weeks, right? So BC Lions get an incredibly lucky reprieve. They should have had a fumble. It should have been a Riders touchdown. Instead, Tavon Campbell wastes his world-class speed on nothing, and now we're punting.
So Mirko on to kick it away. This is Jesse's 5th game in a Rider uniform as he took over from Joe Couch, who had been the Riders kicker for the first 12 weeks of the season. Mirko awaits the snap from Jorgen Hughes back at his 8-yard line. Seven McGee set to return for BC. Mirko, a good kick. It's a spiraling one that's going to take a bounce and bounce back towards the line of scrimmage. Into the arms of McGee at his 45-yard lines now. He starts far side, now cuts back near side, has got some room to run. Across the 45 to the 40 of Saskatchewan, steps out of bounds at the 37-yard line before being forced out of bounds by Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. BC ball in great field position when we come back. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yep, I'm farming in a life jacket. Always have. You never know when you're going to need it, so I stay prepared for the worst.
Stop wearing your farm insurance like a life jacket. With Global Ag Risk Solutions, your coverage protects inputs and margin, so you can farm forward using insurance as a tool, not a flotation device. Learn more about maximizing your growing season at agrisksolutions.ca/ditch the life jacket.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue today, or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
By Jesse Mirko, just 19 on the return for Seven McGee, but that 19 sets the BC Lions up 1st and 10 at the Riders' 35-yard line. It's Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Teagan Witko along. Of course, the Riders 50-50 jackpot continues to climb. You can get your ticket online at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. The jackpot now stands at $252,341.
You know, we go around the league, Dave, and some of these jackpots might eclipse $57, you know, and they're not worth winning. But it's amazing to see the community here in Saskatchewan always putting in and driving that 50-50 up. It's awesome, and I feel sorry for the guys who come here from visiting teams. They're not allowed to get in on it.
1st and 10 for the Lions at the Riders' 35-yard line as Nathan Rourke hands it off. James Butler gets across the 35, finally wrapped up at the 31 by Aubrey Miller Jr., who's back in the lineup.
Yeah, this is a good job, Aubrey Miller Jr. They get the center up on him, and he avoids his block and manages to scrape and get Butler down. Butler gets a first down if Aubrey Miller's not able to scrape off the block and get in on this tackle. 2nd and 6.
Now, through that entire commercial break, Luke, I knew you were upset about that scoop and score being waved off the board. So too are the folks on the B&A Petroleum text line. Ian says the refs just took what could have been a final history-making fumble return for a touchdown when they moved those goalposts next season. As Rourke throws it near side, complete to Butler. He'll be into first down territory near the 22. However, the Riders trying to suggest that ball was not caught, but the officials do not agree.
Yeah, no, that was caught. That's an easy call for the officials. And I can't believe we're saying that. They don't make all the easy calls, apparently.
First and 10 for the Lions. Rourke fakes the handoff, now scrambles far side. Looking, firing down to the 10, 5. Eberhardt's got it to the 3, 2, into the end zone. This time, BC scores. From 22 yards out. Aiden Eberhardt hauls in his second touchdown reception of the game.
And this is what I said coming out of the half. I think that the BC Lions were going to adjust, get Nathan on the Rourke, on the run a little bit more, and this is exactly what he does. He gets outside the pocket and he waits out the defensive back. It puts him in a bit of a precarious position, the defensive back and the linebackers, because once Rourke rolls, you got to either figure out, do you want to go tackle him or do you want to stay on your assignment and peel off? He peels off, and that's when Nathan Rourke finds Eberhardt sitting right there wide open, and then Eberhardt does the rest. A couple spin moves later, he's in the end zone. Lions are going for 2 to get back up by a field goal.
So the Lions this season in 2-point converts have been extremely efficient, 6 of 8. This is opportunity number 9 as Rourke hands the ball off, and it's not going anywhere. The Riders' defensive line collapsed to make the play. Ollie Sod in amongst the tacklers, so BC has to settle for a 1-point lead. It's 19-18 with 7:50 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Teagan Witko back at Mosaic Stadium. Let's head down to the sideline for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan?
Well, Dave, veteran offensive lineman Jamarcus Hardrick says his nomination for the CFL's Most Outstanding Offensive Lineman Award almost doesn't feel real. Last July, he was recovering from a season-ending quad injury. Now, Hardrick credited his rehab team, coaches, family for their support. In fact, you might remember back in Week 6, Jamarcus told us that not only was it the one-year anniversary of that injury, but also his 13th wedding anniversary to a woman named Sam. Of course, his wife, someone that he calls his own superwoman. Now, of course, this is he's going to be on the offensive line for the green and white today, and this is the final regular season game, but no doubt this has been a big year for Yoshi.
Absolutely, as right now his buddy Mario Alford takes the kickoff off the foot of Carl Meyer. He'll get across the 40 near the 42-yard line. Thanks so much, Teagan, as we've got 7:44 to go in the third quarter, 19-18 BC in front, and if you're watching the ball game or want to know, the LA Dodgers are leading the Toronto Blue Jays 1-0. We'll be back with more in a moment from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band. To emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead. You deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
306-936-6262. That's the number for the B&A Petroleum text line. Of course, B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. A penalty has pushed the Riders back to their 25-yard line after the return from Mario Alford of 27 yards.
Yeah, not sure what happened. I think it was one of the fullbacks. I believe Ollie Saad got the penalty.
Ollie was able to make the tackle on Xander Horvath on that two-point convert attempt, so that worked out nicely for the Riders, who now trail by a point with 7:44 to go here in the third quarter.
One of the things that Saskatchewan's got to work on, here in the second half, you got to stay out of 2nd and 7+ with the lineup they got in there right now. And I'm not saying Jake Mayer is not capable of making the throws. It's just the reason they were so on schedule was because they had a ton of those 2nd and 4 to 6 plays.
Well, Riders load up the line, but Mayer is going to throw far side. That is complete. Once again, Tommy Neald's got it. He'll dance out of bounds just across the 35 near the 36-yard line and should have another Bazandowski Agency's first down. Now, going to be ruled just shy. My apologies.
So here the BC Lions are dropping back into a deep zone. Not sure why, because what it's doing is it restricts where their linebackers end up. Their linebackers end up between or right sort of on the hash, and when Neald is into the flat, the linebacker has so far to go to get in on the tackle. He's lucky he got Neald where he got him at 2nd and 1.
From the Saskatchewan 34-yard line, clock ticking down, just 7:07 to go in the third quarter. Handoff to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, who moves the pile ahead and gets the Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down. Your first choice for insurance.
TBH does a good job, 2 hands over the football, running low. One of those downs where you're just trying to move the sticks. You're not trying to make a big play. Sees the field well. It's blocked up well. 3 Lions got to get in on him.
Riders break the huddle. 1st and 10 now at their own 38 on the left-hand hash. 5 receivers in this formation for Saskatchewan. 3 come near side for Jake Mayer, who's in the gun. TBH standing to his right. Going to hand it off to him. He'll get to the 40, upended across the 41, near the 43-yard line for a gain of about 6, almost 7.
Well, it's a really good job here, and I believe this was, I'm not sure who this was. I think it was Josh Woods. But essentially rides out this handoff and then gets back in on the tackle as he gradually moved towards the sideline. Ends up being number 33, Jackson Findlay.
Yeah, rookie safety out of Western.
Yeah.
Getting the call tonight. He's actually put up some big numbers this season on behalf of the Lions defense. 2nd down for the Riders. Only going to spot 5 yards on that carry for Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. 5 receivers for Mayer. 3 far side. That's where he looks. Back to pass. Loads it up. Looking deep. Has a man. And it's going to be batted away. Intended on that far side. Tried to bring it in to Del Duncan Busby, but he was in an epic battle on that far sideline, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, Del Duncan Busby, it's one-on-one all the way up the sidelines, and it's just another fantastic job by TJ Lee competing for a jump ball. And the BC Lions have done this well all game so far, competing for these jump balls at the height of the throw, getting into the wide receiver's hands at the last minute and separating. That's fantastic.
TJ Lee playing his 5th game since signing with the Lions on September 12th. The 11-year pro was looking for a job all season long, and the BC Lions had a need due to injury in the secondary, and he makes a play. Is Jesse Mirko on to punt it away for the Riders. High kick that this time is going to chase McGee back to his 5-yard line. Stutter step, makes a couple of Riders collide with one another. Then he'll get wrapped up just across the 15 near the 17-yard line. It's Nathan Rourke and the BC Lions turn with the ball. When we come back, 19-18, BC leads, 5:10 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. 62-yard punt by Jesse Mirko. Return for 12 by 7 McGee. It means BC has got the ball 1st and 10 at their own 19-yard line. And doing a quick look to wonder if Nathan Rourke is still in the game. And I think that BC wants to avoid going east at all costs, if you know what I mean.
Nathan
right?
Rourke is going to be in this game until this game is out of reach. And right now, the Riders have seemed to slow a little bit offensively, right, Dave? Harris has come out and A.J. Allen's come out of the game, so there's not as much space. Doesn't seem like as much space either at the wide receiver positions as we enjoyed in the first half.
O'Rourke is still in the game. It's 1st and 10 as the backfield empties. The Riders are going to rush 5 as Rourke back to pass, feels the pressure, gets wrapped up, ball comes out. They're going to say it's incomplete, but I don't know if it traveled across the line of scrimmage. Regardless, Caleb Sanders gets into the backfield.
It just made it across the line of scrimmage. And again, the one thing that's continued is this pocket continues to collapse in front of Nathan Rourke. Caleb Sanders, who's really effective as a pass rusher in the interior, just forces the action. Rourke tries to escape it, and he just gets the ball off. And he's really lucky that there was a receiver in and around the area that he threw it to. He gets it off while he's falling down.
Well, Rourke has been sacked the least this season in the Canadian Football League of any starting quarterback. 2nd down, Riders show blitz, but they'll back off into coverage, pitched underneath. That ball complete to Hatcher, and here comes some friends to help him the tackle as Aubrey Miller Jr. was there first, and then the rest of the secondary converge and going to stop that for a gain of maybe a yard.
Yeah, this is a crossing route here low, and Aubrey Miller sees it developing right in front of him, and he goes with Hatcher, and he gets a hand on Hatcher's jersey and just doesn't let go. This is great grip strength. Hatcher's trying to shake him and get whatever he can out of this, but Aubrey Miller Jr. just hangs on for dear life until his teammates get there. 3rd and 9.
So on for an Eberle & Sons punt return is Mario Alford. The first time he had a chance, the ball went through the back of the end zone. This time on to kick it is Carl Meyer. Awaiting the snap at his 6. Alford set up on the return at his 34. High spiraling kick that's going to chase Alford to the far side of the football field. Takes a bounce at the 40 of Saskatchewan and into the arms of Alford at the 32 before he's forced out of bounds up around the 40 with 3:39 to go in the third quarter. And here comes Jake Mayer and the Rough Rider offense.
That was a heck of a punt, Dave. They got out of trouble there. You made Alford sprint over to the left sideline, and the ball kind of just died. If Alfred gets a good return there, they're up near the 50, but instead this possession starts on the Rider 36. So
58-yard punt, just 4 on the return.
Yeah, that's the way to flip the field.
So Mayer in the offense, break huddle, settling at their 36-yard line. 4 receivers come near side for Mayer on 1st down. A.J. Ouellette back into the ball game by the looks of it. 1st down, backfield empties, pass far side, complete up to the 44-yard line. Del Duncan Busby hauls it in for a gain of about 8.
Well,
or Sean Bain Jr., pardon me.
The presence of A.J. Ouellette is what counts. He's such a threat anytime he's in and around the ball that defenses key in on him, especially what he means to the Saskatchewan Rough Rider offenses. You know, you see it whenever the Riders run a play-action play. It just sucks everybody up because they're so concerned about number 45 being able to chunk them. TBH is back in the game for this 2nd and 2.
Mayer in the gun. BC going to load up the line. Here comes the blitz. Handoff, though, goes to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. He'll move the pile to the 45. Very close to the first down. Looked like he's still going to be about a half-yard shy, though.
Yeah, you got Dwayne Hendricks in here. Good job at the line of scrimmage. Not only does he press guard Darius Washington off him, he also manages to keep him at bay and get in on the gap that we're trying to get to. And Jack Cohen's going to come in here for another short yardage rep.
Cohen's been stopped once already tonight on a Moose Creek Red Angus third down gamble. The Riders coming into tonight were 24 of 26 on the season, while the Lions had only stopped their opponent twice all year long on a third down. This one, though, a lot shorter than what Cohen has faced thus far tonight.
I would expect him to get to the edges quickly here.
Cohen under center, calls out the cadence, lots of pre-snap movement, a little delay for Cohen. He'll go to the left side, following Darius Washington to a first down for Bazandowski Agencies.
Yeah, and again, this is, if the game's close in the playoffs, that formation and that set right there that they run that short yardage play out of, that is the one where I anticipate the Riders developing off of some sort of play, not necessarily a play action, but just definitely something if they find a way to get one of these guys into the flats or up a seam. It's such a juicy formation that they run it out of, and teams are so keyed in on the short yardage play.
1:20 and counting to go in the third quarter. First down for Saskatchewan. Hand the ball off to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon to the left. Is not going to get much as Micah Alway and crew, along with Josh Woods, come up to make the play. It'll be second and long for the Riders.
Yeah, this is a really good job here. Initially, Micah Alway is the one that talks Jake Mayer out of keeping the ball and handing it off. And then what he does is he scrapes back inside to make the tackle. So first he talks Mayer out of, keeping and throwing, and then gets in on the tackle after the ball's declared. Mike Alway, man, he's such a nuisance in terms of being an opponent, but a guy that you would want on your team for sure.
So second down and 10 for the Riders. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, that was his 8th carry of the night. He's got 33 yards in total, nothing on that game. Is Mayer back to pass, feels the pressure, steps up, going to go for a jog up to the 50, midfield stripe, tackled from behind, but in first down territory as Jake Mayer will get it with his legs.
Yeah, Mayer does a good job of recognizing that there's not much available to him, but as he steps up in the pocket and sees Matthew Betts as well as Levi Bell getting high, he comes underneath both of them. Betts and Bell both get in on the tackle, but not before Jake Mayer has gotten the first down with his legs. This drive started on, the 36? It's now on the 54 of the Lions.
So likely last play of the third quarter for Saskatchewan at the BC 53.
Yeah, I thought it was the 54.
It
was close enough.
Yeah, pretty much. 4 receiver set for Saskatchewan, handoff in the backfield, but nothing doing is dragged down from behind the ball carrier, Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, and not much running there, and it'll be second and long for the Riders when we come back through 3 quarters of play on the Quality Tire scoreboard. It's BC 19, Saskatchewan 18. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. The fourth quarter's next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. We start the fourth quarter with the Riders trailing by a single point. When heading into the final stanza of the season, the Riders are 1-4 in mounting a comeback. When leading after three quarters, the BC Lions are 8-2. A lot of urgency, dare I say, for the BC Lions to get a positive result to avoid going through the East Division in the playoffs. As again, we remind you, a victory by BC tonight means they host the West semifinal against Calgary next week. A loss, and BC is traveling to Montreal for the East semifinal as the crossover team.
Yeah, it's nothing but death and destruction and chaos awaiting the crossover team that goes down to the East.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. Bases are loaded. I was watching the ball game again. 1st and 10 for the Riders, or 2nd and 10 as the ball's passed near side. Mitch Picton has it. Makes the man miss. What a move by Mitch Picton. As he went and caught the ball about a yard shy of the first down, made a man or two miss, and then gets a first down inside the BC 40.
This is vintage Mitch Picton. Haven't heard from him all game. He's just sort of sitting in a soft zone, pitch and catch, and then goes and makes a play. Breaks 2 tackles. Makes the third one tough. First down, Riders on the 41.5.
15-yard gain for a Cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services. Your first choice for insurance. First down. Riders have it at the 38 of BC. Left-hand hash for Mayer, who's in the gun. 5 receivers package for him, as he'll take a clean snap, then fire it far side. That ball complete up to the 30. Making a man miss is Del Duncan Busby, wrapped up inside the 25-yard line for another Rider first down.
They break Robert Carter's tackle there on the right of Mayer, and this is just a simple pitch and catch. He doesn't even really try to sell the play action fake. He just goes right to DDB.
13-yard reception for Del Duncan Busby. 1st and 10, Saskatchewan on the BC 25. Mayer in the gun, 3 receivers near side. Fake a handoff, fire it far side. That ball nice. Opportunity as the ball came out at the end, but I thought Joe had it. Instead, they rule incomplete as it was a low throw, and it'll be second down.
Joe, since being back with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, has been an interesting situation. He's been a starter. He's been a bench player.
This actually might have been a catch looking at second glance.
Might be. You're right, Dave.
Coach Mace has wandered out away from the sideline.
Coach Mace is interested. He's massaging that red flag right now.
Yeah. None forthcoming.
Just in case. Nothing forthcoming, though. 2nd and 10.
Mayer in the gun. 13 minutes to go here in the fourth quarter. Now we've got flags flying as it looks like the Riders are going to commit.
Yeah,
or did Coach Mace went down and I think he threw the flag?
No, I think the clock ran out.
Well, Coach Mace was or maybe he called a timeout. We'll see. Here's Ben Major.
On the field is timeout. Saskatchewan.
So Coach Mace indeed got the timeout off. Timeouts for Rethink BioClean Regina. Reuse, refill, rethink with BioClean as your restaurant's experts. It's going to be a 2nd and 10 still for the Riders. Let's go to that B&A Petroleum text line, Luke. We got a question here for you. They're coming in actually fast and furious, and my apologies for getting behind. This anonymous texter says, can't believe the whistle was blown on the scoop and score with gambling so pervasive in the game, and a call like that can bring controversy. In my opinion, that was the worst call I've seen this year. Any comment, Luke? Don't get fined. Don't get fined.
I do think Terry Rozier's out there. I'm with the caller. I'm getting fined on this one.
2nd down and 10. Saskatchewan, his play is whistled back in. 13 minutes to go. Mayer back to pass. Here comes the heat. And he's going to get wrapped up in the backfield.
We talked about this guy.
Lions able to get home in a hurry. And it's going to be a 3rd down kicking situation as here comes
Michael Hughes for his second Canadian Football League attempt. He's 1 for 1 from 28. This will be a little further.
Peyton Collins having an outstanding rookie season, but, Matthew Betts, that's one tough guy to block. Nice little outside-in move. Gets up onto Mayer and brings him down. And again, I like this. We're seeing Michael Hughes. He's kicked a couple mid-range ones, a convert, and now he gets to kick a 43-yarder.
So they settle it down at about the 43. You're right, Luke. 1 for 1 from 28 for Michael Hughes. Rookie out of Appalachian puts his foot into it. It's up. And it's good. Riders retake the lead, 21-19 with 12:09 to go. Back with more in just a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee today or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Michael Hughes now 2 for 2 for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a new water heater and softener. Save $400. Call in Reliance today. The B&A Petroleum text line is buzzing, and Teagan is on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. Teagan, you got a question, and this comes in from Will on the text line. Wants to know if you heard a whistle or not before Tavon Campbell scooped and scored that fumble recovery.
You know what? It was absolutely insane how loud it was down here once he did scoop that and started running back. But I did not hear a whistle. In my personal opinion, I only heard the fans absolutely losing their mind. What I can tell you that I heard was head coach Corey Mace not dropping lovely words towards the refs.
There
Understood.
wasn't any whistle.
Well, you know what, Teagan, you get used to taking more calls and questions because Teagan hosting the Sports Cage Monday afternoon at 3 o'clock, opening up the phone lines to Rider Nation sharp at 3 o'clock. As the first play from Nathan Rourke is a pass near side intended for Justin McInnes. Good coverage by the Riders to bat it down. And again, you can hear that on 620 CKRM, the Sports Cage Monday to Friday. Teagan Witko, Barney Shankarek, Colson Schultz, Curtis Gammon, the entire team, they get together, they talk sports and local sports like no one else in the province does. And like I say, Teagan fielding your calls on Monday afternoon.
And hopefully they're going to be talking about, well, you know what, this is Saskatchewan. I'm sure what they'll be talking about is the winner of the Thunder and Hilltops game this weekend. It goes Sunday.
Second and 10, pardon me, for BC following the incompletion from their own 40-yard line is Rourke. Back to pass again, loads it up, far side has got a man, but it's going to be shy of the first down. Nice job on that far side as the pass was complete to Eberhardt, but Jaden Dahlke came up and made a great tackle, about a yard and a half shy of the first down. BC's going quick.
Good job by Dahlke, and BC's going to get right on the line of scrimmage. Sneak this ball again.
Rourke goes to his left, runs into a tackler, going to get across the line though. Second effort by the quarterback, gets up near the 54-yard line for a first down.
You know, that's one of the other things I'd do if I was the BC Lions. I'd be going quick huddle. Oh, it looks like they're going to do it now.
They're listening to you.
Well, no, I don't know if they're listening to me. I'd listen to me, though. I'm the best. Just ask me.
First and 10 for Rourke. And the Lions at their own 54-yard line, 10:44 to go. The Lions trail by 2. Rourke changes the play at the line of scrimmage, now backs out. Riders had 3 down linemen, now they show 4. Back off again. Going to ride into side, handoff to Butler, but the Butler can't do it. The Riders' defensive line does, and going to limit them to the line of scrimmage and no more. It's second and 10.
Well, the Riders are bringing the blitz off the right side. It's Jaden Dahlke getting in on it again. He just sort of waits for the hole to develop in front of him, and then Dalkey just steps up, fills the hole, and the Lions find themselves in another 2nd and 10.
This time again, just on their side of midfield. There's 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Saskatchewan 21, BC 19. The Lions break huddle with 5 receivers. 3 come to the near side for Rourke, who will move left to right. Backfield will empty. Riders rush 5. Rourke has time, throws it underneath, complete to Katoy, but he's going to be 5 yards short of the first down. Riders do a great job. It's Aubrey Miller Jr. in on the tackle.
Yeah, they're going to be here at about 3rd and 3? No, there's 3rd and 4. It's definitely going to be a punting situation, and obviously the Lions are going to try to pin the Riders back as close to their goal line as possible here.
Yeah, Meyer comes out. I wondered if BC might be tempted to try a long field goal. However,
there's plenty of time left in the game, right?
Yeah, Sean White hasn't hit from any further than 47 this season, and that would have been about a 54-yard attempt. Instead, Meyer going to try to pin the Riders deep. He's done it 8 times this season, hemming his opponent inside the 10-yard line. Riders making a late substitution as Benny Sapp III runs on late. Meyer, a low snap, but he's going to kick it, an end-over-ender that'll be taken by Sean Bain Jr. back at his 10-yard line. Up to the 15, wrestled out of bounds at the Saskatchewan 21-yard line. The Riders have the ball when we come back. 8:58 to go in the fourth quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment, your MacDon header headquarters in southern Saskatchewan. New or used, red, green, or yellow, whatever drives your farm, Young's Equipment has the MacDon header to lead the way. With MacDon's industry-leading Flex Draper technology, an FD Series header ensures your smoothest and most productive harvest yet. No matter your color, Young's has your header. Young's Equipment, leading the way in a thriving agricultural community.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
12-yard return for Ibaressa and Sons. Ibaressa and Sons, everything you need from MacDon this harvest season with parts and equipment from Ibaressa and Sons. Stop by in person or visit them at ibaressa.com. The Riders start after the return to their own 20-yard line, leading by 2 points with 8:58 to go. Here in the football game at Mosaic Stadium, for folks watching the ball game, Kevin Gosman still on the mound, and we're tied at 1.
Tied at 1.
I believe third inning?
Yeah, I think we're going into the fourth now.
There you go. So I
don't know, Dave. I've been so focused on this football game.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I almost said the Riders are coming up to bat, but
that was awesome.
The Riders
you
have
also
the football.
accused them of having the bases loaded.
At one point. Yeah. It's a night. 5 receiver set for Saskatchewan. 1st and 10 from their own 20 for Jake Mayer in the offense. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, the lone back in the backfield. BC with 4 down linemen. They'll bring 6. Fake handoff. Mayer fires complete. Ajo's got it. Going to have it first down as well up to the 33-yard line for Ajo. Ajo came into the football game tonight just after returning from the National Football League with 18 receptions, but that's a big one there.
Cuts in at about 7 yards and then just graduates up about 3 more yards upfield. And then Mayer hits him between 2 linebackers as well. It's a good, strong catch by Ajo. And, he's draped there by T.J. Lee.
Second reception of the night for Ajo. He's got 29 yards. First down, the Riders. Going to fake it. Little pitch underneath to Ajo, who looked like he was going to cut back. Decides just to put his shoulder pads down, go straight ahead for a gain of a couple, and that's it. Second and 8.
He needed to get north-south quickly. He had Betts on one side, and the entire BC Lions defense was sort of scraping to the left where the direction he was headed. So he cuts it up, gets what he can. He got 2 out of it. 2nd and 7+, puts him at 2nd and 8. The Lions, obviously, the main concern here is number 90. It was our 3rd key of the game. All bets are off. Got to keep him off the quarterback, obviously. Gives Mayer more time to throw this ball.
7:34 and counting in the fourth quarter. Ball on the Riders 35. BC going to rush 4 on the play as Mayer's back to pass. Guns it. That's come in and out of the arms. Looked like Picton was going to be able to haul it in, but instead it just took a little jarring at the end to knock it out of his hands, and it'll be third down.
And how often do you see Mitch Picton drop one? Not often. This is a high football. He looks like he's got it and just can't bring it back down as he was getting some contact from one of the defensive backs trying to tackle him. And
so Jesse Mirko will come on to punt the football away. 7 McGee back to return for BC. There's 7:19 and counting to go in the fourth quarter with the clock moving and the Riders in front by 2. Mirko standing back at his 20-yard line to kick this one away. He'll take every second of the play clock he can before finally he just gets the snap now. A wobbling kick that McGee will take at his 25-yard line. He'll go up the sideline, 30, 35, still on his feet. Finally, they're going to rule that he stepped out of bounds. I don't know how he had actually stayed in bounds initially, but they mark him out at the 37. BC ball when we come back. 6:55 to go. Riders leading 21-19 on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Hi, I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. In 2017, the Sask Party government centralized healthcare under the SHA in Regina. Since then, we've heard from so many people who think our health system feels bloated, top-heavy, and disconnected from local communities. We need big, bold change to get our health system out of last place, and we want to hear your ideas. Whether you're a healthcare worker, patient, or local leader, you can contact my office at 306-352-8754.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
50-yard punt by Jesse Mirko, returned 12 yards by 7 McGee, and that means the BC Lions are first and 10 at their own 37-yard line. As the kiss cam is up here at Mosaic. I don't know if you caught it earlier, but a fan won a new vehicle tonight. Taking home a new... That's all right.
Really?
Yeah. Give me the keys. I'll take it home.
I see a lot of friend zone action here on the kiss cam today.
You're analyzing the kiss cam.
I always analyze the kiss cam.
That's well done.
Yeah.
So first and 10 is the BC Lions will break huddle. As mentioned, the ball is on their 37-yard line. 6:55 to go and counting. As Nathan Rourke has 3 receivers to the near side. A pair of backs in the backfield who will empty here on this first down play. Riders have 4 down linemen. Back to pass Rourke. Here comes the pressure. He'll scramble away initially, then dumps it off underneath. That is complete. Near a first down for Justin McInnes, and it looks like they'll give it to him up at the 47.
Yeah, he had Justin McInnes, and if he just takes one more step, he also has Eberhardt about 25 yards downfield. He didn't get it to them. He was obviously just trying to get the sticks to move here. They are down by 2 points still.
So first down BC at their own 47. 6 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. The Riders in front by 2. Lions show 6 receivers on this first down play. Riders going to rush 4. Rourke gets rid of it quick, gets it to Katoy, and he gets a first down into Rider territory at the 52-yard line. Well, actually, he's not getting a great spot, but still it is a first down.
Yeah, and this is now BC just, I think what they're trying to do is try to keep that pass rush off him. Let's throw it quickly if we can.
6 receivers again for Rourke, who hurries to the line. Now going to load it up, looking over the middle. That's complete. Yeah. What a fingertip catch by Javon Katoy down to the Riders' 21-yard line. Another big chunk play.
Key number 1, you got to win the vertical battle against the BC Lions, and that, again, was another seam route right up the hash to the left. And that's what Nathan Rourke and his BC Lions team is looking to do. Find a seam, hit a big play.
1st and 10 BC at the Riders 22. Fake the handoff. Rourke flips it far side. McInnes has got it. Great form tackle, though, is coming up to make the play with Sheldrick Redwine.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a gain of about 6, maybe 7 on the play.
Yeah, this is a man's tackle by Sheldrick Redwine. It's one-on-one. And if Redwine doesn't make this tackle, number 18 scores for the BC Lions. And this is a great job, technically. Helmet to the outside, drive your feet. He takes away a first down, 2nd and 3.
Ball now at the Riders' 15-yard line. The Lions substitute this time and have a huddle as opposed to going to the hurry-up. They still have a 5-receiver set, but now James Butler into the ball game, standing to the right of Nathan Rourke. Calls for the ball. Riders have the line loaded up. Rourke back to pass. Hit as he throws, but complete far side down to the 10. It's Stanley Berryhill III who will get inside the 10-yard line for a first down BC.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders bring pressure. Berryhill sneaks out to the left and turns around. He's the only hot route for Rourke that's going to be available, and Rourke knows that he's going to be open, and he gets it.
BC hurry up to the line. Fake the handoff. Rourke flips near side. Pulls it down. Has pressure.
Wow.
Gets away. Eludes. Into the end zone. Touchdown Lions.
Nope. Hit the ground.
Kean Hatcher Sr. says he's got it. The officials and Luc Mullinder disagree.
Yeah, it looks like it hits the ground here as Hatcher dives for it. Rourke's telling the coaches to look at it quickly in case we want to challenge it. The Riders are saying, no, let's just run a play. And now the referee's got something to say.
Potential scoring play. The replay center will automatically review this last play. Automatic review.
It wasn't a scoring play, though. It was ruled incomplete.
But it was potential. A potential scoring play.
There we go.
And that's the verbiage, right? And
yeah. Well, thank you.
That's something that I wonder if the CFL is going to look at this season when it comes to the CFL replay center and the role it wants to have in football games, because they can really slow the pace of a game down to a snail's pace.
Right.
And with the idea of going to a 35-second clock next season so it's continuously running to force the tempo of the game, this really takes the life out of the building and the crowd, right? With 4:05 to go, it's a substantial play of consequence, of course, if it is a good reception, as Ben Major is standing on the field waiting for this to be relayed to him what the decision is, and here it comes.
Close.
Replay center for Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs.
Upon automatic review by the replay center, the receiver did catch the football. Therefore, the ruling on the field's overturned. Touchdown, BC.
So the reason why this is overturned, Dave, is because when they went to the replay system, it became an issue of did he have his pinky and whatever ring fingers this under the football when he caught it diving forward, and the replay system says yes. One of the replays they just showed on one of the jumbotrons looks really questionable. Just nothing's gone the Riders' way here when it comes to these replays so far. And
again, my reaction, it looks like the ball
and it does
in the
look
tip
like the ball's
is trapped
dragged
against the turf. So the BC Lions are going to go for 2. They're 0 for 1 tonight on 2-point converts. This time,
yeah, well, they had a terrible call. They decided to run the ball the first time.
So 3 receivers far side for Nathan Rourke. James Butler, the lone back in the backfield on this second down conversion. Rourke rips it far side. It's up into the corner of the end zone, and it's good. 2-point convert is caught by Kean Hatcher Sr. He'll haul it in and extend the BC lead with 3:41 to go.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting to see how this rest of this game plays out. You got 3:41, and we haven't seen the Saskatchewan Roughriders threaten the end zone here all half, right, Dave? So the BC Lions, I really think that 3 plays ago when they had that 2nd and 4, Dave, I think they were in 3-down territory already. I think they know that if they get up by more than a field goal, I think that the ball in their minds is probably in their hands. Right?
Yeah.
I think that they say, you know what, we don't think the Riders can score. We do think they'll probably be able to kick field goals with this new guy, but we don't know if they can score against our defense and they're, essentially a couple of their backups. But again, this is why you bring guys like Jake Mayer in, right? And it looks like he's going to get the football back, and Jack Cohn won't be seen at all this game.
So 27-21. The BC Lions now extend their lead with 3:41 to go. The kickoff coming off the foot of Carl Mayer to the far side, going to be returned there. Up to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is Sean Bain Jr. Still on his feet, finally going to be pushed out of bounds. Good return for Sean Bain Jr. And here comes Jake Mayer in the Riders offense after the 7-yard touchdown reception by Keon Hatcher Sr. and adding the 2-point convert by him as well.
Again, it's simple, right? I mean, we talked about it. The 3 keys have stood up. The Lions are starting to hit those vertical seam routes, right? We've got to take away Keon Hatcher. He's the first read, and he's been there whenever. And we so far, Betts has only got 1 sack. He's got a couple tackles, but obviously in this fourth quarter here, where the ball's going to be in the air, you got to watch out for 90.
So Jake Mayer trying to answer BC's 6-play, 73-yard drive, as he'll hand it off on first down to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. He'll crash into the first wave of tacklers, get across the 40, near the 41-yard line, gain of a couple, 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, and the reason you're only going to get a couple out here is because BC keeps their linebackers clean. You've got the weak side linebacker and the middle linebacker unbothered, and they're just able to step up in the empty gaps and make the tackle. So Bertrand-Houdon gets 2 out of the situation where he probably should have been tackled at the line of scrimmage, so call that a win. But it is now 2nd and 8.
2:49 and counting.
Riders chip 90. Sorry.
Riders trail by 6. 3 down linemen for the Lions on this 2nd down play. Mayer back to pass, fires far side. That is complete. Up into first down territory and beyond, near the 53-yard line. It's Tommy Neal hauling it in for a big Bazandowski Agency's first down, and the Rider drive set to continue as the 3-minute warning has been issued to the benches. We'll take the timeout too. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. Are you thinking of doing some projects this summer? Maybe building a fence, planting a tree, or doing some other kind of good old-fashioned digging? Whether you're at a work site or in your own backyard, make sure you're planning ahead and getting a line locate before you get started. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
No line locate? No diggity. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
3-minute warning brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. It's crunch time on the field and in the field. Brett Young's canola hybrids are built for performance when it counts. Explore your winning lineup at brettyoung.ca. There's 2:37 to go in the fourth quarter. The Riders are trailing BC by 6 here at Mosaic Stadium.
Strategically here, I think that Benavides may start throwing a little bit more pressure up front on first down. You haven't seen a ton of zero blitz. That is the one thing we haven't seen. Benavides known to do that. But they're also known to let a team know that they're going to do it. They don't move into it. They just line up right away. You got 4 linemen out here now and a 5th linebacker over the center.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. 2:28 and counting to go in the ball game. Mayer's in the gun, looks to his near side, going to throw it up. That ball complete at the sidelines. Mitch Picton gets a foot in, and it's a first down Saskatchewan at the BC 46.
Yeah, there's a flag as well, and it might be against Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan 68.
Yeah. And so here's the deal. We talked about keeping Matthew Betts off the score sheet. On every 2nd and 7+ play, they've chipped Matthew Betts. Here, they lined up 5 men on line of scrimmage. They put everybody in a one-on-one set, including Peyton Collins. And Betts beats him to the outside.
Well, Noah Zare gets called for the hold.
Yeah, Zer got hit with it, but it was, I think it was Peyton Collins.
So 1st and 20 now, Saskatchewan on their own 43-yard line. 5 receivers for Mayer, 3 far side. Mayer's back to pass, checks it down underneath to Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. Makes a man miss. 45-50 up near midfield, which was just beyond the original line of scrimmage. 2nd and 9 coming Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and Saskatchewan, I'll tell you what, man, I mean, they're coming up to the line of scrimmage and they're thinking about going for this. I thought it was 3rd down for some reason. I'm not sure why I thought that. It's 2nd and 9 now.
It's because the Jays have 2 outs.
No, I wasn't watching the Jays. I promise.
2nd and 8 for the Riders, right at midfield. 5 receivers for Mayer, back to pass, looks into the middle. That's complete to Ajo. Wow. Survives a hellacious hit from Ben Hladek, who came over the middle. Ajo is slow to get up, but he held on for a 1st down.
Yeah, this is a fantastic job. Ajo knew he was going to get hit. He takes some contact on the play from Robert Kent, who's covering him, and then Hladek adds himself to it and clocks him. It just looks like he's got the wind knocked out of him. I'm not sure that he's totally, he just took a big hit.
He is down on the play. For WorkSafe Saskatchewan, workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Together we can make Saskatchewan workplaces safer. And Joe went all the way down right onto his chest, if you will, on the field. And he's down at the 45. He's rolled over now, speaking with the training staff.
Yeah, and it's just been inconsistent, I think. And not from his quality of play, just as a guy making plays, if that makes sense, right? Like, it just, he's been on the roster. He's had times where you're like, oh, this is why we drafted him, and then he's just like, oh man, you know what? We didn't see a Joe today. So it's just been up and down for him since he's joined the Riders.
I've wanted to ask you this for a long time, and I was going to text it in on the B&A Petroleum text line.
Right.
But
I'm glad you didn't, because I'm standing right beside you.
Your guy, Andy Fantuz, right? He went down to Chicago, and when he came back, it was an adjustment period for him. You know him better than anyone.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. No. Andy was and the thing that set Andy apart isn't his ability to catch the ball, which was one of the best, but he was just so smart. He just knew where to be when he was supposed to be there.
So Ajo comes to the near sideline. Riders 1st and 10 on the BC 43. Mayer, back to pass. Pressure comes. He gets rid of it, and that's going to fall incomplete.
Yeah.
Del Duncan Busby was open, but Mayer had to throw it off his back foot, and it sails incomplete.
Yeah, he was under pressure. Benavides dialed up a blitz pressure, and he brought one of the linebackers up through the middle, and he got through. It was Deontay Williams, former Saskatchewan Roughrider. We're back at 2nd and 10. Now, I don't think I'd be shocked to see Benavides throw some pressure in here. They've got to find a way to defend the middle of the field. That's where Mayer's been getting them. And I would anticipate them chipping on number 90 again.
1:40 to go. 2nd and 10, Saskatchewan. Ball in the BC 43. They've got 6, add 7 to the pressure as Mayer fires underneath. That's complete. Got a bit short of the 1st down. It's only to the 38-yard line. A gain of 5. 3rd down upcoming. But we do have whistles sounding as the players are being broken up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what riled Kean Schaefer-Baker up so much, but 89 got up there. He was talking junk, and we're going for it on 3rd.
So 3rd down and 6.
This might be the football game here if they don't complete it.
97 seconds and counting to go. 5 receivers for Mayer. Here comes the blitz from BC. Mayer back, throws near side.
Yeah.
Lots of contact with TJ Lee. No flag coming as he was covering Kean Schaefer-Baker, and it's a turnover on downs for the Riders for the 2nd time tonight.
This was a fantastic call from Mike Benavides. Sorry for cutting you short there, Dave. They bring the play. You know what? Mace is throwing the challenge flag, saying that there was interference on TJ Lee early before TJ Lee put his hands up. There was a little bit of contact. So, I mean, I think that part of the question here is also going to be, was the ball catchable? But good job by Benavides. He normally just shows his blitzes. This time he disguised it. They had a 5-man front. They ran a linebacker from depth, and that's who ended up pressuring Mayer.
There should have been defensive pass interference against their receiver, number 89. The play will be reviewed.
Well, let's get to the replay center, of course, brought to you by Mazank Fuels, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. And again, you can also challenge if there is illegal contact. And if there was contact beyond the 5 yards, you could challenge that as well. For Coach Mace this season, when it comes to coaches' challenges, he is 5 of 10 so far this season, so batting .500.
Yeah,
Sorry, there's the Blue Jays again. Jeez.
Well, that's what I was about to say. I think at this point we're just upset at Coach Mace for delaying us getting to game number 2 here.
No. Rider Nation is saying, as Ben Major is having an animated discussion with Coach Mace right now on the sideline.
Well, Mace is just glad that Major's finally not ghosting him. You know, last time he tried to get a hold of Majors.
Here we go. Looks like the defense is coming out.
Upon further review, the ruling on the field stands. Saskatchewan loses their challenge and their last team timeout.
Yes,
it's going to be first down for BC.
Now, if BC manages to get a first down, this is going to be incredibly hard for the Riders to win this football game.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for BC following the 4th Olympic RTM's turnover of the night for the Riders at their own 38.
Now, again, the problem is you don't have any timeouts left now, so you can't even stop the clock, right? I mean, I'd be shocked if BC went here and throw the ball long.
Well, Rourke in the gun.
There you go.
Hands the ball off to Butler. He's met immediately. Nice job by the Riders. Defensive line to cut him off after a yard gain and no more, as getting back there quick was Caleb Sanders.
Yeah, it's a good job by Caleb Sanders. Now, the whistle's going to blow. They're going to be able to get this clock to the 59-second mark if they take all of the time off the clock. And it's 2nd and 9. So they're not in a rush unless they don't come out of the huddle in the next 5 seconds. Now they're in a little bit of a hurry.
Ball on their own 40-yard line. Nathan Rourke in the gun. He's got one back and James Butler in the backfield. Butler gets the handoff, tries to get outside, meets a man miss and does, and has a first down up to the 51-yard line. Butler with a neat cut to get around the edge and then was able to move the sticks.
Well, that's the game. I'm not saying I'm going to fully transition over to the Blue Jays game, Dave.
Fair enough.
Plus, it looks like there's a concert going on at the moment anyways, so I'm not interested in that. Yeah, unfortunately, the Lions are able to just run this clock out now, and they'll get out of here with a win. They needed it because, again, I'm telling you, man, there's no candy. I feel sorry for any team who goes out east.
Rourke in the gun. First down and 10. It looks like right now that team will be the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Handoff goes to Butler. He'll get across the 50 up near midfield. Bodies are flying late in the football game at a gain of about 3 for Butler and what will be his 8th rushing attempt of the night for now 27 yards. How about Nathan Rourke's numbers? 23 of 28 for 368 yards, 3 touchdowns and an interception. That's a night.
Yeah, Rourke's had a night. So, you got Calgary, BC next week, and then you got Montreal, Winnipeg.
Yes.
Correct? While Hamilton and Saskatchewan both get to watch.
Well, and for the first time in 5 years, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will not be the West representative in the Grey Cup, as now BC moves into victory formation with 15 seconds to go on the game clock. Rourke going to go as the Riders try to get over top and touch him real quick.
Well, it's the last game of the year. You want to pad your stats. If you get Rourke now and he goes down, you get the sack. So
I guess.
Get those bonuses while you can, boys.
Well, that'll send the assembled crowd here at Mosaic Stadium to the concourse as Nathan Rourke will take a knee for the final time, and the final score on the Quality Tire scoreboard with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. BC 27 to improve their record to 11-7 on the campaign. Saskatchewan 21 as they drop to 12-5. Yes, the final score 27-21 as we go down to the sidelines and Teagan Witko. Teagan?
Well, Dave, I'm down here with Teagan Campbell, and of course the Riders dropped this one, but you guys are still off to the West Final. Let's get to that in a second. First, take me through that play, the play that looked like it was a 100-yard fumble recovery touchdown. Did you hear the whistle?
I don't think anyone heard the whistle. To be like, I mean, if you look at the play, everyone's still chasing me. We're all running, we're all trying to score, and to just, I don't know, to review it and say, oh, there was a whistle, so it's not a touchdown, it's kind of crazy.
Well, now you guys are into the bye week. You're going to be preparing for your next opponent. You don't know who that is yet, so how are you going to spend this bye week preparing? I mean, we know who it might be, so just watch film on the 3 teams that we believe we're going to play in the finals and just go from there. Teagan Campbell, thank you so much for this, and appreciate the evening, I guess. Have a good night. Thank you, to you too.
Teagan Witko down with Devon Campbell at field level.
I appreciate the evening.
There you go. 100-yard return taken off the board for the man. Why not?
Wow. I mean, what a ridiculous call. There's no way that should have been ruled a whistle because the whistle didn't blow.
Well, I truly thought he knocked it out of the park. Fifth quarter post-game show is coming up in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Check that.
Harvest is wrapping up and you're already thinking about seeding. Seize the power of the Borgo 9000 I-Series air card at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seeding certainty with 9000 I-Series air carts. They're configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking. Explore Borgo's seeding lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seeding and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like the, we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up. Delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the 5th quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now, back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
What could have been for the Saskatchewan Roughriders if Devon Campbell's fumble return was not called back? I think Rider Nation's going to want to have a say about the command center keeping it together. We'll get to that a little later. First and foremost, let's get to your post-game rewind, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
There's no place like home, and we're underway at Mosaic Stadium for the first drive of the game. And on first down, a fake handoff, now a throw up near side, wide open receiver running the other way as Aiden Eberhardt stiff arms a man, stays in bounds, takes it to the house. What a start for BC! 63-yard touchdown pass on the opening play of the game. Rourke to Eberhardt, and the BC Lions strike first. Now Thomas Bertrand-Houdan goes for a run to the near side in motion pre-snap. Cone to his left, gets to the line, and gets in for the touchdown. The Riders are into the end zone. Second down and 6. Riders show blitz. They'll rush 6. Back to pass. Rourke has time. Pocket collapsing, gets away, but then he gets dragged down. He was tripped up for a sack as getting home was Malik Carney, his 8th sack of the season. This field goal attempt coming from 49 yards out. A kick. It's a low one, but it will split the uprights, and BC will retake the lead. As Cone's under center, pre-snap motion comes to the near side. That's what Cone will follow, and we'll have the first down and more. Still on his feet to the 25. Jukes a man down to the 20-yard line. 28-yard, as you mentioned, Luke, attempt. As the kick is up and sails through, and in his young CFL career, Michael Hughes is 1 for 1. Rourke in 2nd and 9 is back to pass. Feels the pressure, steps up, runs into the pressure, now gets dropped, back on BC's side of center. What a quarterback sack. Haba Baldonado gets home in a hurry. Third down gamble for Jack Cone, who's into the game under center on 3rd and 1. Goes to his left, dives ahead, touchdown Riders. Jack Cone, his 2nd touchdown of the game, and the Riders are back in front of BC. First down and 10 for the Lions. Rourke needs no rep. Throws it up and it's intercepted. Riders have it, bringing it back the other way across the 40 to the 41, down near the 44-yard line. Coming up with the football for the Riders. Oh boy, Nelson Lacombo, his first interception of the season. This field goal attempt coming from 49 yards out. A kick. It's a low one, but it will split the uprights, and BC will retake the lead. No wind really to speak of, and the kick goes up and sails through the uprights, as you would expect from Sean White. As Mayer's going to go in right under center on this second down play. Ball looked like it's come loose. Oh, no. BC says they have it. They do. Well, look, and the Lions running away from the pile with it, and indeed they do. It's second down and 10 for BC on the Saskatchewan 12. Stanley Berryhill in motion pre-snap, goes far side. That's where Rourke looks. Going to throw it up. That's complete to the 5. Goal line, end zone, ball's out. Riders scoop it up. They're bringing it back the other way to the 25, 35, 40. Now the midfield stripe. Hey, take a jog in Wascana, why don't you? Down to the 20, 15, 10. Touchdown! Riders! Tavon Campbell with the scoop and score at the goal line. 110 yards to pay dirt.
Here we go.
Upon automatic review by the replay center, we have a fumble that was recovered by Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line. However, since the play was whistled, we can't give Saskatchewan the ball beyond the 3-yard line. It's going to be first down Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line.
That makes no sense.
And that one is going to upset Rider Nation. First and 10 for the Lions. Rourke fakes the handoff, now scrambles far side, looking, firing down to the 10, 5. Eberhardt's got it to the 3, 2, into the end zone. This time, BC scores. Rourke is still in the game. It's first and 10 as the backfield empties. The Riders are going to rush 5 as Rourke back to pass, feels the pressure, gets wrapped up, ball comes out. They're going to say it's incomplete, but I don't know if it traveled across the line of scrimmage. Regardless, Caleb Sanders gets into the backfield. Our second and 10 as the ball's passed near side. Mitch Picton has it. Makes the man miss. What a move by Mitch Picton as he went and caught the ball about a yard shy of the first down. Made a man or two miss and then gets a first down inside the BC 40. Second down and 10. Saskatchewan. His play is whistled back in. 13 minutes to go. Mayer back to pass. Here comes the heat. No. And he's going to get wrapped up in the backfield.
We talked about this guy.
Lions able to get home in a hurry. Rookie out of Appalachian puts his foot into it. It's up, and it's good. BC hurry up to the line. Fake the handoff. Rourke flips near side. Pulls it down. Has pressure. Wow. Gets away. Eludes. Into the end zone. Touchdown, Lions.
Nope. Hit the ground.
Kean Hatcher Sr. says he's got it. The officials and Luc Mullinder disagree.
Automatic review by the replay center. The receiver did catch the football. Therefore, the ruling on the field is overturned. Touchdown, BC.
So 3 receivers far side for Nathan Rourke. James Butler, the lone back in the backfield on this second down conversion. Rourke rips it far side. It's up into the corner of the end zone, and it's good. 2-point convert is caught. The final score, 27-21. As Your post-game rewind brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders. In Avonlea for all your hunting and shooting needs. Visit prairieguntraders.ca. Luc Mullinder, 3 keys to the game. The recap for McDougall Auctioneers, the official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. What'd you see?
Well, I mean, the first one was the big indicator, right? We knew that the BC Lions were going to try to hit the vertical seams. I thought that there were going to be opportunities for the Riders. The Riders really relied on the quick game, whereas BC Lions, they got some of those big plays running up the seam. The Eberhardt's touchdown right off the bat on the sideline. We also talked about that in the pregame show. They hit a couple more big plays in the middle while running up seams. So the Riders lost that battle. Second one, Keon Hatcher, not a big game, but he did make some possession continuing catches. We knew that he's always going to be Rourke's first read on some of those plays. And when they needed him, they came up big with Keon Hatcher, and all bets are off. We did keep him off the stat sheet relatively, but in a big moment, especially down here, he managed to get a sack. I liked them coming in today. 2nd and 7+ situations where we were going to throw the ball. We always had a running back going to his side, chipping him before he left or staying there, right? But again, it felt like the couple times that you did leave him one-on-one, he had some pressure. So again, I don't think that that any of our 3 keys were hit on him. But the good part is they also weren't the reason why the Saskatchewan Roughriders lost the football game. The Lions kept their starters in for the whole game. The Riders got some valuable reps for some of their younger players, and I thought they played well. Number 47, Aubrey. I think that he played well today. And we got Coach. All right,
there you go, Luc Mullinder's 3-key recap for McDougall Auctioneers, the official auction partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Nice job, partner, as we go down to head coach Corey Mason. Coach, your initial reaction as you head into the locker room following the 27-21 setback to BC.
Yeah, I just told the guys again, gritty performance, I thought, by them, our guys in the locker room. And they played their tails off just like they did last week versus Winnipeg. So we know those guys' situation. Both of those teams that they came in hot with something to prove, and I thought we swung with them all the way till the end of the game. There was a couple calls here and there. I wish the football gods were on our side, but that's how it goes, man. Just excited to gear up here for the West Final.
Coach, I know as part of the rules committee, you are involved actively in how the rules are interpreted in the league and how that implication comes into effect and how that is, I guess, transpires into a football game. Rider Nation is blowing up our lines already, talking about the fumble recovery that wasn't a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Can you explain the process and what happened on that play with Tavon Campbell?
Yeah, so essentially what ended up happening is one of the referees, this is what they told me, one of the referees had blown his whistle and signaled a touchdown, which is kind of interesting since I think the ball was fumbled at the 3. So what they can do in this situation, similar to what happened to us on a touchdown we didn't get out in Montreal, is they can award you the football, but anything gained after that, you can't advance the ball after a whistle has been blown, whether it's justified or it's not. So that's just that's the rule that we have. We kept them out of the end zone, but unfortunately we didn't come away with those points. So they end up being pretty crucial. So, hey man, is what it is. We get the ball, we got to go score. At the end of the day, we just didn't hold them to less points than we had.
You can visibly feel the emotion shift in the stadium when something like that happens. Do you have to do anything on the sideline to make sure that the focus is the focus and that emotion doesn't slip away from you?
No, myself, I got to calm the hell down after getting all the information, gathering all the information. But the guys, as far as the guys, man, they know what it is. This is ball. We build and pride ourselves on adapt and conquer. You got to adapt, and this is a situation that we're in. It's football. Spot the ball. Let's keep playing.
Coach, one of the major goals I would assume coming out of this game would be the health of your team. How did you come away from that aspect?
Yeah, that's the one thing. As of right now, man, I don't think anything. I think one guy had a little bit of a bang up, and we just kind of were played it cautious. So we'll get information on him. But other than that, I thought everybody we made it out pretty clean, man. So that was really good to see.
Some people thought on AJ Ouellette's last carry he might have got nicked up, but is he okay?
Yeah, he's right here wrestling kids, so he's fine.
And Coach, Nathan Rourke had a night against you guys. You talked about him coming in, that he's put the league on notice before. He's a legit MOP candidate. What is it about his play that makes it so difficult to defend against?
He sees it so well, man. He can make all the throws, and certainly if you got any kind of mental lapses, he's going to find it. So he certainly did. He certainly did on the first dang play of the game. But, I thought our guys did a good job putting some added pressure on him. Ended up getting a turnover there. So, man, he's a hell of a player. And I think he's going to be a hell of a player for quite some time in this league. But, we feel that if it comes down, that if we get a chance to see them again, it'll be a good tilt, just like tonight was.
You mentioned the turnover there. Nelson Lacombo comes back into the lineup, makes it look like an easy interception, but I feel like you got to be a little bit more of a veteran at the safety position to make it look so slick. How did it appear from your end?
Yeah, listen, we've been getting on Nelly so much about getting turnovers in practice and in games. So we're just happy to the fact that he can come back and get one. You can see everybody's celebration, man. Everybody's happy for him. So, anytime we can go ahead and get that ball, I don't care if it looks easy, if it looks hard, as long as we get it, we'll be happy with that. So happy for Nelly.
You can see the interception on our live stream at sportscage.com, and the celebration after looks like a shark fin? What's that about?
Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know. Nelly usually goes with the loco thing for Lacombo. Baby shark, maybe? I don't know. Maybe is it
blood in the water? Go get the ball.
Is Nelly expecting a baby? I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't even know if Nelly has a girlfriend or a wife. So.
You had a bunch of different players step up in the lineup tonight, Coach. Aubrey Miller Jr., 9 tackles. What did you see from him?
Yeah, and you think about it, man. I mean, that's in 3 quarters of work. He didn't even get a chance to play the first quarter. Jameer ended up playing that. Listen, that's Aubrey, man. We call him the Terminator. That's his name for us here in the locker room. And he's gotten that just the style of play that he has. He's hair on fire. He's going to finish physically. So. Really, really happy for his opportunity to get out there and make some plays. We certainly think he's a great player and awesome to have him back, because he was one of those guys that had to miss a couple weeks due to injury, man. So I know he's very grateful to have the opportunity to continue to help this team.
If you call Aubrey Miller Jr. the Terminator, what's going to be your phrase for Michael Hughes' leg? A 90-yard single that goes through the uprights? That was unreal.
Yeah, no, it was one of those things too. Is they ended up taking a penalty on the extra point there. So we get the ball spotted a little bit up, and we just said, "Hey, drive it, kid." He's got one of those big legs, and he ripped her. So we ended up getting a single off of that. Was excellent to see. Really happy the kid got an opportunity to go out there and swing it.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks.
That's head coach Corey Mace with your post-game comments. On the other side, we'll hear from our game stars for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Ready for better cutting on your hay operation? More efficiency? More comfort? Of course you are! And Heston by Massey Ferguson is here to help. Meet the smart, efficient, reliable way to make legendary hay. The Heston by Massey Ferguson WR Series Windrower. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the WR Series Windrowers.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
27-21, the British Columbia Lions defeat the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the final night of the Canadian Football League regular season. Time to take a look at our unsung hero of the game for SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit SEIUwest.ca and click join. We're going to go around the table on this one, but I'm torn. I was thinking Tommy kneeled at one point, but you know, Trevor Harris isn't going to get a lot of respect, but I thought that he operated and executed an amazing offense tonight for the Saskatchewan Roughriders when he was able to play. What say you, JD?
Man, Trevor Harris was on fire. 3 drives, 3 scoring drives at that. Touchdown, field goal, touchdown, leaves on a high note. I love that they pulled him out at that point, going out with some confidence, a lot of confidence, heading into the West Final.
Yeah, so there's your SEIU West unsung hero of the game. Coming up, we'll head back to the locker rooms in a moment, hear from our offensive and defensive game stars. The Riders fall tonight, but now have a week off to wait to find out who they'll host in the West Final November the 8th. Tickets still available, including the $20 Co-op Community Zone tickets. Go to riderville.com to find out more. We'll take a break and come back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
Go to growmoreprofit.com and sign up your farm for soil sampling.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
Take control of your soil and residue management playbook with Salford's Halo VRT high-speed disc. Protect your soil while you tackle tough straw using the VRT's 5-inch space blades at the 2-degree blade angle. When you spot ruts coming down the field, call an audible and hydraulically adjust the blades up to a 15-degree angle for maximum leveling power. Visit your local Salford dealer or see the Halo VRT online at salfordgroup.com. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
What a drive! And speaking of drives, out here in the prairies, you need a truck that can tackle anything, like the Ford F-150. To build a truck ready for any play, we ask the tough questions, like what if intelligent power could really go the distance and get you that first down? Get there with the available Power Boost full hybrid V6 engine and available Pro Power onboard built in, bringing the power of the game right to you. Ready for the job site, at the cabin, or anywhere you need it. Get your new 2025 F-150 at your Saskatchewan Ford store or Ford.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Snap goes back to
Breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
27-21, the BC Lions defeat the Saskatchewan Roughriders on the final night of the regular season here at Mosaic Stadium. Time for our offensive game star of the night for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. 6 receptions, 69 yards. Not the outcome you wanted, KSB, but Kian Schaefer-Baker, what do you take away from this ball game?
Yeah, just exactly what you said right there. You know, our goal each and every single week is to finish 1-0, and we fell short of that. So we're going to lick our wounds, come back, and, you know, we don't play for 2 weeks, but we're going to be preparing all this week, man. Put in some great work.
There was a lot of emotion that we saw from you, as well as a swig from the Gatorade on the BC Lions sideline tonight. Where did all that emotion come from?
Yeah, you know, I wear my heart on my sleeve everywhere I go. That emotion's always going to show no matter what. You know, one thing in this stadium, you could just feel that energy, so that just helps me just build out there, and I just feed off that energy. And again, you know, I'm going to go back home today. I'm going to watch the film. I'm not really happy with how we finished, and there's just lots to learn from it. And I think we're going to cut a lot better from this.
How nice is it now to go into next week, not having to worry about rest and rust and all that other stuff, just preparing to win a ball game on November 8th here at Mosaic Stadium?
Yeah, that's our only mindset, is just go 1-0 each and every single day. You know, that's all we're promised is this day right now, and the day is not over, so we can still keep winning the day, and we're just going to keep building and stacking from this.
Kian, how's your health overall? And I ask because you look really spry and athletic out there, and I hesitate to say back to your old self, but you look like you're at 100%.
110% maybe. But, you know, God is so great, and just every single opportunity and time I get to step on that field and do what I love, I just got to give all glory and honor to him. You know, none of this is possible without my teammates pushing me every single day just to work hard and get better. And now I've been working so hard my whole life and last off season, and it's just a combination of everything just piled up.
It seems like despite your time off this season coming back from the lower body injury that you and Trevor Harris have picked up almost right where you left off in terms of rapport. How were you able to get back on the same page with him so quickly?
Playing with the best quarterback in the world. Simple as that. Anytime I go out there, he makes the game so much easier for me. And, you know, we're going to push each other to be better every single day, and that's how we hold each other to that standard. And, yeah, he's just the best quarterback to play with, man. He makes my job a lot easier.
What makes Trevor Harris the best quarterback in the world, as you say?
Man, everything from his preparation to how he carries himself as a man, how he's a leader, how he's a father. It's not even just on the football field that he's the best person alive. It's in all phases and stages of life. You know, he carries himself tremendously, and there's the man walking by right now, shining, and God is great. He's got that aura to him.
Indeed. I'll get you out on this, man, because you have an aura to you, the vibe, the energy that you play with. But I got to ask you, where did you get those Air Jordan cleats from, man? Those are swaggy.
Those are looking nice out there today, weren't they?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, to be honest, Joe actually let me wear them. Those are his cleats, so I can't take full responsibility for that. I had the white ones last week. Those ones are mine, but the black ones I had to bring out today.
The teammates looking out for each other, man. You love to hear it. Kian, thanks for the time.
Hey, I got one more thing for you, Justin.
Showdown.
Go Griffs, baby. Go
Griffs. How about that room today?
Go Griffs, baby. We'll take it.
Kian knows what he's talking about. The University of Guelph Griffins beat the Western Mustangs in an OUA quarterfinal playoff game by a Rouge 18-17 on a missed field goal that was not able to be returned out of the end zone. Kian Schaefer-Baker keeping up with all of it, including having a great day on the field for the Riders. He looks like he is at 110%, as he said. I thought 100, but he corrected me. 110%. Let's take a quick break. On the other side, we'll catch up with our defensive game star. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The fields are being harvested. The work is almost done. Before you store your equipment after another busy year, take it to Redhead Equipment for our Winter Works inspection. Book now and take advantage of our trucking specials. And don't forget about our block labor promotion available for all equipment, featuring genuine Case IH and New Holland parts and service. Act fast. Seating will be here before you know it. Winter Works inspections and genuine Case IH parts and service at Redhead Equipment. Making tracks since 1948.
Winter will be coming in hot, well, cold, and if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating, locally owned, always in season.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got two heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
27-21 the final score tonight as the BC Lions defeat the Saskatchewan Roughriders. The Riders will end the campaign with a 12-6 record, sit atop the first place in the West Division, and will host the West Final November 8th. We go downstairs to our defensive game star. And boy, I say 27-21 the final score. What is your take, sir, on the outcome of this football game?
I just wanted to win, man. I think the team wanted to win. We came up short. Of course, I kind of forgot that there was a number one offense. I just wanted to demolish these guys and just show that we can all play. No matter what the number is on the depth chart, we got guys. I just wanted to finish strong, man, so I'm kind of disappointed. Yeah, man, no matter what the score was, it was a loss, so I'm always hard, man. So.
Aubrey Miller, Jr., you took time after the walkthrough yesterday, and we had a great discussion about how you've persevered, overcome the injury, got yourself back working in the defense. You can sense your disappointment. How quickly can you turn it around to be ready for 2 weeks from now when you play that West Final?
I mean, it'd be gone tomorrow. You know, yes, I'm going to sit on this one tonight just because, I mean, I got an opportunity. And I don't think I lived up to the opportunity that I feel like I should have. So, of course, I'm gonna sit on this. I'm gonna feel this. I'm gonna rewatch the game over and over, and hopefully we see these guys again. I mean, that's all I can say, man. It's gonna be over with tomorrow, though. Tomorrow's gonna be a new day. We're gonna flush it, and it's on from there.
And how do you reset and start preparing during a bye week? Do you have plans on how you're going to approach these next few days when you're waiting and watching to find out who you'll play?
Did the mic go out?
No, you're there.
Okay.
What are your plans for the bye week, essentially? How are you going to get prepared for the West Final?
I'm going to make sure I stretch, make sure I take care of my body. I'm going to make sure I watch extra film. It doesn't matter who. We kind of got a gist, but, just keep watching film. If anything else, correct our own mistakes. So just keep watching the tape over and over again. Because at the end of the day, if you can't watch somebody else, you can't watch yourself. So self-corrections will be made. And, of course, like I said, taking care of my body, stretching, pools, a lot of therapy with the staff. Like I told you, got a good relationship with those great people. And, we'll go from there.
Aubrey, your head coach, Corey Mace, told us a secret. Your nickname is the Terminator. How did that come about?
They gave it to me. That's all I can say.
It must be deserved from something. How did you earn it?
Playing hard, man. Just trying to play hard. No matter what, nobody can take away effort. So just giving it all I got.
The Terminator is a pretty sweet nickname, I would say, especially as a defensive player and a linebacker. At that, it sounds like you're being really hard on yourself, though, Aubrey. You come away with 9 tackles. What are some of the specifics that you think that you could have done better?
Win, man. None of the stats matter to me if you don't win. I don't know. I might be too hard on myself, but I just love winning. And, when you get the opportunity to lead in something, only thing you want to do is win. I don't like coming up short. Guys still play a hell of a game, The teammates did, but I just wanted to win.
What's it like for you, Aubrey, a young player in the league, to learn from a veteran like Jameer Thurman?
Cool, calm, collected guy who's not worried about anything. So, he knows the temperature in the room. He knows certain things that he's supposed to do. Well, not certain things. He knows everything he's supposed to do. Not only that, he's a great vocal leader. And, just trying to – he wins, you know what I mean? So I want to win. Being behind that guy, it's a cool thing to have a vet like that and for me to be able to be in a room with him.
Rider Nation is going to be, I think, a little bit on fire about the command center and the call that went against the Riders on that would-be Teagan Campbell 100-plus yard fumble return that was called back to be just a fumble recovery. How did it unfold from your vantage point?
I don't think I'm supposed to speak on things that the ref do, so I don't know, man. This is CFL, so, So,
Did you hear a whistle? I'll at least just ask you that. Did you hear a whistle?
No, I don't think nobody heard a whistle.
That would line up with what Teagan Campbell said too, man. Aubrey, thanks for joining us, sharing some insight into your nickname, the Terminator, and how hard you are on yourself as a defensive player. Look forward to seeing the Riders taking the field in the West Final.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you for having me.
Aubrey Miller Jr., our defensive game star, 9 tackles to lead the way for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
At Access Communications, we're always looking for ways to give you more for less. So right now, we're offering Access Hyperspeed 350 for just $64.95 a month for 24 months. That's more internet speed for less money. Backed by our incredible customer service, and all for one incredible price. Access Hyperspeed 350, just $64.95 a month for a limited time. Visit myaccess.ca today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders drop a close one to the BC Lions, 27-21. Saskatchewan finishes the season 12-6, first place in the West Division, and hosts the West Final on Saturday, November 8th, against either the BC Lions, who could be right back here in 2 weeks' time, or the Calgary Stampeders. The Lions, because they won over Saskatchewan, will host the West semi-final. Let's take a look at our stats rundown from a Roughriders perspective on the night. Trevor Harris started the game red hot for the Riders. He was 10 of 11 with 112 yards, leading 3 straight scoring drives, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, before he was pushed to the sideline, or put on the sideline, I should say, by Corey Mace. We know Trevor Harris never wants to come out of the game. Jake Mayer, 16 of 24, 154 yards, and that one interception that he threw high over the head of a Joe. On the ground, A.J. Ouellette led the way, 11 carries, 43 yards. Thomas Bertrand, Thomas the Train, got it going a little bit, 10 carries for 36 yards. Jack Cohn, 8 carries for 24 yards and 2 touchdowns. He finished off those 2 Trevor Harris drives with majors. And Trevor Harris, T-Mobile, had 1 carry for 13 yards and then celebrated, bringing out the phone and pointing for a first down. What I liked most about that play, though, is he got down and didn't take a hit, because there were 2 defenders. You can see it on our YouTube stream live at sportscage.com right now, waiting to put a lick on TH7, but he's like, nah, I'm going to get up and dial T-Mobile. I don't mind that, eh? If you could have your quarterback pick up a key first down in the playoffs, not a bad thing to have. From a receiving standpoint, Tommy Neild led the way with 8 catches for 75 yards. Then it was KSB, 6 catches for 69, and Joe 4 for 42. The aforementioned Aubrey Miller Jr., 9 tackles in the football game. A.J. Allen had 3, and then Nelson Lacombo had 2 from his safety spot with an interception. Habakkuk Baldonado and Malik Carney had sacks. Let's get to the kicker, because I think Rider Nation is going to want to talk about this guy just a little bit. Michael Hughes, in his CFL debut, passed the first test, made a 32-yard extra point, then went 2 for 2 in terms of 3-point attempts, including a long of 42. But his most impressive kick was a 90-yard single that he boomed through the end zone after a Riders touchdown. That was certainly impressive. A couple punt returns on the night. Sean Bain had 1 for 11 yards, and Mario Alford had 3 kickoff returns for 75 yards in this football time. But right here, right now, Dave Thomas, it is time for your favorite segment of the show. Take it away.
All right, the Happy Honker, brought to you by McBids, a new name in auctions, powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. All right, here's the discussion point, right? On the Teagan Campbell perceived fumble recovery for a touchdown. I've got folks saying the whistle sounded. You have to go ahead and stop the play then. It's unfortunate that a whistle sounded. You heard Teagan Witko report she didn't hear a whistle, and then you hear others say common sense dictates when exactly what Teagan Campbell told us at the start of the postgame show. The fact is that he scooped and scored, and people were still chasing him all the way down. So if you think the Riders should have been awarded a touchdown on that Teagan Campbell scoop and potential score, get ready to honk on the count of 3, Saskatchewan. That is our Happy Honker Award tonight as to whether or not the Riders should have got that fumble recovery touchdown. If you believe it was a touchdown, on the count of 3, give us a honk. 1, 2, 3. I can hear the commotion on Highway 11 from here, Justin. I think that it's pretty much unanimous that people think that should have been a score. I guess that'll be the discussion point coming up on the 5th quarter Echo Sound post-game show, huh?
Yeah, I would think that's going to be the discussion point. Command Center, come on, get it right. And I've had Riders fans reach out to me and say that there's some other instances tonight that they didn't like from the Command Center. So, Rider Nation, we want to hear from you next in the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable. So dial us up, get in on the action. On the other side, Teagan Witko's in studio. Will be along with you for the call-in show. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
As harvest winds down, it's time to plan ahead and pre-order for your next harvest. Now may be the best time to upgrade to a Kloss Combine. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI. It's time for a Kloss Combine that is made for you, because our farmers are made for more. Ask your local Kloss dealer about pre-ordering for your next harvest, or check out their products online by visiting kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now, or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada. And UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. Yes, this is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable. It is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. And yes, you heard the guy. Give us a call, okay? Toll free, 1-866-767-0620, or you can always call, text our local line, 306-936-6262. So I want to get your take on this, gentlemen. The point after for Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. We know it's going to be a talker. Should that have come back? Teagan Campbell's fumble return touchdown. Wes, I haven't heard your take on this one yet, so I'm curious. Did you hear a whistle?
Yeah, no, I didn't hear a whistle, and I didn't see anything that would make a ref think they needed to blow a whistle. That's why when I was like, what's all the discussion about? I was like, did he cross the goal line, or did something else happen that maybe they were reviewing? But a whistle being blown was the last thing I thought they were going to say. So when I heard that, I was like, I don't know. That seems a little fishy. Seems a little suspect. I'm like, what ref? And did anybody claim it? Did any of the refs claim the whistle? Like,
yeah, I don't know where it supposedly
came from. They don't want manure on their lawn.
Right? I'm like,
that's just if you're a kicker. Come on.
Yeah.
To be fair, TSN did amp the volume up. Rider Nation ain't going to like it, but you could hear a whistle.
Something?
I don't know why there was a whistle. It was a bang-bang play. It was like Keon Hatcher was hit at the goal line. I believe it was DeMarcus Fields, and the ball popped out, and for some reason, there's a whistle.
Smart BC fan.
I know, I was going to say,
prepared.
Can we scan the stands?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, where did that come from? Oh, boy. You know, I said this on the broadcast with David Luke.
Yeah.
I was on the sideline and did not hear anything. And even Teagan said it himself. No one stopped. So I'm not.
Teagan, a couple of dudes almost pulled hammies on that one. That was a long little run. But anyway,
Stripes need to let the play unfold.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, with everything that's happened with inadvertent whistles, especially over the last few years, you would think most refs would be late on the whistle, if anything. You know what I mean? Not blowing it early, especially. It wasn't like he caught it and then it was a bang-bang hit type of, this might be a incompletion. No, this was like a catch it, put a move on the dude, fight for the goal line, then the ball popped out. There was nothing in that play that said I need to blow this dead, you know?
Well, and that could have been a big difference maker, right? 27-21 being the final here. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall to BC. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. Do you agree? Do you disagree? That's cool. Let us know. Give us a call. 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. I know we got some people waiting on the phone lines here, so let's get to it, gentlemen. Tyler from Regina. Stand by. We're getting Tyler from Regina ready to go here. Curtis is he's working on it. Hey, there's Tyler from Regina. What'd you think of the game, Tyler?
The game was good. The one thing I didn't like is the command center. I don't agree on those three plays the command center got involved in. I think all three they got involved in should not have ended up the way they were. The one is when you were talking about the touchdown. That should have definitely been a Rider touchdown. The other one was
Keon Hatcher's catch.
Yep.
That was a catch. I hate to tell you.
Was it though?
Give me your take.
I swear that he used the ground to catch it.
He
hit
got
his
his hands
hands,
under
yeah,
it.
and
He
then
got
he
his hands
rolled
under
over
it, head control, and then the tip hit. So I think that's the main argument if you're a Riders fan.
Looked like he used the ground to catch it.
Did you see the TSN zoom-in shot of it?
I saw it on the big screen.
I could see how you could say that, though, because he kind of rolled over and leaned on it. Like, it might have been slipping out, but he kind of, yeah. I know what you're saying, but it did hit his hands clean before he rolled over and pressed it into the ground.
And then the pass interference, the guy was all over him.
Yeah,
that last one, TJ Lee. He impeded Keaton Schaefer-Baker's progress. I thought that was going to be ruled PI.
They hip bumped a little bit, but that was like incidental. And he was trying to get out the way. It wasn't like you know what I'm saying? Like he has a right to the ball. And he gave up that right to get out the way, and Keaton kind of ran in, whatever. I mean, yeah, I guess. All three are kind of calls where whichever side you're on, you're going to see it that way, I think. But I don't know. I want to hear a Calgary fan. I know there's a couple Calgary fans listening. I want to hear some Calgary fans call up about that pick, because that was big for them. They potentially could have been hosted. Now they're going on the road. I want to hear a Stamps fan, comment on that. Call up.
Yeah, what do you think? Come on, Stamps fans. 1-866-767-0620 or 306-936-6262. Again, your Saskatchewan Roughriders Fall 27-21. Thank you to Tyler from Regina for giving us a shout. Now, why don't we chat with Mark? Good day, Mark.
G'day, Teagan. How are you?
Lovely. I understand that you want to talk a little bit about the CFL Replay Center.
That's right. I think those guys are absolute clowns. And that's putting it politely, because to me, just
get back to the good spot. Get back to the good spot in the crib, Mark. Come on, man.
All right.
Now don't move, Mark.
Everybody. Sorry, my memory's just slipping there. I mean, I'm just being mobbed by my dogs, and I literally cannot get off my couch because they want to be patted. So I think that what I meant to say was g'day, Wes. Sorry, I had
G'day, Mark.
There. What I meant to say was I think the replay centre are absolute clowns, because that play, in my opinion, should have been allowed to stand. I mean, yes, they have a rule that cannot let the play progress past where the whistle was blown, but what if that happens in the Grey Cup?
Yeah, it'd be dicey.
And it's like a minute of the game, and we get a touchdown. Can you imagine the backlash that not only the replay centre, but the whole CFL administration and the CFL got what happening? They should have just let the touchdown stand.
I mean, the rules are the rules, Mark. I know sometimes you might not like them. And there was a whistle on the TSN broadcast. I know Rider Nation is going to flame me for this, but if you go back and listen to it, there was a whistle. I don't know who it was. So if Rider Nation wants to go after that official to name names, or the head official to say who it was, go ahead. But that's the rule. Maybe they can talk about it at Rules Committee. Corey Mace can propose it.
I feel like every rule should have a last line that says, with discretion and interpretation.
It could be every play, though,
subjective.
Bro. Don't be doing that.
We'll be out there arguing for hours at a time.
Well, fair point from Mark from Sydney, Australia. Always appreciate the call from Mark. And good day, sir. You can give us a shout as well. What do you think? Come on, Stamps fans. We're waiting. 1-866-767-0620. Text or call as well at 306-936-6262. You know what? I do think we're going to have to take a quick break here in a moment, but I do just want to read this text message really quickly here. Dale from Red Deer. Why do we still have Alford on the roster? He never gets to the 40. Field position is crucial. Why or where always in a hole? Bottom line, he's brutal. So does not like Mario Alford.
Dang. Where's this coming from? Did he never like him? Even last year or something?
I can look back in the texts here.
No, but I don't know. That's a weird one. Returners, first of all, there's 11 other dudes out there blocking. So, if he's got nowhere to go, he's trying to get as much as he can. I thought the one return that I noticed, I think it was in the third quarter, I thought he navigated it pretty nice and then kind of got squeezed to the sideline and just decided to step out instead of taking a hit. People always want to see these guys get mangled up or something, like trying to make it to the next week.
So this is my thing. You guys know how it is. You don't like Mario Alford, then who's your idea to bring in as a returner? We saw Jerry McRae. We got all hyped about him, and I was part of that too in the preseason. And then those regular season lights turned on, and it was just too big for him. So who are you going to go with at this point? If you give me an answer, then I'll give you some credit, okay? If we're going to start cutting dudes here leading into the West Final, well, who are we bringing in? Because, man, you don't want a fresh returner out there in the West Final. Mario Alford will be just fine.
So Dale from Red Deer, if you have suggestions, maybe you want to call and discuss further, feel free. Again, that Echo Sound hotline is 1-866-767-0620, or the local line, call or text 306-936-6262. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
All the farmland and equipment you could need are available at auction this fall with Ritchie Brothers. A wide variety of farmland auctions across Western Canada will begin in earnest in October and run into December to get you ready for the next season. With new parcels of land and equipment continually added to their inventory, make sure to visit their website so you never miss an opportunity. Head over to rbauction.com to get started. Again, that's rbauction.com.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Saskatchewan farmers, the best price on DeKalb canola kicks off now. Save up to $75 per bag on canola with the new DeKalb Harvest Rewards offer. Every DeKalb seed you book, including canola, corn, and soybeans, gets you closer to bigger savings on your canola. Book by October 31st and secure that W. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to get in on the action. Terms and conditions apply. Always read and follow label directions.
Hi folks, Tim from Young's Equipment, your genuine Case IH parts and service dealer. Harvest is moving fast, so let's plan for next year. There has never been a more critical time to have your equipment ready. Book winter inspections on Case IH combines, tractors, and sprayers. Take advantage of our reduced inspection pricing, 10% off all genuine Case IH parts installed with the inspection. Special trucking rates and Young's loyalty program. Slots are filling fast. Contact Young's Equipment to avoid disappointment. Check youngs.ca today. Conditions apply.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local legal and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we want to hear from you, Rider Nation, as the Saskatchewan Roughriders fall 27-21 in the CFL regular season finale. My name is Teagan Witko. I am joined by Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, and we want to hear from you. So, watch the stream, sportscage.com, or YouTube as well. You can join in the conversation there if you'd like, and obviously call us. We're always going to answer the phone first. The Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. It is worth noting the Toronto Blue Jays, Los Angeles Dodgers, middle of the ninth, and the Dodgers are up 5-1. I know that there's a little bit of Blue Jays.
Hey, the Jays have the most comebacks in the majors this year. Just saying.
It's only game 2. It's only game 2, boys.
It's not over yet.
That's not. Anything can happen in baseball, right? Anything can happen every single pitch. It counts. But let's talk football. I know that's what we're here to do. And I'm excited to welcome Chilly Willy from Regina. He wants to talk about the game. Well, hey, Chilly Willy, what did you think about that non-fumble return?
Well, I'll get to that in just a second, but the fella in Red Deer, the Rider fan in Red Deer, talking about Mario Alford, tonight they posted, after the first kickoff, that Mario is the all-time leader. That's all-time leader in kickoff return yards. So you got to tell that brother in Red Deer he needs to stop smoking his sticks or stocks and seeds because he's way off base.
Well, Chilly Willy, you just told him.
Secondly, okay, the call on the fumble, rumble, Coach Mace explained it right after the game, as told from the ref, and that it was one of those yahoos blew the whistle because his feeling was that it was a touchdown scored. That's why he blew the whistle. And evidently, as we all saw, there was no touchdown scored, that it was the fumble and the fumble-rumble recovery. But that's what Coach Mace said in his interview directly after the game. So for all the Rider fans that are going to call in and cry about it, I know it's going to be the biggest bone of contention on your call show tonight. That was the bonehead play by the referee, whether it was the back judge, the side judge, the middle judge, the head judge, whatever judge. That was the call. It was a blown call by the ref who called it a touchdown, which we all know that it wasn't. And that's why it was reviewed by the replay center. But riddle me this. When they review these things, how do you review a sound? How?
You said how do you review a what?
A sound.
The sound, the blowing of the whistle. Because what I saw, I was at the game. I saw everybody running, trying to attempt to tackle Devon Campbell. I mean, everybody saw that. So whoever heard this whistle that was supposedly blown, I don't know how you replay the sound of a blown whistle.
Yeah, nobody's body language during that play looked like they heard a whistle or anything. They just kind of took off.
Zero.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Zero.
That is the only thing that makes sense, though, the ref thinking that Hatcher scored. But who tries to, reverse dunk on a DB at the goal? That was, a pretty bonehead move by Hatcher. But I guess the ref saved him a little bit on that one. That's all you can say about that.
Call it's sports entertainment, win, lose, or draw. But this was a special one that this may come back to bite us in 2 weeks because Rourke is not the kind of football player you really want to play against when the cards are down. All we can do is pray that there's some magic left in Vernon Adams Jr. and then he goes back and gets his respect and puts BC down under the dome next week. There it is.
All right, Chilly Willy from Regina. giving us his take on this one. You know what? Thank you very much for the call, Chili Willy. We always appreciate hearing from you. Rider Nation, what do you think? Is he right? Give us a call. Let us know what you think on the Echo Sound hotline at 306-936-6262. Toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620 as your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall to the BC Lions 27-21. Why don't we chat with Brad from Archerville, Saskatchewan? Well, hey, Brad. What did you think of the game?
It's Ross here, and the
sorry, Ross.
fan that you wanted to call in. I thought the game was subpar. I was disappointed that the Riders didn't play their first stringers, and just let me explain. I'm a 59-year Calgary Stampeder season ticket holder, and you guys are too young to remember this, but back in the 90s, we had a coach by the name of Wally Buono and a quarterback by the name of Doug Flutie. And we used to wrap up first place by first or second week.
Hold on. How do you know our ages? I saw Doug Flutie play. I know who Wally Bono is.
Right.
What's going on here?
Anyhow, we used to wrap up first place during those years by about the first or second week of October, and then we would go on to the Western Final and lose it. So I guess my question was, and just to keep it real here, my second favorite team, because I've got a farm in Saskatchewan, is Saskatchewan Roughriders. In the last 5 games, how many have you won? What have you won in the last 5?
Were they 2-3 or something? I feel like they did. Well, obviously they lost the last 2, but I'm not sure.
Checking. Hold on.
What did you think about that? Were you pissed about the fumble call or the non-return?
Yeah, the fumble was the fumble. I just wish that the Riders had played their starters, because it's so important not to go into a Western Final with the record that you've amassed in the last 5 games. Unless my math is wrong.
Wes was right. It was 2-3.
You've won 1 out of 5 games.
No, 2-3.
So you've lost.
They beat
4
Ottawa and they beat Toronto. 2-3.
Okay, so 2-3. Not a great last 5
But,
games.
let's look at these losses, though, my man. You lost by 1 point on the road in Winnipeg when you had nothing to play for, with Jake Mayer playing and then Jack Cohn coming into the game and a bunch of backups. And tonight, I think you need to dissect the games. You lose a game where Trevor Harris comes out absolutely on fire, puts up 17 points plus, I guess we can count the Michael Hughes single for Trevor Harris, and then leaves the game on a high note, and then you have Nathan Rourke doing his MOP kind of thing to barely win it. I think these losses, the last 2, should feel like wins for the Riders, because there's a bunch of backups in there. I get it. You play to win the game, as Herm Edwards said, but these are different. If Trevor Harris stays in that football game the entire way, there's a chance it's a blowout.
Should have been a blowout. That's my point. So you are supporting...
Okay, but what if Trevor Harris gets hurt, and then who you starting in the West Final? Jake Mayer? Because that's going to be not a blowout in that game, but that's going to be a blow to your Grey Cup chances. I think Saskatchewan played it smart. Corey Mason knows what he's doing.
I totally disagree. But I've already admitted I'm a Stampeder fan, and I'm not trying to gloat that you guys have had a rocky kind of ending to the season. I'm just saying, from my experience, go into the playoffs with a win, a big win. I wish you had blown them out, not just from a Stampeder selfish perspective. For the Rider Nation, I wish you had come in here and blown them out 45-16. Just absolutely nailed them, because now there's a seed of doubt. Yes, you played Mayer. That wouldn't have been my decision, but it was Mace's decision. You played Mayer for 3/4 of the game. He's a mediocre, subpar quarterback. I would have let Trevor have his day, put up his points, go into that Western Final, sending a message to the Lions: you're coming into our house. We're going to deal with it.
But hold up.
You lost.
If the Riders would have won, then BC would not have had any chance to come into Saskatchewan for the West Final. So here, I'll help you out with your argument, okay? If the Riders win that game, then that sends the BC Lions to the east as the crossover. So I'm going to help you make your point here a little bit, because Wes and I talked about this off air a little bit after the pregame show, that, hey, if you're Saskatchewan and you want to see Nathan Rourke in BC again, which you alluded to, perhaps you want to go win this thing. So I can see your argument there. Leave Trevor Harris in the game a little longer, win the football game, send the BC Lions, who are arguably the hottest team in the Canadian Football League right now. I've lost count of how many wins in a row they have, to the East Division.
Yeah, so I guess I appreciate you guys taking my call. Great show, but I'm going to leave you with one final point. Who would you rather see in the Western Final, the BC Lions or the Calgary Stampeders? My suspicion is you want to see Calgary and not the BC Lions.
I don't know, man, because both times we play, the Riders played Calgary.
It's a different team now, man. That was earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Vernon Adams Jr. is slumping. Remember when Vernon Adams Jr. came in here last year in the West semifinal?
Yeah, but I just feel like it's matchups, and the fronts for Calgary have been dominating the Riders.
Yeah,
they did in the regular season, midway through the regular season. But he just wants the home game for the Stamps. That's no, but he has some valid points, and he would know about Mayer because he has been watching him for the past few years until he got over here. So,
sheesh, the Lions have ripped off. Producer Dave was right. 6 wins in a row. Whew. The last game they lost was actually to the Ottawa Redblacks, which seems like a terrible loss. 34-33 in the nation's capital. That was back in September.
Yikes.
They looked like they were struggling
5th.
with the Riders' schemes, though. I felt like today was a win for the Riders. You pushed Rourke and the boys to play hard that whole game. They're going in, or they get the home game in Calgary against Calgary, whatever, but I think the way they played against this second, well, you know what I mean, the backups, I don't think they are confident about playing the Riders, and that's all you want, because it didn't matter what happened.
Well, and frankly,
other than shifting the playoff
we know
matchups.
Corey Mace has more tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't shown yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out of that West semifinal and faces the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Well, again, thank you very much for the call. We'll always take fans, from other teams. That was our buddy Ross. Of course, that just called in here. We do have Brad back from Archerville, Saskatchewan, wants to talk about the game tonight. Okay, we don't have Brad from Archerville, Saskatchewan, so let's go to Doug from North Battleford. Doug, what did you think about the game tonight?
Well, actually, they played a really good game. But they got to do – the CFL wants to change some of the rules. The first thing they got to change is the command center. Put that where the sun don't shine. It decided the game. The command center did, in our opinion. We were sitting right where that ball was fumbled. There was no whistle, in our opinion. There was a bunch of us sitting there. We couldn't believe it. But worrying about changes of the goalposts and the yardage, do something about the rules. Like the command center was a joke tonight.
You trying to say the command center AI generated a whistle into that replay? Is that what you're getting at? No.
Now take it one step further. The command center told TSN to get the whistle sound effect out because the conspiracy's on against the Riders.
It was a joke, anyways. Couldn't believe it. But they should take the command center and shove it where the sun don't shine. It's because it was a good besides that, it was a good game. It was, and it was a good idea to play Harris just about right to the half. He showed good. And, there's attention for us to win the West. But we got to fight the command center too. We aren't going to win.
I'm with you. The command center needs to be fixed. All right, if you're going to step in and review these calls, Stuart Johnston in the CFL, you want to be taken seriously as a professional sports league in North America. You have to get these calls right and in a timely manner. You can see what Major League Baseball does. you got to make your decision real quick. And they're already reviewing those plays to try to not have a pause in the game. The NFL is getting pretty good at it too, but more importantly, you got to get the calls right and have a detailed explanation for what's gone on. It needs to get better.
If this is going to go to the command center all the time, what's the sense having referees out there? You might as well have a kid out there drop the ball, and command center is going to call it anyways.
And pretty soon there'll be robots out there as referees.
Well, they might do better. I don't know.
I hope so.
But overall, they did play a good game.
Well said, Dougie. Call in anytime.
Appreciate you. Doug from North Battleford, of course, giving us a shout on the Echo Sound hotline. You can do the same. What do you think, Rider Nation? We want to hear from you. 306-936-6262 is the number to call us at, or text us. You can also call toll-free at 1-866-767-0620. Your Saskatchewan Roughriders fall 27-21 to BC. And just as a heads up, the Jays dropped Game 2. The final was 5-1 in favor of the Dodgers. So just a quick little update there. But I did get the hint that we need to take a break here. But we will be back on the other side with more of your calls and texts, Rider Nation. Let us know what you think. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I still just don't understand it. It's like buying a jigsaw puzzle and only getting half the pieces. I'm Wood Country Woody, and I like things done right. That's why my garage package came from Wood Country. A Wood Country garage package contains everything you need right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. It's one and done right with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires. Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season, so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Saskatchewan's in the heart of Canada, and UFA is in the heart of Saskatchewan. Not just because we're growing all across the province, it's because ag is at the heart of Saskatchewan. Like the farmers, ranchers, and other hardworking folks who keep Canada running. The ones we've been supporting since 1909. The ones at the heart of all we do at UFA. Stop by and see why Western Canada is the heart of UFA.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
Winter will be coming in hot. Well, cold. And if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating. Locally owned, always in season.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sport, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, and Wes Cates with you. What do you think, Rider Nation? The Riders fall 27-21 to the BC Lions in the regular season finale. Give us a shout. Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262. Toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. Lynette is on the line driving back from Saskatchewan. Hi, Lynette. What did you think of the game?
Hello?
Hi, Lynette.
Oh, yes. Sorry, you just cut out on me there. I honestly thought that Trevor Harris should have gotten more time.
Okay. Do you think he should have, what are you thinking, like the full first half or?
Yeah. I remember an interview that Trevor Harris did, and he was saying, I just don't feel like I'm part of the game. I don't feel like I'm contributing. And I want to play. And he was just like, honestly, the emotion in his voice was like heartbreaking. I really wish they would have played him more. And I honestly think we could have won.
I would agree. Trevor Harris was red hot. 10 of 11, 112 yards, led 3 straight touchdown drives before Corey Mace took him out of the ball game. I totally get where you're coming from, Lynette. On the other side, Corey Mace, wants to keep him healthy. I think you get a lot of confidence. So you lead 3 straight scoring drives and then take him out of the game. Best of both worlds, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like the last 2 games didn't count. Whatever the coaches wanted to get in for work with each individual player is the script they should have stuck to, regardless of the score. I think that if you guys want the win, go out there and make some plays and get the win. But we're trying to get some things accomplished and get ready to win the championship. And if they feel like getting some more reps for certain players is going to help them with that and evaluating the team overall, then that's what they need to stick to and not let the score or whatever affect or change that. Because then once you start changing because of things like, oh, he's hot, then that's when he catches a bad hit or something crazy happens. So I like the way things played out. I think the Riders played well the last 2 games, despite taking some late game L's. I think that all in all worked out. Nothing, it didn't change anything for the Riders. It just is emotionally maybe, or just looking at the record, maybe it's just not what you wanted. But at the end of the day, I think the coaches probably got more out of it, win or lose, than trying to leave Mayer in last week or leave Trevor Harris in this week.
And pardon me, Lynette, believe me, if there's anybody who agrees with you that Trevor Harris probably should have stayed in longer, it's going to be Trevor Harris himself. He is a competitor. We have seen him, be pulled out of games in the past, and he, quite frankly, is angry when he wants to play, right? But I think that, yeah, it's to Justin's point, it's more of a long game type of situation.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thanks for the call, Lynette. Drive safe. Okay, if you want to give us a shout, let us know what you think. Riders dropped this one to the lines, 27-21. Let us know your opinions. We want your perspectives. Call or text that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Let's talk to Ian from Saskatoon. Ian, what did you think of the game?
Well, I was kind of... They played okay in spurts, but I'm really upset about that whistle. So I'm wondering if Wes can tell me from his playing days, at the end of the game or sometime during the week, do any representatives from the team, from both teams, get a chance to sit down with the referees or with the supervisor and ask what happened and why it happened? I would like to know from that referee, if he could be in front of a microphone after the game, what did he see that caused him to blow it dead when the play should not have been blown dead. What caused that?
Yeah, I think it was what Willie mentioned it. I think on the TSN interview after the game, Coach May said something about the ref said that he thought that Hatcher had crossed the goal line with the ball, and that's why he blew the whistle. And, I mean, I'm sure there's letters that get written. I've never been a part of, or I've never seen refs come in to discuss a call. I'm sure that, coaches and management can reach out and get responses, but I don't know if it's going to change anything. It might cause more problems than it solves.
Touchdown. Why didn't he put his arms in the air instead of blowing the whistle?
Yes.
But I actually have a kind of a strange take on that play. So is it next year that we're going to 100 yards from 110?
No, 2027.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, that guy, like the fumble was on the goal line. So the guy ran it back 110 yards.
It was about 108, but yeah, it was close.
Well, that could be the longest one that,
Yeah, there's going to be some records that are solidified in the record books because of that 10 yards they're taking out, if it gets taken out, I guess.
You're not going to return a fumble from the end zone 110 yards or 120 yards from the end zone.
Right.
Because it'll be a touchdown. Yeah, I really, like, BC is coming on. And going back to the first question, maybe we should have played more of our starters because if we come up against BC again, like we haven't really, didn't really show them what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, if BC's that good, then they would come out of the East and beat us. You're going to have to play and win a championship, and somebody's going to be playing some good ball that you're going to have to beat. I get it, but I don't know. The BC's kind of like the devil, as opposed to, like, you play them more, you probably have more film on them, understand the team better. So, you can't really worry about the opponent. You got to just play your best game and scheme to take them out.
No team has ever made it from either it's never been a East or West Grey Cup.
Yeah, I know, but if BC is as good as everybody acts like they are, they're so scared to see them again, then I would say BC must be the first team that's going to do it because people are really nervous about a BC team that looked pretty shaky tonight, if you ask me. I mean, or you can even look at it like, well, BC probably should have scored on that play, so we're kind of begging for a situation that kind of got us out of, like, BC was right there in scoring position. If he doesn't fumble, he just gets tackled. But if they get a QB sneak and score right there. So I get the whole we should have got that fumble return for a touchdown, but that was a bad play by the receiver to stick the ball out there in a situation where he should have protected it. So really that scoop and score fumble shouldn't even have been part of the equation, if you're really trying to be honest about it.
Just curious, has a crossover team ever made it to the East or West final even and then lost?
Yes.
Or have they always lost in the?
They just haven't made it to a Grey Cup.
Yeah, they haven't made it to a Grey Cup. They made it to the final.
Yeah. Well, I'm not off the bandwagon, but I have to say I'm not a Mayor. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Mayor?
You got it, Mayor. Jake Mayer.
I'm not really a fan. He just seems to have once or twice a game where he just has a brain cramp. And you can't have that. Like, okay, right now we're playing kind of meaningless games, but after this, they're not.
I mean, he looked pretty good against Winnipeg last week.
He had a good third quarter against Winnipeg last week.
Yeah, you're right.
Back.
You guys didn't see it. I was wondering if the crew from tonight's game was the crew that did the Oilers and Habs game last night in Edmonton. Do you know what I'm talking about? Never mind.
No. Different sport, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I know it's a different sport,
just some crappy calls. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man.
Well, Ian from Saskatchewan, thank you so much for the call. We appreciate it. The Riders fall 27-21 to the BC Lions, and we are getting your input, Rider Nation. So give us a shout. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262. Toll free 1-866-767-0620. Let's chat with Jim, who is driving to North Battleford. Hey, Jim. What'd you think of the game?
Hi there. Yeah, no, it was entertaining. We sure loved it. My uncle's 90th birthday. We're all sitting around with 2 TVs watching the ball game and watching the Riders. But I don't know. I've done some minor officiating, and if you make a call and you blow the whistle, maybe you should blow it more than once. And I noticed later in the game of 17, 18 times they're blowing it. So the guy obviously wasn't sure what he was doing.
That's the Thomas the Train whistle. Come on, man. You need a ref's whistle.
Brutal. And if that was the case, then maybe it shouldn't have been the Riders' ball if that's what the guy honestly believed. I don't know. I think the command center really has not been a good thing for the Riders this year. So, and I'm a little concerned about kicking, if I could talk about that for a quick minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I still have confidence in Lawther, but who are we playing? Is it the young kid, or is it someone else we're bringing in, or is Lawther going to go and
Hughes was playing tonight. Michael Hughes?
Yeah, but he's talking about going into the
Oh,
playoffs.
you mean okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's for the I would imagine it would be Lawther, but they have a couple of weeks to kick it out in practice, and if Lawther's slinging it all over the field in practice, then maybe they do go with Michael Hughes. If he's out kicking them every day at practice, because obviously they're going to have their kicking moments. I don't know how many times they're going to do like high-pressure situations where they're kind of, the whole team rallies around the kickers and kind of yells at them and tries to distract them to put that pressure on them. So maybe they'll have a couple kicking competitions, air quotes, to kind of have the job up for grabs. But I would imagine Brett Lawther would be the choice.
No, thanks, Wes. I agree, too. I just want to get him in there and get that confidence back. And I thought Harris had a great first quarter, and I wish he'd do a little bit more. So they'll be okay, heal up, and, man, do we have a stable of receivers that are catching balls like crazy. So it's exciting.
Absolutely. Jim, driving to North Battleford. Thanks so much for the call, Jim. Drive safe. Now you can give us a shout as well. If you have an opinion, perspective, let us know. As the Riders drop this one 27-21 to the BC Lions. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side with more of your input, Rider Nation. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winter will be coming in hot, well, cold, and if your furnace isn't ready, you're getting sacked by Jack Frost himself. Don't sit on the frozen bench this season. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating. They'll get your home off the practice squad and into the starting lineup with a Canadian-made Napoleon furnace that's ready to win. Call Regina Plumbing and Heating today and tackle winter together. Regina Plumbing and Heating, locally owned, always in season.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Hey Rider Nation, I'm Jay from Capital GMC, and I've got 2 heavy hitters with me. Trevor, AJ, welcome.
Thanks, Jay. You know, just like on the field, success comes from a strong team, and Capital GMC, the total pros.
Capital GMC goes the extra yard. Dependable vehicles, great service, and they always put the team first.
Whether you're buying a new truck or just saying hi, we treat you like part of the team.
Capital GMC brings that same energy we bring on game day.
Capital GMC, we drive Rider Nation.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Welcome to VIP. You need a wireless plan that delivers. You stream, you scroll, you binge watch. SaskTel Internet and TV customers get more. Unlock the VIP 125 wireless plan for only $80 a month. Go ahead, you deserve it. Visit a SaskTel store, authorized dealer, or SaskTel.com for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we want to hear from you. Let us know. What do you think? 27-21 loss for your Saskatchewan Roughriders against BC to wrap up this regular season. The Echo Sound hotline, of course, 306-936-6262 or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. My name is Teagan Witko. I'm joined by Justin Dunk and Wes Cates, of course. Let's just jump right in. We have Ken on his way back to Saskatoon. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling in. What'd you think of the game?
So I thought the game was okay. Just a question about the touchdown that got called back, the whistle. We didn't hear a whistle in the stands either, but let's just say there was one. Why didn't the refs whistle incessantly after the initial whistle? Why did they allow the play to continue?
I would imagine that would be one ref blew an inadvertent whistle, and the rest of the refs were letting the play go. So that's why, I forget who the previous caller was, that they want that ref that blew the whistle to be identified.
Yeah, I think he blew the whistle like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And then the rest of the refs was like, did somebody just blow? Yeah, no, just let the play go. But, yeah, I mean, they found a whistle when they did the replay, so that's the way it goes. But like I was mentioning to the previous caller, if you really look at the whole situation, like, I could see if the DB, like I think it was Sapp, but anyway, I could see if the DB or Lacombo punched it out, but it was kind of like the receiver just did a dumb thing to reach out behind his head to try to put it over the goal line.
I think it was
right?
Fields that knocked it out.
Was it Fields?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. So it wasn't like if it was a great play by the Riders
There
at the
we go.
refs. Yeah.
There's the whistle.
That's the whistle.
We found it.
That's the AI whistle that the command center told TSN to put over top of the play.
That's the one. That does sound familiar now that I hear it.
It was all our producer, Curtis, over here. Blame him.
Yeah. So the fact that it wasn't like a great play by a rider that punched the ball out and it was more of a bad play by the receiver to stick it out there and put it in harm's way, I would say that the Riders really lucked up in that situation to get the ball without BC scoring. Now, should it have been a touchdown? Yes. But all things considered, you take away a bonehead play by the receiver and you're looking at BC scoring right there as opposed to the Riders even getting the ball. So look at it from that angle.
Thanks.
Well, thank you for calling in, Ken. On his way back to Saskatoon following the game. It's going to just happen all night now. If you have an opinion, Rider Nation, let us know. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262, toll free as well. 1-866-767-0620 as the Riders drop this one 27-21. Now, we may have identified the ref. We got a text. We got a text from Brad from Archerville, who unfortunately kept having issues with his phone, so he couldn't call in. But after the fumble recovery touchdown, it was ref number 22 that indicated he blew the whistle to a BC player and then indicated with his foot where the ball would be spotted, and the BC player clapped his hands. My question, being Brad, not me, my question is, why didn't he keep blowing his whistle like you do the rest of the game? Again, valid point. He goes on to say, but Brad,
there's a flaw in that story, though, because why would he have his foot down to where the ball was supposed to be? It's either a touchdown or he should have never blew the whistle. Like, it wasn't like the ball came out as he was getting tackled to the ground. No, he's standing up, pushing backwards, and reached over his head. The more I think about this play, the more I'm like, what was he thinking? Because I've never seen a dude, like, I've seen quarterbacks and QB sneaks, they jump up, they try to reach over, pull it back. This dude tried to reverse over his head dunk on the dude, not knowing what was coming. You know what I mean? He didn't see if there was somebody else coming to hit him, nothing. He's just like, no, I'm going to push backwards and reach over my head. Yeah, that's a good idea. No, it wasn't. And then now we got all this because Hatcher just, I don't know, thought he was better than he is. I shouldn't say that. He's one of the best receivers in the league for sure, but that was just not a smart play.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go. Now it's getting good. Tinfoil hats, I think. They should investigate the referee in the command center. They might be illegally gambling on the game. And that's not the only one that came in. There was another one here from Leonard who said something along the same lines.
Been some of that going around.
NBA styles?
Yeah.
Terry Rozier, Chauncey Billups?
These gambling apps that infiltrated the game.
It's a big thing now, right? The Riders dropped this one 27-21 against BC, of course. Now, if you have any thoughts, we'd love to hear from you. Echo Sound Hotline 306-936-6262 and toll free 1-866-767-0620. Another message coming in here saying, agree with Wes, Winnipeg and BC starters looked anemic. We will have the best team we've had all year on the field next game in our house. Can't wait.
There you go. Yeah, you can't be scared of your opponent, man. Y'all the champs. We rolling up in here. We've been sitting number one for 2-3 weeks. Well, we've been number one all season, but I'm saying we had it blocked up for 2-3 weeks, so ain't nobody scared, man. Whoever, bring your best. We got this covered.
Yes, and of course they have a couple of weeks to prepare. What does that bye week look like? Are you just constantly watching tape back to back to back?
I think you maybe you split up half of the film. You watch BC, half of the film you watch Calgary, or maybe you do it every other day. But you know, you're working on your stuff and trying to get better at what you do, but you're also watching as much. You know, I would say in this week you get a cut up for the O-line of every blitz that each team has run. Make sure they watch it all, know what they would do against every blitz from either team. And then as far as defensively, you know, you're kind of just watching. Defense is one of those things where you just sit there and just obsessively watch film and just try to look for keys. A lineman leaning, a receiver that does his waggle different when he's running a certain route or leans a certain way, or a quarterback, the way he hitches before he throws, or watching guys' eyes. Like, defensively, you can always pick up something new as a defensive player watching film. Offense, it's just like we're dictating to them. We just got to know what they like to do and be able to counter it.
Well, because it is a bye week, technically, for the Riders, but I imagine a lot of them are going to stay in town. They're not going to be sitting on the couch dusting Cheeto crumbs off of their chest watching the Jays the entire time, right?
It's not a real bye week. It's earned extra prep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is a playoffs. It's not like you're going home to hang with the fam, maybe sit on a beach for a couple of days or something. Nah. You're prepping. You're getting ready. You're taking advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's why it's a perk, right? Another text here, and again, that Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, and toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Let us know what you think of this 27-21 loss for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. There was a text here. Barry from Saskatoon said, fans need to remember that the Riders could have blown this game open in the second quarter if not for 2 terrible turnovers.
Yeah.
Barry from Saskatoon.
Yeah.
Calling it like it is. Let's see here. Shaky Pickett also texting us. If the command center can't/won't review a play in slow motion frame by frame, then, quote, they should not have the benefit of parabolic microphone in their analysis of the game speed reviews.
Okay.
So, Shaky Pickett. Another take on the refs. I have a feeling that there's going to be dozens of other text messages here based solely on that call. So anything else that stands out from this game to you two gentlemen beyond, the Tavon Campbell call?
Let me just get to this real quick. I hate doing this, but we have some official names.
Oh.
Okay?
Oh, you hate doing
Thanks
it.
to Dave Thomas. The replay official was Al Bradbury. And I don't know if that texter that called in that talked about number 22 blowing the whistle was right or not. So I'm hesitant to even say the name.
Do we?
I mean, I think it's fair in this instance to say the replay official's name.
Yeah.
I can't verify it, so I don't feel like I should be saying the name of the official. But
We did not see anyone blow the whistle. In fact, I didn't even hear it. So I'm Curtis. Oh, that's going to happen all dang night. Well, you know what? Maybe let's leave that out then.
Yeah.
Let's leave that out.
We'll just say the replay official was Al Bradbury. He could probably give us a good idea of what happened and the explanation for the call.
Do you think he's listening to the show right now? Do you think he should call in?
It's possible.
That would be lovely. Explain yourself. Now, we do have other people waiting to talk to us, though. So the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. Why don't we chat with Janine? Janine, you're driving to Esterhazy. You watched the game. Overall, what's your takeaway?
So I guess I'm just wondering what you guys think about, the health of the players going in, playing in a couple weeks. What do you think that everybody, is looking healthy? And our second stringers, how did they do all around? Because, I don't know, there was some missed passes, and I don't know if the second string quarterback took as many shots as he could have.
Did you say Logan Furland? Is that who you're asking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Logan Furland will be okay. Jake Mayer looked decent in his action last week and this week, but Trevor Harris is going to be good to go. And then as far as the rest of the health of the roster, I think you're going to be able to expect Keyshawn Johnson back. I think you could expect Dante Myers back in the lineup, probably Sam Emelis as well. I think you'll have the full complement on offense. The worry to me would be Roland Milligan Jr. on defense. And I say that just because of how his injury looked. I think he'll probably tough it out or try to give it a go. But I think that player in particular, I should say, Roland Milligan Jr. is the key one for me. And then I think the other one that people have some concerns about is Tommy Stevens, because we haven't seen him in a while. So you get 2 weeks here where you can get healthy, and as Wes knows, there's things you can do in the trainer's room to help make you feel a little better on game day.
Yeah. No, there's definitely something. I mean, it's kind of one of those situations where if it's functioning, if the strength is there and the mobility is there, and you got to just deal with some pain, you're going to do what you can to deal with the pain. But if it's a situation where you can't really go 100 or you can't really move, and you're going to be a detriment or put your team in a deficit by being out there trying to push through it, no, you sit down. But I think hopefully guys are honest enough with the coaches and themselves, really, first of all, to know where they're at, because some guys will surprise you, swear they can go, and then all of a sudden they get out there and run a couple snaps and they're like, yeah, this isn't going to work. Now you done wasted a roster spot. So let's hope they get that all ironed out before November 8th.
And for what it's worth, I mean, when you look at the short yardage game, tonight. I mean, Tommy Stevens, as Justin alluded to, we haven't seen him in a while, but Jack Cohn did step up. I mean, he got 2 tutties last night on the short yardage game. So, 2 tutties.
Tonight, yeah. And, I don't think Mayer made any case for him getting short yardage work.
No.
but Cohn looked good.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He stepped up tonight. Janine driving to East Esterhazy, pardon me. Thank you so much for your phone call. You can call us to Rider Nation, 306-936-6262, toll free as well, 1-866-767-0620, as the Saskatchewan Roughriders tie a nice little bow on this regular season, wrapping it up, though, with a loss to the BC Lions 27-21. So now why don't we chat with Jason from Saskatoon. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
What did you think about the game? Or the command center, I should say.
Going back on it, it's not a bad way to wrap up the season. We got to acknowledge the fact that we knew that BC would have more to fight for tonight's game going into the playoffs than what we kind of did. We had a couple callers call in tonight that's saying like, "Oh, why don't we play, our first line or our first starters more or whatever?" Well, we don't want to get them hurt. So I think coach did a good job playing them that in the reps that they needed to. But going back to the command center, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but they were saying that the whistle was called on the BC players scored, or?
Yeah, basically the ref, the message that has come down from whatever the refs in the command center getting their story straight is the ref thought that the ball crossed the goal line and blew the whistle very slightly, and then realized he made an error. But once that whistle's blown, nothing, like if there's a clear recovery, then you can give it to the team. If it would have been a scrum or something like that, they might have ended up giving it back to BC.
So, and don't they review all scoring plays then? Like if one, like this would be a grand scheme of all the plays summarized in one there. So if BC, or if one ref had thought, hey, BC had scored here or whatever, then that play would have had to be looked at. Mm-hmm. And then, like, it just felt that, that was the conclusion of the play, was that there. And as probably all of Saskatchewan and maybe some of the CFL might see, that wasn't all the play. Like, all that play came down to was that was just half a play. And, pretty much most of the CFL would have said, oh, there's what whistle or whatever. But, like, I was watching it on TV, and we did hear a whistle on the play on the TSN coverage.
Okay.
And we were thinking, well, what whistle or whatever.
Yeah.
But then at the end of the day, it's like, well, if you go into, and you know what? Thank goodness this is week 20, the last week of a CFL season. Can you imagine if this happened in the playoffs? Like,
you're hoping the refs got it out of their system.
It'd be a little bit more hectic for the CFL as a whole, and then it wouldn't look good for the CFL and the officiating in general. So what I'm thinking is, like, going forth, like, you got to understand, put your whistles away kind of thing, and just understand the play as a whole, and that the play may not be over until,
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, basically you're saying that this might have been a good thing. Like, it's kind of like now the refs are going to be a little more hesitant to blow the whistle because of this very play that everybody's talking about, which you probably do have a point. I think, yeah, there might be some guys, or there's definitely going to be some hesitation from the refs to blow it dead. And I think there always should be anyway, because you don't want to take away a great play like that. So I'm surprised that, especially in like football, you know what I mean? Like blowing the whistle a second later is not really gonna change the outcome of the play, I don't think. So yeah, football is like the one sport where you can kind of hold the whistle a little bit longer.
Batting off that, unlike the Jays tonight, sorry, but like going off that, it was just like, you know, all scoring plays can be reviewed, right? So like, let's just say the BC player did cross the line of scrimmage by whatever means, and the Riders took the ball and had scored on that play. You could always say, hey, you know what, let's go have a huddle, like the refs could have a huddle and be like, let's dissect the play, go back at it and say, let's go frame by frame and then do the correct call in whatever field fits.
Yeah, I think they did all that. I think that, it took them a while. And I think they realized he probably wasn't anywhere close to getting it across the goal line. So that's where they had to make sure that there was a whistle. Anyway, it didn't work out for the Riders, but it worked out. So
we got to take that whistle.
Just hope they clean it up. Yeah.
We're taking the whistle away from Curtis, I think. No, thank you, Jason from Saskatoon, for your phone call. We want to hear from you, Rider Nation. We only have so much time left, though, so give us a shout. The sooner, the better, okay? That Echo Sound hotline is 306-936-6262. Toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. It is brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
As you drive home from the Rider game or drive anywhere in Saskatchewan, you're going to run into some highway construction. Your Saskatchewan party government is always improving our highways to make them safer for you and your family. We've already repaired nearly 22,000 kilometers of highways, and we'll improve another 1,000 kilometers this year. So watch out for the orange zones and please slow down so everyone can stay safe. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody here. Building a fence or corral? Of course you are. That's why y'all need to be seeing the good folks down at Wood Country. Wood Country's your one-stop fencing shop with everything you need right now. Peeled rails, slabs, rough-cut lumber, fence posts, and barbed wire. Get on into Wood Country. Post-haste. In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Wood-country.com.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is prepared for everything this season throws your way. From battery checks to winter tires, oil changes to heating systems, we'll keep you safe, warm, and on the road. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your fall maintenance today. Visit Landry's Napa Auto Pro, your trusted team for expert care all season long. Visit us on 180 Winnipeg Street North.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Complete your application field goals with the new AB640 90-foot air boom applicator from Salford. The AB640 has 22% more coverage per pass, getting you to the goal faster. Spend more time on the drive and less time on the sidelines with double the capacity of most floaters. Check out the new AB640 at your local Salford dealer or online at salfordgroup.com. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and at Mazer Group.
Sask Lotteries has over 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, I'm Teagan Witko alongside Justin Dunk and Wes Cates as the Riders drop this one 27-21 to the BC Lions. What'd you think of the game? Did you watch it? Did you hear the whistle? Feel free. Give us a shout. 306-936-6262. Toll free as well at 1-866-767-0620. Of course, you can also watch the stream on sportscage.com, our YouTube channel as well. In fact, Dan, because there is so much conversation surrounding, the phantom whistle, whatever you want to call it, he was saying, we don't pay officials enough to socially hound them, which is fair. That is absolutely fair. It's a very thankless job. I'm sure if anybody has reffed hockey, they know exactly what I'm talking about there. Offer to double game checks for calling a game at greater or less than 90% accuracy first, carrot, then the stick. Should there be incentives?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Could ask the CFL and Stuart Johnson about that, but the players have to answer for the mistakes. The coaches have to answer for the mistakes. If an official makes a mistake, it doesn't usually happen. They don't have to answer for it.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I mean, there should be some type of, safeguard in place for that. Is there a really, really bad call that sticks out in your brain from your playing career, Wes?
A bad call.
One that really got you fired up?
Well, there was a situation where we were in Montreal, and I thought I was getting a little roughed up after the whistle, and I didn't take kindly to it, and I ended up throwing a punch and got the flag. And then we got pushed back 15 yards.
You probably shouldn't have punched.
Yeah, I know. I was kind of, in hindsight, I'm like, it's a good thing I didn't get thrown out of that game. But, yeah. That was a big play because actually it pushed us back 15 yards. Like the D lineman, I can't remember who it was. He should have got the flag. Like literally, it was like 5-6 seconds after the play, and he was still trying to rough me up and kind of ragdoll me a bit. He had a fistful of my jersey and just kept kind of pushing me back and yoking me around. So I had enough, and I actually just pushed him in his face mask, but then he kind of laughed at me. So then I cocked back again and.
Don't mess with Wes.
And made sure I connected under the face mask. I still hit him in his chin strap, but whatever. He let go. But I got the flag, and we missed the kick, and they returned it for a touchdown. So, yeah, that's one I would like to have back.
That's fair. I'm sure
for several reasons.
Every pro baller probably has one of those moments that stick out. What do you think, Rider Nation? What's your opinion? 306-936-6262. Toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Why don't we chat with Luke, who is driving from Regina to Yorkton. Hey, Luke. What'd you think of the game?
Well, I think it's ridiculous from that fumble. It should have been 35.
Oh, 35.
What do you mean by 35?
30 to 5? The score should have been 35 instead of... We should have beat them, but unfortunately...
So you don't think that... You think that Teagan Campbell should have got that one?
Yeah.
That is fair.
Did you hear a whistle?
What?
Did you hear a whistle? Were you watching on TV or listening on radio?
Yeah, I was at the game. He should never blown his whistle. He seen there was a clear fumble. He got the ball. He ran it all the way.
I don't know about you, Luke, but I definitely didn't hear a whistle on the sidelines. Maybe it was because of the crowd noise or what it was, but you said you didn't hear one, right?
Yeah, I didn't hear it at all.
Okay. Well, that's fair. Luke, I hope you guys get back to Yorkton safe and sound. Really appreciate the call, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, your Riders do drop this one 27-21. What do you think, Rider Nation? 306-936-6262 and toll free as well, 1-866-767-0620. Tom from Calgary. Well, hi, Tom. What did you think of the Riders' loss to the Lions tonight?
I thought it was pretty good.
You're from Calgary, so are you a Stamps fan or are you a Riders fan?
No, I'm from Regina. I'm a transplant. Yeah, I was super happy with that game. I thought it was a really good effort from the Riders. I did want to just say Kean Schaefer-Baker looked really strong. He made a couple of really strong catches, really tight balls. I thought his performance was to be commended. I did have a question about kickers moving forward. So I don't know if Brett Leather wasn't playing because he's hurt, or if we're looking to play Hughes in the playoffs. What do you guys think about that? And also, how important for the ratio is having a Canadian playing that position?
I think the Riders were getting a look at Michael Hughes because he's never kicked in the CFL game, and we all saw what happened with Campbell Fair when the lights were just too bright. I think Michael Hughes showed that he can do it at this level when the whistles are blown. So I think it at least gives the Riders something to think about. But the reason they kicked Brett Leather in Winnipeg, put him on the roster to be able to kick in Winnipeg last week, was to prepare him, I believe, for a potential game there. And the next one would be that 112th Grey Cup that the Riders are trying to get to. So Leather's played in a bunch of these big games. He's made some clutch kicks for the Riders. I would think it would be Leather, but Michael Hughes certainly looked really good. I would think that's more of a future decision for the Riders in terms of the kicker situation and having somebody developing behind the veteran in Leather. And in terms of how it affects the ratio, Corey Mace said it simply, that if you're going to have an American kicker on the roster, you're taking an American off elsewhere to get him on. So it is a bonus if Brett Leather can kick at a high level, because then he counts towards one of your 21 Canadians that you need to have on the roster. But if Hughes is good enough and the Riders like him enough, then they would have to make that decision to put him on but take an American off elsewhere.
Yeah. And I did just want to, I don't want to harp on that replay, but having been a ref myself, I would be sick if I made a call that ended up in potentially a 14-point swing. And the concept from other sports of kind of letting plays play out, but I'm specifically thinking of hockey, and it's a little bit different, where if you get a penalty but you're on the advantage still, they let the play happen. Maybe just a review kind of for the future of the philosophy for blowing the whistle in situations like that in football games, or maybe a different procedure for it altogether, because clearly we saw that it was flawed and it took a significant advantage off the board that was earned on the field, in my opinion. But yeah, I don't want to harp on that too much. Thank you guys so much for taking my call.
Tom from Calgary.
Yeah, there was no reason to be that quick on the whistle. And I think Kean Schaefer-Baker was looking strong.
The whistle's throwing you off.
Yeah. He was looking strong because he was flexing after every catch he had. No, just
C-Man needs to calm down over there.
What do you think, Rider Nation? Give us a call. We are very low on time here, but we can still get you on.
What does Rider Nation think? Are they sick of the whistle sound? Yes or no?
306-936-6262, toll free 1-866-767-0620. We have Ed from Spruce Grove, Alberta. Ed, what would you like to talk about stemming from this Riders' loss to BC at home?
About that touchdown that was called back. That wasn't a touchdown.
So what did you think?
Well, I'm an ex-O official. I did about 12, 13 years. I ref from junior down for about 13, 14 years. And people talk about, they say there's no consequences for these referees when they make a boo-boo. Well, I can tell you, there's a head referee who is at every game, who's monitoring all of these these calls. And after the game, he went down. I'll bet he read the riot act to those guys. If this guy said that it was a touchdown, so he blew the whistle, his arm should have been up in the air. He shouldn't be blowing the whistle. He should be signaling a touchdown. So he made a boo-boo. When they get into the referee's dressing room after the game, these guys are all going to get 7s. And if you get 7, if you're a CFL referee and you get 7, that means you get a week off. And then whoever made that call tonight, I guarantee you will not be doing this in any playoff games. He's going to get his backside roasted, but good. That was just pure ignorance. He had a brain fart. And then he blows the whistle. He should have signaled touchdown. And if he's going to blow the whistle, blow it after the touchdown. He didn't signal the touchdown, so he made a critical error. But these guys, they pay. When they make mistakes like that guy made, he paid, and he will pay. So people don't worry about these guys paying for their sins. He's paying for it. There you go.
Isn't there like a grading system as well? And I feel like it affects you more the next season, or like you said, maybe games later on in the season. But I thought that refs kind of do get scrutinized by the calls they get wrong, and if you stack up too many or have a couple too many errors, or even if you do the wrong signal or something a few too many times, then it might affect your game assignments down the road. Is that correct?
That's the punishment that you get. You get now that whoever made that call, I'll tell you, tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock, his phone will ring, and it will be the referee-in-chief. And he will say something like, at 11:34 in the fourth quarter, where were you? What were you doing? Explain your call. That's all that the head referee is going to ask him. And then this guy will dig his own grave because he'll say something wrong. And these guys are all getting graded. They all get graded. They get 9.25, 9.95. If you get a 7, you get next week off. That was a horrible call. So, and that fumble, the guy's up in the box. The ball touched the ground. You can see it on TV.
The catch, Hatcher's catch.
I mean, somebody mentioned too about the Edmonton Oilers Montreal game from last night. That was even worse. Tonight. So.
Hey, we learned from you, Ed, that they do get graded. So that's a really unique perspective, and really appreciate you calling in to share that with us. So Ed from Spruce Grove, of course, former official. Thanks for the call on the Echo Sound hotline. Now, we do have to take a quick break. We're going to be back on the other side because we got to wrap this puppy up, but your keg-sized moment of the game is straight ahead. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Jared Clark, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wallshakers. In 2017, the Sask Party government centralized healthcare under the SHA in Regina. Since then, we've heard from so many people who think our health system feels bloated, top-heavy, and disconnected from local communities. We need big, bold change to get our health system out of last place, and we want to hear your ideas. Whether you're a healthcare worker, patient, or local leader, you can contact my office at 306-352-8754.
Durability, capacity, speed. MacDon D2 Series Combine headers deliver all the best performance and innovation of the FD2 Flex Draper in a rigid platform. The D2 boasts an all-new frame that features a superstructured 5-sided back tube. This solid backbone is ready to handle the up to 20% increased capacity of an ultra-deep 50-inch draper deck. And that draper fills quicker with MacDon's clear-cut high-speed cutting system. With MacDon's rock-solid reliability, the D2 gets you more from every acre. Get it at Young's Equipment.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Fall means pumpkin spice, falling leaves, and slippery roads. When the temperature drops, so does your tire's grip. Enter Quality Tire. Don't wait for that first icy morning to find out you need new tires.
Quality Tire will get you into the right set for the season so you can stop quicker, handle better, and keep smiling all season long. Stay ahead of the frost with Quality Tire. Trusted for the road ahead with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody here. Building a fence or corral? Of course you are. That's why y'all need to be seeing the good folks down at Wood Country. Wood Country's your one-stop fencing shop with everything you need right now. Keeled rails, slabs, rough-cut lumber, fence posts, and barbed wire. Get on into Wood Country. Post haste. In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Wood-country.com.
When gambling online, you could bet local with Play Now or bet on my illegal gambling site instead. Because then I can spend your money on things like a jazz band to emphasize everything I say, instead of things that actually benefit Saskatchewan.
Play on Play Now instead. Saskatchewan's only local, legal, and secure gambling site operated by SIGA. Sign up and choose a welcome bonus up to $250. Conditions apply. Must be 19 plus to play. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The Saskatchewan Roughriders finish up the regular season with a loss to BC, 27-21, the final there. But hey, they are still West Final bound. That game is coming up November 8th right here in Regina at Mosaic Stadium. And the Green and White now just await their next opponent. So, by the way, if you want to win some tickets to the West Final, play Pick the Score with 620 CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game and the last of this season. SaskTel, stay connected. Right now, we should rewind just a little bit here and talk about that keg-sized moment of the game. It is brought to you by the Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com, and I think you might be able to guess what it is.
It's 2nd down and 10 for BC on the Saskatchewan 12. Stanley Berryhill in motion pre-snap, goes far side. That's where Rourke looks. Going to throw it up. That's complete to the 5. Goal line, end zone, ball's out. Riders scoop it up. They're bringing it back the other way to the 25, 35, 40. Now the midfield stripe. Hey, take a jog in Wascana, why don't you? Down to the 20, 15, 10. Touchdown! Riders! Tavon Campbell with the scoop and score at the goal line. 110 yards to pay dirt. Here we go.
Upon the automatic review by the replay center, we have a fumble that was recovered by Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line. However, since the play was whistled, we can't give Saskatchewan the ball beyond the 3-yard line. It's going to be first down Saskatchewan at the 3-yard line.
That makes no sense. And that one is going to upset Rider Nation.
Wah, wah.
What?
Yeah, Luke's comment there. Yeah. No shocker. That was the moment of the game. That is the biggest talker as we wrap up this 2025 regular season schedule. We're going to be back next Saturday for the Western semi-final. Lions Stamps. The game has been moved up by an hour. It's like there's a baseball game that might be on or something like that. Both the East and West semis now going to be falling an hour earlier. That means a 3:30 kickoff Saskatchewan time for the West semifinal, of course. So predictions, gentlemen. Justin, let's start with you. What do you think is going to happen in that Lions Stamps game?
I like BC. Nathan Rourke is so hot right now, and Vernon Adams Jr. has not played well down the stretch in the playoffs in his career, so I'll take the Lions.
Wes?
I don't know. I kind of like – I feel like it's going to be a good game. I do feel like, the home field advantage might let the BC Lions squeak it out, but that Stamps D and Mills at running back, I think if the Stamps play a smart game and stick to the ground game and kind of – try to grind it out. I think they're going to give BC some trouble. So it'll be a good one. But you almost got to go with BC just because of the hot streak they've been on. But they have, I feel like last week towards the end of the game and then this week, BC's kind of looking a little less consistent. So we'll see.
Did they hit their peak, Wes?
They might have peaked early.
Well, 6 straight. I mean, they have momentum on their side, and I think a lot of Rider fans are going to be intrigued by what this matchup looks like next week. Again, that's Lines, Stamps, 3:30 kickoff local time here in Saskatchewan. What do you think, Rider Nation? Who's going to win that one? Who would you prefer the Saskatchewan Roughriders face in the West Final at home? I would ask you to call us right now, but we are completely out of time. But the good news is, if we didn't get to your phone call, or if you rewatch some highlights from the game and you want to chat more about this on Monday, I will be on the Sports Cage 620 CKRM streaming at sportscage.com.
Yeah.
And we'll open up the phone lines. I think Justin's going to swing by for a bit too and hang out.
Let's do it.
It's going to be fun. So be on your game. We will talk then. Now, on behalf of all of us, because it takes a small village to pull this whole thing off, for Colson, Curtis, Alan, Mosh, producer Dave, everybody I'm probably missing that I'm going to hear about later, good night on behalf of myself, Wes, and Justin from the Sports Cage studio on the home of Rider Nation. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
All the farmland and equipment you could need are available at auction this fall with Ritchie Brothers. A wide variety of farmland auctions across Western Canada will begin in earnest in October and run into December to get you ready for the next season. With new parcels of land and equipment continually added to their inventory, make sure to visit their website so you never miss an opportunity. Head over to rbauction.com to get started. Again, that's rbauction.com.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Huddle up, farmers of Rider Nation. This is your season to lead the league in yield, and DeKalb's here to back you up, delivering high yield potential, powerful weed control options, and the complete agronomic package, including Straight Cut Plus and Club Root Resistance. DeKalb's geared up to be your #1 canola seed. Hit the field with confidence. Talk to your rep, retail, or visit DeKalbCanola.ca/SK to lock in your starting lineup. Always read and follow label directions.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody here. Building a fence or corral? Of course you are. That's why y'all need to be seeing the good folks down at Wood Country. Wood Country's your one-stop fencing shop with everything you need right now. Keeled rails, slabs, rough-cut lumber, fence posts, and barbed wire. Get on into Wood Country. Post haste. In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale.
Your home is your castle.
Wood-country.com.
Fall is here and winter's right behind it. Is your vehicle ready for cold weather travel? At Landry's Napa Auto Pro, we make sure your car is